Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see you all here in this slightly foggy morning. It's a real honor and pleasure to be moderating and chairing this morning's panel on reparation movements in the age of Black Lives Matter. We're going to get quickly into the thick of things, and I'd like to introduce our first wonderful and esteemed panelist, Professor Vereen Shepherd. Professor Shepherd is a graduate of the University of the West Indies and the University of Cambridge. She's a fellow of the Cambridge Commonwealth Society, an honorary fellow of Jesus College. She's Professor Emerita of Social History at the University of the West Indies. She's also the newly elected chair of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, the oldest treaty body in the UN system that implements the International Convention on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Professor Shepherd is the first Jamaican citizen and the first Black woman of African descent in the African diaspora to chair this committee in over 50 years of history. Professor Shepherd is author of around 10 books, including the wonderful Livestock, Sugar, and Slavery, Contested Terrain in Colonial Jamaica. Welcome, Professor Shepherd.
Good morning, everyone. Greetings. Thank you, Chair, for your welcome, and thanks to the organizers, especially Dr. Sabine Kado and Nikki, who might be outside. Thank you, Sabine, for the invitation to participate in this colloquium, and Nikki for helping with the logistical and other arrangements. Now, when I entered Cambridge University way back in the 1980s, I did so during the period of heightened protest against the apartheid regime in South Africa, which I joined, of course, scrutinizing the origins of every apple in the supermarket, every bottle of wine and other products. But back then, I detected no talk of calling on Britain to make amends for the debilitating colonial inheritance, no movement to call on former colonial powers to adopt a new approach to development by engaging reparation advocates in meaningful dialogue on settling the colonial debt, no engagement of the university and its colleges with their own relationship to slavery. But how times have changed. The transition from research to advocacy is discernible, not as great as some people would like to see, but it's discernible. And here we are gathered to unsettle the obstructionist theory of distance, according to which historical acts have no contemporary relevance or necessity for repair. Some colleges and the university itself have at last investigated their past links to chattel enslavement and published reports. Now, I have not been able to internalize fully the university's own report that came out, I think, last week, but of relevance to the reparation campaign is the admission in the report, and I quote from it: recognizing that the past is a potent force in the contemporary world, our recommendations are intended to lead towards new courses of action for the university community now and in the future. It is important that the university publicly acknowledges its historical links to the exploitation of enslaved people and commits itself to future actions in the light of this, end of quote. This realization of the link between historic wrongs and contemporary legacies of colonialism is also reflected in the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, as you can see on the slide. I look forward to the implementation of the recommendations of the university's report which are not complete in my view, as I see no offer of a public apology to the descendants of those harmed by the trafficking in human beings and chattel enslavement. But I'm heartened by the commitment to forging meaningful partnerships with other universities in this research into the past, and of course, the University of the West Indies, specifically its Center for Reparation Research stands by to be one of those partner universities. I'm just putting that out there. The campaign for justice for colonial wrongs is now very strong in the world, not least in the Caribbean, the scene of one of the greatest crimes against humanity. The protest over such wrongs is strong, and we often frame reparation as protest against the genocidal project launched against indigenous peoples at conquest, the capture, sale, and forced relocation of Africans to the Americas, facilitated by the capitalization and organization of the trafficking by Europeans. It's protest over the brutality on the journey from Africa. And here I invoke the tragedy of the Zong, when so many people, over 132, were drowned forcefully. Well, 122 and 10 jumped rather than be pushed to their death. And here on the slide, you see a newspaper in Jamaica actually joining the struggle by calling and asking the British, so why are you hiding? Everybody else get reparation, what about us? I thought that was beautiful. We protest the chattel enslavement of Africans in the Americas, the murder, harsh punishment meted out to the enslaved, especially women. And this quotation from Orlando Patterson in The Sociology of Slavery just makes you shiver. The sexual exploitation of female slaves by white men was the most disgraceful aspect of Jamaican slave society. We protest, and reparation is protest for the uncompensated emancipation for the enslaved, but compensation for the enslavers. It's protest against the attempts by colonizers to recreate the slave relations of production in the post-slavery period and the intensification of racial discrimination and apartheid-like systems as methods of control, which led to many 19th century wars across the region in which hundreds were murdered. It is protest against the infringement of the terms of contract for indentured laborers, indentured Indians, leading to indentureship being categorized by some as a new system of slavery. And some of us may know Hugh Tinker's book by that name. In the modern period, reparation is framed as protest for the attempts to prevent self-government and self-determination by Caribbean people who express their desire through the fight for trade unionization, the franchise movement, the objection to crown colony rule, and the struggle for independence. It is protest for climate change, which fuels the calls for climate justice for the climate debt. It is protest for racism, because racism is manifested in racial profiling, including at our borders, and the murder of innocent Black people. It is protest against ideological oppression and continued pro-colonial curricula in educational institutions. And it is protest against the continued presence on our landscape of colonialist statues and foreign icons. And it is protest against the denial of the right to reparation by former colonial powers. And every time, whether royals or diplomats or former prime ministers make a statement about this, you see what they would say. We could go back to former Prime Minister Cameron. The British government does not believe that reparations are the answer, really now. And of course, Lord Tariq Ahmad, British Minister of State with responsibility for the Caribbean, Commonwealth, and the United Nations, who said, it would be better for Jamaica to look ahead and to maximize its potential through robust trade rather than to peer into history. I don't know who peers into history more than Britain. If they can peer, then we can peer. Now, in terms of the strategy for redress, there are multiple strategies, that are being pursued on different fronts, as many actors are in the reparation movement now. But one of the strategies that the CARICOM region is using as we envision reparations for such wrongs is a 10-point plan. Through this plan, we have called for a discursive return to the reparatory justice approach to economic development. The revision of the plan is underway, as there are calls to make it more reflective of the diversity of claimants. And yesterday you heard Professor Lightfoot talk about the gaps. We still believe, though, its articulation at the moment can accommodate the issues that need to be included, because they're broad enough in the discussion about each point to include all the people who have been wronged. So I will do a quick survey of the plan, as you can find it online. It starts, of course, with the call for a full formal apology for historic wrongs and continuing harm. For example, the brutality meted out to women, as we saw. Now, in this regard, we reject the statements by members of the royal family on their recent trips to the Caribbean, as well as by British politicians, which stopped short of a full formal apology, opting for statements of regret and deep sorrow, which take no responsibility for this country's part in the atrocity and promises no reparatory justice for the wrongs of the past. And I was a little bit disappointed that the new report out of this university seemed to endorse such statements by Prince William and Prince Charles, who is now King Charles. He had made some statements in Ghana and in Barbados. The second point is Indigenous Peoples Development Program for Genocide upon the Native Caribbean population. And a development plan is required to rehabilitate this community. Number 3 is the repatriation for those who desire it. And we will add the return of looted items of cultural heritage. And I want to congratulate Jesus College and other institutions and countries who have started to return some, albeit, of the Benin bronzes. Number 4 is the establishment of cultural institutions on the basis that European nations have invested in the development of community institutions such as museums and research centers in order to prepare their citizens for an understanding of these crimes against humanity. These facilities serve to reinforce within the consciousness of their citizens an understanding of their role in history as rulers and change agents. There are no such institutions in the Caribbean where these crimes against humanity are memorialized. Of course, the region has reclaimed aspects of lost culture and created new forms, but the display of cultural artifacts need other spaces. Number 5 focuses on addressing the public health crisis. The African descended population in the Caribbean has the highest incidence in the world of chronic diseases in the forms of hypertension and type 2 diabetes. This pandemic is a direct result of the nutritional experience, physical and emotional brutality, and overall stress profiles associated with slavery, genocide, and apartheid. Arresting this pandemic requires the injection of science, technology, and capital. And that's ongoing in the Caribbean with our own resources, but really the resources needed are beyond the capacity of the region. Number 6, we are calling for greater provisions for illiteracy, eradication, and quality education. The Caribbean has made great strides in illiteracy eradication, but structural inequalities inherited from colonialism, from the colonial period, creates a kind of inequality in the provision of the schools and colleges. And so we have to do an inventory of the needs, the educational needs in terms of schools and other institutions to enhance our own development. Number 7 is the development of an African knowledge program. This is on the basis that the forced separation of Africans from their homeland has resulted in cultural and social alienation from identity and existential belonging. A program of action is required to build bridges of belonging, to build knowledge networks that are necessary for community rehabilitation. Of course, we have unprecedented traveling back and forth from the continent. And we have people going back with their own resources and so on. But I think we need more injection of capital to be able to move students to see their homeland. And this can't be done with the resources we have. And in terms of the repatriation of people who are taken from their homeland, this is a crime to just move people and put them somewhere else. And so the descendants of those original people have a right to return. And when we talk about a right to return, we're not talking about deportation, leave them at the airport in Accra. No, we need resettlement and negotiation with African countries so that this can be done properly. Number 8 is psychological rehabilitation on the basis that for over 400 years, Africans and their descendants were classified in law as non-human, as chattel, as property and real estate. They were denied recognition as members of the human family by laws derived from the parliaments and palaces of Europe and subjected to the ideology of racism and denigrated all things African. This history has inflicted massive psychological trauma upon African descendant populations, and only a reparatory justice approach to truth and educational exposure can continue to help the process of healing and repair, because our nations, of course, are trying to attend to mental health. But again, if you give independence without reparation, then you are really putting nations in jeopardy as they try to actualize their independence. The 9th is technology transfer, which can be located within the right to development framework. In support of this point, Rohan Kariyawasam, in his contribution to the collection of essays on reparation, edited by Fren Brennan and John Packer, titled Colonialism, Slavery, Reparations and Trade, Remedying the Past, published in 2012, argues that while other strategies for remedying past atrocities might not work, and he feels the legal route is the most difficult one, the right to development framework, conceptualized by the Senegalese jurist Keba Mbaye in 1972 and reformulated into a declaration by the United Nations about 10 years later, would facilitate technology transfer and trade agreements. Finally, the Caribbean Repatriate Justice Program includes debt cancellation, which I heard somebody say at the UN this week when there was the dialogue on colonialism hosted by the President of the Human Rights Council. A debt cancellation and the return of the 20 million compensation money in today's value on the basis that the Caribbean governments that emerged from slavery and colonialism have inherited the massive crisis of community poverty and institutional unpreparedness for development. The pressure of development has driven governments to carry the burden of public employment and social policies designed to confront colonial legacies. As Amartya Sen argued in his 1990 book, Development as Freedom, overcoming these socioeconomic problems is a central part of the exercise of development. Support for the payment of domestic debt and cancellation of international debt are necessary repatriatory actions. Poverty is a consequence of colonialism and has always been tied to its discriminatory practices and legacies. And we're not talking about grants and loans. This is what Europeans are doing. Grants and loans, we're helping. No, it's a demand because it's a right that we have. Now, this particular right to development focus of CARICOM is not only captured in the works of scholars like Walter Rodney, Eric Williams, and others who established the roots of Caribbean underdevelopment, but also in the artistic expressions of our artists. In this verse from Slave Driver, the Honorable Robert Nesta Bob Marley wailed, "Every time I hear the crack of the whip, my blood runs cold. I remember on the slave ship how they brutalized the very souls. Today they say that we are free, only to be chained in poverty. Slave Driver, the table is turned." Or you can clap if you want. I should add here that the Center for Reparation Research, which I direct, was opened officially in 2017 with a keynote given by, of course, Ms. Nkrumah. At the UWI, is established at the UWI to support the research needs of the region, and especially of the CARICOM Reparation Commission. You can see Garvey, father of Marcus Garvey there, the Vice Chancellor, and our poet Muta Baruka right there. Now, let me go to the penultimate part of the presentation, public education to build awareness, which is critical. In order to build awareness of the justification for reparation and intensify the campaign for reparatory justice, public education is vital, especially as aspects of the colonial education system erase the trauma of slavery from the textbooks. We are beginning as revisionist scholars trained in the region or in other educational institutions abroad with anti-colonial scholars to use texts and testimonies to showcase the indecency of colonialism, the brutality of its implementers, and the agency of its victims, reinforcing the fact that African Caribbean people have always used protest to reject the raison d'etre for colonialism and use protest as a medium through which they express a demand for reparation. I just use two examples to demonstrate how African people protested and demanded justice. One is the 1831-32 Emancipation War led by now national hero Samuel Sharp, and the other is the 1865 Morant Bay War led by now national hero Paul Bogle, both in Jamaica. But these are only two of widespread regional and even hemispheric protests against the barbarity of colonialism, chief of which, of course, is the Haitian Revolution against French terrorism. Now, good record keeping by the British colonizers has enabled historians and other scholars using the British archives and other repositories at the British Library to get a sense of the causes and consequences of these two revolutionary struggles for freedom and justice. Now, taking the 1831-32 war, the recorded testimonies of the revolutionaries in this war were particularly useful. They facilitate a greater understanding of a number of historiographical problems and allow for certain tentative conclusions. For example, we know that this was not a buck up, as we say in Jamaica. The leaders had a clear revolutionary cause and they were sensible enough to plan it. They always want to project our ancestors as rabble-rousers. Now, William Bingham related that, and I quote from the testimonies, "The Baptists all believe that they are to be freed. They say the Lord and the King have given them free, but the white gentlemen in Jamaica keep it back. They said if they did not fight for freedom, they would never get it. I heard them all say this." The oath administered by Samuel Sharp and others bound those who took it to join in the resistance strategy, planned and obliged them, I quote, to rebel and not to flinch till they had succeeded in getting their freedom. Now, I know that the general narrative is that Sharp sat down and it was a peaceful attempt to negotiate freedom. I'm saying to myself, and after I've read these testimonies, I'm considering that, because he was an idiot. He was enslaved for some time. He saw the brutality. Why would he expect the British colonizers to, because you sit down and strike, to say, all right, you're free now. So I think it was a ploy, and that's why they had revolutionary plan from before. Protest. Our ancestors did this and left the example for us. This was no spontaneous uprising devoid of organization and planning. They were organized gangs with clear leadership and lines of command. In the testimonies, some of them admitted, I was in number 18, I was in number 16. They had their groups. The confession type narratives also reveal that the planning predated 1831. For example, Linton from his prison cell said this business has been providing for more than 2 or 3 years, even as far back as the Argyle War of 1824. Every year since, at Christmas or October, we were to begin, but were afraid to jump off until this year. We were very near beginning it either in last March or in last October. Samuel Cunningham, an enslaved Baptist deacon under sentence of death, told the Reverend John McIntyre, has heard of it for a long time, cannot say how long. Their testimonies from their prison cells reveal the difficulties faced by the revolutionaries and the brutality of the process of the struggle for success on the part of both revolutionaries and repressors. The suppression was cruel. According to historian Michael Creighton's account, of those executed, 28% were shot and 72% hanged. Others were transported, flogged, some getting 200 to 500 lashes, and or imprisoned. And I want to bring your attention. This is just a small example of the over 600 people who were brutalized, hanged, shot, imprisoned, flogged by the colonial forces. Next one. Now, Governor Belmore was quite aware that the punishments for these were out of proportion to the so-called crimes committed, but he defended the horrendous punishments like this. I regret to state that in suppressing this most calamitous rebellion, many slaves have perished in the field. And I'm only using slaves because it's a quote. I don't use that normally. Our ancestors were enslaved. Put the blame where it's supposed to go. Don't want to hear anybody saying slaves. I regret to state that in suppressing this most calamitous rebellion, many slaves have perished in the field and numbers have been executed after trial. But the audacity of the rebels was so great that striking examples were found indispensably necessary. What a wicked man. Sharp was among the last to be tried on 19th April 1832, to be exact, and executed later on the basis that he committed offenses against the Lord, the King, his crown, and dignity. And I say, what about Sharp's dignity? This is part of our protest. The death of the activists was not in vain. Their campaign resulted in emancipation. I reject the Wilberforce mania that comes this side. The campaign did not start here, and the boots on the ground in Africa and the Caribbean pushed emancipation. But emancipation did not end the colonial oppression, for rather than constructing a post-slavery society built on mutual respect, equality, and non-racialism, the British colonialists cemented their socioeconomic and political control over the Jamaican masses and presided over a system of racial apartheid. This led to increasing protests as those emerging out of slavery or their descendants refused to live in a society that simply continued the relations of production from the period of enslavement. Increasing lobbying, petitioning, and protests for civil rights and justice by the Black masses, including a march to seek audience with Governor Eyre in the capital Spanish town in August 1865, were met by silences, state terrorism, and an unrelenting system of white supremacy. It was no surprise that the continued social injustices caused the outbreak of a major war in October 1865, led by national hero Paul Bogle. The protest for redress for Bogle and over 400 Jamaicans, including the politician George William Gordon, continues. Reparation is protest for their punishment. From what historians like Hutton, Human, and Dick have managed to ascertain from the colonial records, over 400 were shot or hanged in the aftermath of the war. Many were flogged, women were raped or otherwise humiliated, for example, through the cutting of their hair. Houses were burnt and properties seized. A demographic survey of those murdered revealed that the majority of those punished were men. 386 compared to 10 females, including Rosa McBean and Amelia Stewart, who were shot, and Mary Ward, Letitia Gohagan, Marianne Francis, Ellen Dawkins, and Judy Edwards, who were hanged. And these hangings took place from the 11th of October to the 13th of November, every single day in Morant Bay. So to conclude, the route to racial justice, to true racial justice and equality for formerly and still colonized people in this century, lies in reparation and a rejection of the arguments about legality and a refutation of the too long ago in the past to have contemporary application narrative. In this reparation century, history has to be our ally, and we must use it as such, especially because historical wrongs, though long acknowledged, as Beckles has shown in his new book, How Britain Underdeveloped the Caribbean, remained unacknowledged. Now, Hilary Beckles reminds us that A. Creech Jones, MP, British Colonial Office Advisory Committee on Education, admitted on 5th April 1938, and I quote, that we carry a grave responsibility for a colonial policy based on cheap labor and cheap raw materials. The facts are out and we can no longer plead ignorance and indifference. Of course, there has been official irresponsibility and the dominance of narrow calculating colonial interests. We can point to years of criminal neglect when official ineptitude and sloth have permitted affairs to drift and the islands to sink into unpardonable misery. Now a point has been reached when action is desperately urgent and British concern must be paid in hard cash. 1939. The hopeless squalor of today is in a real way the measure of the shortcomings of our colonial policy and of our economic neglect. No wonder Sir Ellis Clark reminded Britain in 1964 of her responsibility. And administering power, he said, is not entitled to extract for centuries all that can be got out of a colony. And when that has been done, to relieve itself of its obligations, justice requires that reparation be made to the country that has suffered the ravages of colonialism. Colonialism is history in the West, said a South African writer to a reporter from the Washington Post. But in our countries, colonialism is now. It is indeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Shepard, for that really powerful talk and beginning for this panel. It's my incredible honor to introduce our next speaker, Judge Patrick Robinson. Judge Robinson is a barrister of law at Middle Temple. He holds a BA in English, Latin, and Economics from the University College of the West Indies, and an LLB with honors from London University, and an LLM from King's College in the areas of the law of the sea, the law of the air, treaties, and armed conflict. He also holds a certificate of international law from the Hague Academy of International Law. It sort of feels a little embarrassing to kind of, he's so incredibly important for all of these conversations we've been having, but I wanted to kind of read out to you all of the incredible work he's done for so long. Judge Robinson was a member of numerous international bodies, including a member of the International Court of Justice for the term commencing February 2015. As a member of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights from 1988 to 1995, and its chairman in 1991, he contributed to the development of a corpus of human rights laws for the Inter-American system. As a member of the International Law Commission from 91 to 96, he served on the working group that elaborated the draft statute for an international criminal court. Judge Robinson also served as a member of the Haiti Truth and Justice Commission, was a member of the International Bioethics Committee of UNESCO, and served as its vice chairman from 2002 to 2005. He represented Jamaica on several United Nations bodies, including the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law and the United Nations Commission on Transnational Corporations, serving as chairman of that commission's 12th session in '86. He represented Jamaica at all sessions of the Third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, and was accredited as an ambassador to that conference in 1982. Judge Robinson was elected a judge of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia in 1998 and served as the tribunal's president from 2008 to 2011. Judge Robinson has also served as an arbitrator in disputes under the International Convention for the Settlement of Investment Disputes. He's also the honorary president of the American Society of International Law. Judge Robinson convened a symposium on the lawfulness of the transatlantic chattel slavery in his capacity as honorary president of the American Society of International Law. The symposium was sponsored by the University of the West Indies, and having found that the transatlantic slave trade in enslaved Africans was unlawful, a second symposium is set to take place in January 2023 to determine the reparations that are due. Without further ado, welcome Judge Robinson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be in such a highly valued environment of learning and scholarship. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here. A significant feature of the welcome that we have received, fortuitous though it might have been, was the publication of the final report of the advisory group on legacies of enslavement last week. In that regard, I wish to thank the university for the report, and in particular, I want to thank Dr. Sabine Kadu and Dr. Nicholas Bell Romero for the primary historical research that they carried out. No, I'm not here to comment on the report, but I seek your indulgence to make a few brief comments before turning to the subject matter of my presentation. In his response to the report, the Vice Chancellor stated, "It is not in our gift to rewrite historic wrongs, but we can begin by acknowledging them." Ladies and gentlemen, there is a balm in the United Kingdom and in all the other former European slaveholding countries to right historic wrongs. This balm to repair the wounds of transatlantic chattel slavery, which I call after this TCS, is provided by international law by way of the requirement of reparations for wrongful conduct, which indeed is what TCS was. The report itself, in my view, mistakenly reflects the Vice Chancellor's outlook. On page 8, it states, and I quote, "It is essential to separate this historic assessment from any discussion of reparations, which are too easily reduced to the supposed settling of a debt financially," end of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, this separation is artificial. You cannot separate the inseparable. You will see from my presentation that the law inextricably connects the commission of a wrongful act by a state with that state's duty to make reparations. Moreover, the report identifies the investment of several colleges of Cambridge in the South Sea Company, an investment that was unlawful because the trade itself was unlawful. This very distinguished university should be inspired by its motto, Hinc lucem et pocula sacra, and adopt an enlightened approach that would see it moving beyond the mere acknowledgement of the wrongs to support reparations for those wrongs as required by the law. It is well known that in 1834, Britain awarded reparations in the sum of 20 million pounds, approximately 2.4 trillion pounds today, to the slave owners for the loss of their property, that is the enslaved, but did not give a penny to the enslaved. Ladies and gentlemen, this distinguished university should shine its powerful light on the wrongful conduct of TCS, leverage its well-known influence and goodwill, and seize the opportunity provided by the report to persuade the United Kingdom to right that wrong by paying reparations to the descendants of those who were enslaved. After all, none of the investments made by the colleges of Cambridge in the South Sea Company could have been effected in the absence of the legal framework provided by the British government for the practice of TCS. There are many references in the report to the work of Thomas Clarkson and others. The abolitionists. But let us be clear in our evaluation of this legacy. While it may be relevant for other purposes, work to abolish TCS does not relieve Great Britain or the United Kingdom of responsibility for the wrong of transatlantic chattel slavery. I turn now to the substance of my presentation, which is captioned, "What reparations for transatlantic chattel slavery should cover." To ascertain what reparations for TCS should cover, one must identify the wrongful acts of former European slaveholding states that give rise to the obligation to make full reparation for the injury they have caused. I cite here a very well-known case in international law, Factory at Chorzów, and that was decided by the Permanent Court of International Justice, the predecessor to the International Court of Justice, on which I serve. Now, TCS was carried out, as you know, in the Americas and the Caribbean for over 400 years. It was ruthlessly exploitative of enslaved West Africans, and was the economic crutch of European colonialism. Britain, the main operator in this business, because that is what it was a business, as well as other European states, were enriched by the free labor extracted from enslaved West Africans. And as I said previously, we know that on emancipation, those who were enslaved started their lives as free persons with very little or no help from their colonizers. I spoke of the 20 million pounds given to the plantation owners and not a penny to the enslaved. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a historical deficit that has never been corrected. And today, its consequences in the Americas and the Caribbean are plain to see. TCS was unlawful conduct, and for that reason, the international responsibility of the European states that carried it out is engaged. This breach calls for reparations under international law on the basis that the injury or harm for which reparation is to be paid is the consequence of the wrongful acts carried out during TCS or after its formal termination. The essence of transatlantic chattel slavery was chattelization, and it had 7 phases. Capture and sale in West Africa, the trek, which could last as long as 14 days, to the slave dungeons on the West African coast, internment in the dungeons, then the notorious Middle Passage, sale on the auction block in the Americas and the Caribbean, work on the plantations, and the concomitant trade in slaves that was key to every phase. Each of these phases was wrongful, unlawful conduct, and each of the first 6 phases, in particular the Middle Passage and work on the plantations, was characterized by brutal and horrific treatment of the enslaved. Reparations must cover the wrongful conduct carried out in each phase. The first form of reparations is restitution. That is, re-establishing the situation that would have existed if the wrongful act had not been committed. Now, this is not possible in the case of reparations for TCS. And because it is not possible, we must go to the next form of reparations, which is compensation. Now, heads of damages for compensation for transatlantic chattel slavery during the period it was carried out would look something like this. And I'm just going to enumerate the heads of damages that I have identified. First, loss of life. Second, loss of income or earnings. 3, personal injuries. 4, non-material damage. And under this head, I include total disregard for the humanity and dignity of West Africans, trampling over their identity, destruction of their culture, language, loss of personal autonomy, sexual violence against women and men, and self-hatred. The next head that I've identified is deprivation of liberty, deprivation of access to courts of justice for ill treatment at the hands of plantation owners. I can just pause here. Professor Shepard referred to the Morant Bay War of 1865, and I was privileged to give the commemorative lecture in 2015 to mark the 150th anniversary of that event. And one of the discoveries that I made is that the Black poor in the parish of St. Thomas, which was the center of this Great War, lived on what was called the backlands of the plantations. Now, those backlands, they claimed belonged to Queen Victoria, so they could live on it. But the plantation owners naturally claimed it as their land. So they took them to court for trespass. They were always in court for trespass. But when they went to court to have their case tried, guess who they found trying the case? Some of the very same plantation owners were the justices trying the case. A fundamental principle of British common law is you cannot be a judge in your own cause. That was totally infringed by the British in Jamaica in relation to the poor Black in St. Thomas. I think I mentioned deprivation of liberty, deprivation of access to courts for justice, for ill treatment at the hands of the plantation owners. That's where I stopped. Then sexual exploitation of women, destruction of family life, deprivation of access to health services, deprivation of access to housing, deprivation of access to education, and of course, deprivation of access to other services that were available to free white persons. And the list is not exhaustive. And then since the damage caused by transatlantic chattel slavery cannot be made good by restitution or by compensation, provision should be made for what is called satisfaction. Satisfaction is to be given in the form of an apology. The law identifies several modes of satisfaction, including regret or expressions of sorrow, which you've heard have been offered by members of the royal family. It also includes apology, and we say that apology is the appropriate form of satisfaction that is to be given. And the former European slaveholding states will also be required to return as unjust enrichment the sums earned through the practice of TCS. And for the benefit of the reader, I have included an annex to the paper which sets out in more detail some of the wrongful acts committed during TCS. Now, unsurprisingly, the discriminatory treatment that was the hallmark of chattelization during the period that it was carried out continued after what I call the formal termination of TCS. And today is a major part of the explanation of the depressing economic position of Black persons in countries where TCS was carried out. This causal link between racism after emancipation and TCS is widely accepted. It is, of course, not accepted by some. And I set out below an illustrative list of the heads of damages in respect of practices occurring after emancipation. In other words, up to today, I'm saying that we're experiencing the consequences of transatlantic chattel slavery. We start with loss of life, then personal injuries, then loss of income. Those who were free did not have the same access to jobs as white persons and suffered immensely from discrimination. 4, non-material damage, pretty much of the same kind that I'd mentioned before. Then discrimination in the justice system, discrimination by law enforcement officials, by the police. Practically every time a Black driver of a motor vehicle is stopped by the police in the United States of America, there is a chance that that person is going to suffer some injury, sometimes death. The Black person in the United States doesn't really know exactly what to do when they are stopped by the police. I have a son who lives in the United States, and he has 3 children and a wife. And I simply just pray that they are never stopped by the police, because you don't know what the outcome will be. And my feeling is that the police officers are still seeing Black persons in the free United States of America as chattels. They see them as things, although they are driving a motor vehicle. Deprivation of the right to vote, which for many years depended on ownership of land. Discriminatory treatment in relation to access to services for health, housing, education, and indeed to other services that are available to white persons. And then, of course, since the damage caused by TCS cannot be made good by restitution or by compensation, provision should be made for satisfaction to be given in the form of an apology. In the 2005 documentary, The Empire Pays Back, Dr. Robert Beckford, a lecturer in the School of Historical Studies in the University of Birmingham, proposed a method for calculating the minimum monetary sum owed to the descendants of the trade of Africans. He utilized the expertise of economic historian David Richardson, actuary Peter Tompkins, and lawyer Mick Anthony. His calculations were divided into 3 areas: unpaid labor, benefit of slavery to Britain's economy, and human cost or pain and suffering. This is the calculation that is set out in the documentary. Let us deal first with unpaid labor. Unpaid labor. Estimating that each enslaved African worked an average of 20 years in his or her life at an estimate of 10 pounds per year, an enslaved African in the Caribbean would earn 200 pounds for a lifetime. With the addition of compound interest over the period of enslavement up until now, the estimated earning of an enslaved African would be about £1 million. That estimated earning of £1 million, when multiplied by an estimated number of 3 million enslaved Africans who survived the Middle Passage, added to an estimated 1 million who were born into slavery or into enslavement, shows that Britain owed £4 trillion for labor alone. Second, benefit to the economy or unjust enrichment. The documentary states that Britain earned £5 million per year from sugar during the peak of the industry from the 17th century until the mid-18th century. And thus, over a century alone, Britain made £500 million, or 2.5 trillion in today's money. Third, calculation of human cost, pain and suffering. Using the estimate of £12,500 average compensation granted to a British citizen for bondage in prison and or wrongful imprisonment, multiplied by the average 20 years of labor for an enslaved African, the total cost for an individual African would be £250,000. And when this estimated £250,000 is multiplied by the estimated number of Africans who survived the Middle Passage, plus those who were born into slavery, the total cost for pain and suffering is estimated at 1 trillion. The total monetary reparation, according to the documentary, owed by Britain would be an estimated 7.5 trillion pounds. Now, it is noted that the documentary calculates the minimum monetary sum owed to the descendants of the trade of Africans. That is, it doesn't seek to set out all of what is owed. But without commenting on the documentary's methodology, that is to say, I'm not commenting on the calculations or the methodology that was used for it. I want to make the point that the calculations may underestimate the reparations that are due for the following reasons. First, admittedly, there is some overlapping between the documentary's more general and my paper's more granular approach, my heads of damages approach, to identifying the injury caused by TCS. But even so, one has to observe that the calculations are confined to 3 areas: unpaid labor, unjust enrichment, and human cost, pain, and suffering, in contrast to the 12 heads of damages that I have identified for the period during transatlantic chattel slavery, and 8 heads identified for the period after the formal termination of TCS. The second reason why it may underestimate the reparations due is that the calculations have not included the first 4 phases of chattelization before the West Africans started work on the plantations. Those first phases are capture and sale in West Africa, the trek to the dungeons on the West African coast, and detention in those dungeons, the Middle Passage, and sale on the auction block in the Americas and the Caribbean. And most importantly, third, the calculations do not seek to address the reparations due for wrongful conduct after the formal termination of TCS. That omission, of course, would impact on post-emancipation racism in the USA, the Caribbean, Brazil, and other Latin American countries. Now, my more detailed heads of damages approach doesn't necessarily mean that I'm opposed to a more general approach. For example, reparations in the form of a global sum. But we must remember that international law requires that reparations must be full. It must respond to the unlawful act of TCS and should therefore reflect the totality of the reality of the injury and harm caused by TCS to the enslaved and their descendants. What I mean is that the reparatory sum cannot simply be plucked from thin air. Consequently, victim states and others negotiating a reparations agreement with European states must have a clear picture of the several aspects of the wrongful conduct to be covered by reparations. And this, even if reparation is to be in the form of a global sum. Now, recently, in May 2021, Germany and Namibia adopted a declaration whereby Germany agreed to pay Namibia 1.1 billion euros in respect of what Germany acknowledged was the Herero-Nama genocide at the start of the 20th century. Yesterday, it was referred to by Professor Sands. Several thousand members of the two tribes were shot, tortured, or driven into the desert to starve to death by German troops because they opposed German colonialism, 1904 to 1908. But the declaration does not describe the funds provided as reparations or compensation. Why? There's a reluctance to concede that they are paying reparations for wrongful conduct. And the funds will be used for existing aid programs over a period of 30 years, including land reform and infrastructure. Now, Article 31, Paragraph 1 of the International Law Commission's Articles on State Responsibility states that the responsible state is under an obligation to make full reparation for the injury caused by the internationally wrongful act. This reflects what we call customary international law. And note how it is formulated. It is formulated by imposing an obligation on the state that has carried out the wrongful act to make reparation. And the commentary explains that this obligation of the responsible state, and here I quote, arises automatically upon the commission of an international wrongful act and is not as such contingent upon a demand or protest by any state. I therefore find it odd that Germany's acknowledgement of what, in its own view, would today be the commission of the internationally wrongful act of genocide is not treated by the declaration as giving rise to reparations. And I come to this conclusion because the acts of shooting, of hanging, burning, starving, experimenting on, enslaving, working to death, abusing, raping and dispossessing several thousand members of the two tribes, which Germany concedes that it carried out, and you can see this in paragraph 8 of the declaration, would have constituted wrongful acts in 1904. Never mind that genocide didn't exist at that time. Nonetheless, it is settled that in contradiction to a norm of Yuskogens, states can by agreement derogate from a rule of customary international law. And this is what Germany and Namibia appear to have done. In my view, this outcome is regrettable. So I finish by identifying transactions that, in my view, do not constitute reparations for transatlantic chattel slavery. Victim states of TCS and others should be wary of entering into a so-called reparation agreement whereby a former European slaveholding state provides funds in respect of TCS, but for certain investment and development purposes for a particular period of time in the state that has been subjected to TCS. An agreement of this kind is in fact really an investment treaty masquerading as a reparations treaty. But, you know, the economic conditions, economic need of many developing countries may drive them to accepting an agreement of that kind. But what I find particularly odious about an agreement of that kind is that it would wrongly ascribe to the former slaveholding European state a role in determining how the so-called reparatory funds should be used. The use to which reparatory funds are put is entirely a matter for the sovereign and unilateral decision of the particular state that endured the ills of TCS. It's rather like a judgment debtor paying off a debt to a judgment creditor and then telling the judgment creditor how he is to spend the funds which the court has obliged him to pay. I can perhaps explain that to the non-lawyers in a little more detail. How many of you are familiar with the term judgment debtor and judgment creditor? Well, those of you who are lawyers would be familiar with it. So let us say you have an altercation with somebody, the person injures you. You are the injured person. You sue that person, you go to the court awards damages of £100. You are the judgment creditor. The person who injured you is the judgment debtor. He pays the £100, but according to this form of a reparations agreement, he is given a role in telling you how you are to use the £100. I mean, it's ludicrous in my view, you know. And I guard against that. Secondly, I say that if former European slaveholding states provide development aid, and this happens all the time, to developing countries that had been subjected to TCS. Without concluding an agreement with those countries, we have to be careful how you accept that aid. In my view, you should accept it on the condition that it is without prejudice to a claim for reparations for transatlantic chattel slavery. Because that is not the reparations that we are seeking. That is what they want to pay us as reparations, but it is not reparations. They should sit down and work out with us the reparations that are due to us in accordance with international law. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge Robinson. So our next speaker is Carrie Benton, and I just wanted to make sure if she was online. There you are. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Can you hear us all right?
I can hear you quite fine.
Wonderful. So I'm just going to introduce you and then turn it over to you. Carrie Benton is Associate Professor of Afro-Caribbean History at the University of Arkansas and is jointly appointed in History and African American Studies. She received her MA in Development Studies from the University of Ghana and completed her PhD from Vanderbilt. Her research focuses on movements around abolition, emancipation, colonization, as well as ideas of citizenship, Blackness, and nationhood in the 19th century. It's been supported by numerous awards and fellowships, and she's also a convener of the Sawyer Seminar, The Age of Emancipation, Black Freedom in the Atlantic World. Her latest book is titled More Auspicious Shores, Barbadian Migration to Liberia, Blackness, and the Making of the Liberian Republic, 1865 to 1912, published from Cambridge University Press in 2019. We're incredibly happy to have you with us and that everything is working. And I'm going to turn it over to you, Carrie.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be joining you all today and to be a part of this necessary conversation. I'd like to just think a little bit alongside you all today, in relation to my work on Liberia and Liberian colonization and what it means for ideas of reparations then and now. So far from being new, the idea of repairing harm or harm reduction long circulated in debates before the Civil War in the United States. Indeed, much of its existence, the Liberian colonization narrative has been framed through debt and the juxtaposition of bodies of scholarship around Liberian colonization and reparation rhetoric shows a strange convergence of these through the theme of repair. The thematic and analytical overlaps between Liberian colonization and modern reparations movements are indeed appropriate for understanding the opportunities and challenges in the modern movement. And it can help to expose how post-emancipation Black mobility and freedom sits in an uneasy tension in reparation conversation that is visible through the evolution of questionable efforts designed towards Black reparatory justice. Now, the formal institutionalization of Liberian colonization in 1816, as we know, represented a compromise between slaveholders' fear that the presence of free Blacks would make slavery unprofitable, and abolitionist concerns about the moral problems of slavery, and anti-slavery activists' political and social rejection of a multiracial society. And so for some abolitionists in particular, deporting freed Black Americans to Liberia to suppress the slave trade through colonization would for them reverse or close the moral deficit created by the Atlantic system that was wrought by the slave trade. And as Robert Finley of Baskin Ridge, New Jersey, one of the founding fathers of the American Colonization Society, pointed out, quote, "Our forefathers brought the Negroes to American soil, and we are bound, if possible, to repair the injuries inflicted on Africa." Africa, according to Finley, was a grieving mother who would forget her sorrows and bless the hands of her benefactors for returning her kidnapped children. Americans owed a moral debt which they could repay by transporting thousands of African progeny. Now, as colonizationist ideas grew, universities and colleges validated its practice as a legitimate form of social engineering. Scholars such as Craig Wilder and Sarah Schutz has pointed out how trustees, presidents, faculty, and students of major colonial colleges participated in this enthusiasm for colonization, believing that it would be a right and agreeable thing to do that would serve God's design. By the 1830s, colonizationists were active on approximately 3/5 of 60 colleges in the Free States. For instance, Columbia and its affiliates significantly promoted African colonization by providing financial support to colonization organization, educating free Blacks in preparation for immigration, and promoting the movement as a solution to, quote, "the unconquerable prejudices of whites." Attorney James S. Green, who was the son of Princeton's president Asheville Green, explained it as such, quote, "Slavery was a moral debt and colonization was a sinking fund by the gradual operation of which this debt will be ultimately charged." Now, the United States skillfully avoided responsibility by declining to act upon requests from the American Colonization Society to make Liberia an American colony or to establish a formal protectorate over Liberia. Many others, however, in the 19th century joined in the chorus of colonization ideology. Some, such as Horace Greeley, suggested that Black people needed to prove themselves outside of the nation before they could aim to seek citizenship rights in the United States. And at one anniversary celebration of the American Colonization Society, Reverend Thomas Pern referenced a speech entitled "The Future of the African Race" that had been delivered in recent months by Wendell Phillips, an abolitionist crusader from Boston, whose speech had invigorated the anti-slavery cause in the years leading up to the American Civil War, and in many ways echoed the views outlined by the American Colonization Society. And he noted that whatever the race may have been at an early period, they have not in modern times lifted themselves into the greatness and renown by any grand heroic achievement, that it is vain for them to claim equal consideration with others until they prove themselves to deserve it by doing something which shall lift them to a level with the highest and the greatest. Liberia became the place for Black people to prove themselves to whites by achieving something in the arts, the science, a discovery, or commerce, or government, which would make the race historic and to give it immortality. And so Liberia served, I believe, that at a distance in this new theater of freedom, Black people could become, quote, "a free, happy, prosperous people in a climate natural to them, where they can walk erect among equals and say of that soil and of the improvements and of the government, these are our own." Now, Black migrant achievements, rather than being entirely self-generated from this perspective, came to be considered as a kind of constructed artifact of colonizationist imagination that would serve to remedy the wrongs of slavery. And in a way then, as their actions form a spectacle to be consumed, the Liberian nation became a prop for Black people to demonstrate their attainment of certain milestones. So within which framework does these kinds of, those colonized spaces such as Liberia fall in the reparation conversation, given that many of the colonizationist efforts were framed under the idea of moral debt? Was this kind of compensation given only as a matter of grace, not as a right, as a gift, as a remedy, given that it was not an American state or federal body, right? Where does this fall, right? And Black people then would, question to what extent this kind of Liberian colonization would be even suitable for the United States to make its victims whole after the violation of its own principles and human rights. Black Philadelphians, in a response to the formation of the American Colonization Society, would say this, quote, "Whereas our ancestors not of choice were the first successful cultivators of the wilds of America, we, their descendants, feel ourselves entitled to participate in the blessings of her luxuriant soil, which their blood and sweat manured, and that any measures or system of measures having a tendency to banish us from her bosom would not only be cruel, but in direct violation of those principles which has been the boast of this republic." Bishop Richard Allen, who had created the African Methodist Episcopal Church, would also respond to these efforts at remedy. He said, "I have no doubt that there are many good men who do not see as I do and who are for sending us to Liberia, but they have not duly considered the subject. They are not men of color. This land which we have watered with our tears and our blood is now our mother country, and we are well satisfied to stay where wisdom abounds and the gospel is free." This sentiment was echoed by David Walker in his notorious pamphlet, and he noted that, "Let no man of us budge one step, and let slaveholders come to beat us from our country. America is more our country than it is the whites. We have enriched it with our blood and tears. The greatest riches in all America have arisen from our blood and tears. And will they drive us from our property and homes, which we have earned with our blood?" So that blood and tears rhetoric has always been striking to me. Now, elsewhere, the experiences of emancipation became another challenge that would be taken up under the auspices of Liberian colonization. Unlike the circumstances surrounding African Americans who were colonized to Liberia, Afro-Barbadians, as I argue in my larger work, More Auspicious Shores, Barbadian Migration to Liberia, Blackness and the Making of an African Republic, they were enticed to Liberia to close the gap between their expectations of what the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 portended and what became their lived experiences of emancipation. In the 1840s, Anthony Barclay, having suffered years of failure in advocating for post-slavery reforms in Barbados, would do a number of different petitions to the British before he even considered leaving. He had hoped to convince the British monarchy that he and members of his class were loyal subjects who were fit for and deserving of their rights. And in the midst of increasing white backlash against post-emancipation reforms, an anonymous writer working under the pen name Africanus wrote to the editor of The Liberal, a local newspaper, to suggest that Afro-Barbadians should broaden their horizons. The mysterious Africanus might have even outed himself as Barclay himself when he posed this question, quote, "If political equality is denied to us in the land which gave us birth by those in whom rests the power to bestow it, how are we to obtain it? On the one hand, Africanus suggested that Afro-Barbadians fight their way, quote, as the bravest spirits among us are doing, bringing all our moral energies to this good work. But in another breath, he suggested and even demanded that they seek a quote, on other and more auspicious shores, leaving behind the land of our birth, that land which is dear to our hearts, to be tilled by the tyrants who claim it as their own." The Barbadians, in writing to the American Colonization Society, explained that they desired to emigrate to Liberia for two specific reasons. One, being the improvement of their condition by diligent labor, and two, the noble desire of assisting to elevate their fatherland or building up a nationality without which they consider their race can never attain the proper position in the family of nations. Now, as Afrikaners refrain of finding more auspicious shores animated Barbadians post-slavery life, it increasingly functioned to reset the limits of British imagination and the horizon that had been placed on freedom in the minds of Berkeley and other like-minded Barbadians. In an effort to fulfill their post-emancipation desires of acquiring land, but also experiencing freedom on their terms, as well as citizenship and participating in a Black nation building project, the colonizing sentiments of the American colonization society centered on remedying an evil of slavery became the means of closing the gap created by the Abolition Act and the experiences of emancipation in the Caribbean. Years later, some in recognition that the spirit of race consciousness had grown within the post-war era and had sought to increase nationalistic feelings worldwide, notice that it was their most earnest desire to reach a just, fair, and amicable final settlement to this long-standing question, and they would exploit this race consciousness as a cover to avoid payment of any kinds of debt. In 1939, the Mississippi State Senate voted to deport its Black residents, the majority of its total population, not just out of Mississippi, but out of the country. The Senate voted to ask the federal government to trade some of its World War I debts owed by European countries to acquire by treaty negotiation or otherwise from our late war allies sufficient territory on the continent of Africa to make a suitable, proper, and final home for the American Negro, where under the tutelage of the American government, he can develop for himself a great republic to become in time a free and sovereign state and to take its place at the council board of the nations of the world. Torrey McCallum made it clear that, quote, the spirit of race consciousness that he cared about belonged to white people. And his goal, he wrote, was that, quote, our country may become one in blood as it is in spirit, and that the dream of our forefathers may be realized in the final colonization of the American Negro to his native soil. This time around, opposition to the proposal in the all-white Mississippi legislature came from plantation owners who feared losing their cheap labor force. The proposal, as in prior eras, found Black supporters among separatists who preferred to move to Africa over experiencing the violence and abuse of Jim Crow Mississippi. It particularly attracted Marcus Garvey, the leading Black nationalist voice at the time, who had founded the UNIA and had developed a plan to repatriate Black people to Liberia. Mississippi segregationists regularly corresponded with representatives from the UNIA and received petitions signed by African Americans in favor of the bill. Headlines of the Negro World, Garvey's newspaper, would read, "Hurrah for Senator McCallum. Work of the Universal Negro Improvement Association bearing fruit." Garvey would give a speech at Liberty Hall in New York endorsing McCallum's plan, noting that the Negro should not delude himself by the belief that the future will mean happiness and contentment for him in this country, since it is undoubted spirit and intention of the white man that this shall be in truth the white man's country. The Broad Axe, a Black Chicago newspaper, would respond that after generation of rape of enslaved women by white men, the intervening shades are so numerous and varied, it may be a question to determine who would be the kinds of colored person to be colonized. Of course, such things don't bother McCallum. We see that representative in Mississippi would colonize the American Negro in Africa, wrote the Southern Indicator of Columbia. Poor fools. The Greater Liberia Act, just like the earlier Liberia colonization efforts, provided the opportunity for African Americans to move in an attempt to escape racial intolerance in the United States. Seemingly it did that. In reality, however, it was designed to remove all African Americans from the United States with the end goal of creating a white country. And given this, many in recent times would question white racist support for Black autonomy abroad, and question whether this is even a system of remedial justice. And even as new plans for and calls for reparation, where do we situate these earlier efforts in the reparation debate? Does calls for these kinds of reparation undermine the kinds of self-determination that was seen by people like Garvey and others as critical to Black freedom and a protection of individual rights and ultimately necessary for Black survival? No, interestingly, as debt defined Liberia's founding, it also became one of the nation's primary economic struggle and would represent the ways that baggage of prior reparatory efforts would be dragged forward into the future. In 1871, in an effort to secure funds for his project, Liberian President E.J. Roy sailed to London where he hoped to negotiate bank loans. This proved ruinous. The terms of the loans were severe, among other things, carrying interest rates in excess of 7%, and Roy hastily agreed to these terms. And even after his death, the loan from Britain would continue to haunt Liberians. In their efforts to meet payments on the loan, the country was plunged further and further into debt and into greater economic dependency, pushing the country into a cycle of debt. The loan sabotaged Liberia's efforts to negotiate other financial support and to attract needed investments. In 1874, interest on the 3-year loan would become due, and as the country bargained with its creditors over the legality of the loan, its credit status continued to deteriorate, and with no legal or economic loopholes to escape this commitment, Liberia would lose credibility in its diplomatic and economic negotiations, a move that furthered the stereotype that Black people could not govern themselves, that had been the goal of colonizationists hoping to repair debt. At the beginning of his term, Arthur Barclay, who had immigrated from Barbados and would become president of Liberia, would also face these challenges that Roy had faced as well. Challenges of economic depression driven by overwhelming debt obligations and an empty treasury. And with the country almost bankrupt, Liberia's sovereignty hung in the balance with its independence tied to European financial institutions. In 1898, in his capacity of Secretary of the Treasury, Barclay had finally succeeded in reaching a settlement with British creditors, adjusting the principal on the loan contracted during Roy's presidency that had been in default for 20 years. But there were deeper implications of this kind of economic dependence. Impatient for expansion, European nations were looking for any pretext to annex and colonize portions of the Republic, which left Liberian vulnerable. Negotiations for trade, loan, or investment could only be made if Liberia offered concessions in exchange for protections from European colonialism, a move that created a cycle of debt and dependency. And given these experiences, the claim for remedy, though remedy through Liberian colonization, though sublimated, would nonetheless be reproduced in these kinds of situations. Now, African Americans and West Indians ended up in Liberia by way of the American Colonization Society. And in recent reparation conversation, there has been a visible separation of these geographies and epistemologies that connected Black life in this period. Black geographies that center the slave plantation in the West Indies, and in the West in general, apart from Liberian colonization, intersect and divide reparation conversations. Black geographies, which are epistemological frameworks that attend to the ideological and philosophical ideas of Black movements, are therefore in contentions in reparation debates. Jemima Peer, in her work, The Predicament of Blackness, notes where this, the implications of this, and highlighting that from the late 1950s, social movements and anti-racist efforts led to various measures of domestic redress for racial terror in the United States, such as the end of legal segregation and the institutionalization of Black studies, in predominantly white colleges and universities, and that while such domestic racial reforms were real, their incorporation within a liberal paradigm of race and US nation building actually marked a defeat of more radical aspirations. The ironic result was the reinforcement of the underlying system of racialized structural inequality, and significantly, this domestic turn dependent on a Black cultural nationalism prominently based on the notions of African cultural origins, and with it, a necessary relegation of Africa to a past history and attendant exclusion, however unwitting, from modern conceptions of Blackness. And this turn to domestic concerns on both sides of the Atlantic therefore meant first a reconceptualization of understandings of race from its global and interconnected structural dimensions to more local concerns with national integration. And it necessitated as well the end of the recognition of the covality of Africa and the diaspora. But we could argue that this was already in the making with the question of the radical Black left, Jemima Pierre argues, and the sedimentation of Cold War politics and the hegemonic rise of new liberalism. Even more present in our current times, movements such as ADOS, American Descendants of Slaves, and FBA, Foundational Black Americans, have also emerged, and both ADOS and FBA seek to highlight the significance of America's national character to African-American identity and insisting on a separation between different groups of Black people and their efforts to make reparation claims. ADOS argues that the rooting of Afro-Americans' unique lineage in America as opposed to Africa is central to their claim of or to their continuing struggle for social and economic justice in the United States. As I'm wrapping up here, one of the final issue around reparation as it existed then and now, scholars like MP Afkan in his article, American Liberian Rule over African Peoples of Liberia, has argued using the electrifying terminology of Black imperialism to denounce Black pioneering settlers in Liberia. And he essentially argued that in the theater of reparations and in conflict and repair, Black people from the USA and the Caribbean who were colonized to Liberia and native ethnic groups stood contentiously alongside and perhaps against each other, and that racial positioning was not simply a Black and white matter. In the same way that TMLs have inquired about the Black settler on indigenous lands in the West, what do we do with the Liberian Black settler? Or rather, what do we do with the more than 16,000 African-American and Caribbean peoples who were colonized to Liberia, where they violated and often usurped indigenous African rights and their lands in the 19th century? And this complex social hierarchy mediated among other things by the plantation geography, by mobility, by Christianity, and a bunch of material support and a number of other things, I think, figure into this debate as well. And even more germane to this point, Arthur Barclay, the Barbadian migrant who became president while serving on the legal staff of Firestone, the company in Liberia, would have to go into inquire about the existence of slavery and forced labor in the Republic, and the charge that Liberians, particularly the ruling class, would come up from among migrants, were sending laborers into slavery in St. Helena. So what are the implications of this complicated history in current reparations debate? And even more so given the hegemony of European and global North knowledge creation, would this earlier act of supposed reparations or the paying of moral debt or supplant or augment more contemporary efforts? And we find that in new and interesting ways, Black movements have taken hold of this reparation conversations as centered around moral debt and have restaged them in new and interesting ways. And I find that the kinds of strategic essentialism that was previously created and co-opted by the earlier movements to repair debt now might undermine, as I pointed out in the case of ADOS and FBA, the reparation movements, right? And so I will just end there, and I'll answer questions if there are any later on.
Thank you so much, Carrie. I think we're going to do is have the Q&A after Robin. So please stay put. It's my pleasure to introduce our last but not least speaker, Robin Ruth Simmons, who's the founder and executive director of First Repair, a nonprofit organization that informs local reparations nationally. She serves as the chairperson of the City of Evanston's Reparations Committee. Evanston is in Illinois in the United States, and is the former 5th Ward Alderman for the City of Evanston, where she led, in collaboration with others, the passage of the nation's first municipally funded reparations legislation for Black residents, and it began disbursements in January of 2022. She laid the foundation for her life's work in 1998 when she became a residential real estate broker. Troubled by the wealth disparities and concentrated poverty she witnessed locally and saw in other urban communities, she wanted to help young adults begin to build wealth through home ownership. She launched and operated multiple businesses, including a bookstore in her ward that's offered free after-school programming, and a construction company in Evanston that employed Black tradespeople, developing dozens of affordable houses funded by the Illinois Neighborhood Stabilization Program. More recently, Rue was director of innovation and outreach for Sunshine Enterprises, which has supported over 1,000 entrepreneurs, virtually all African-American and 3/4 women, in launching or growing their businesses. Rue Simmons served as alderman from 2017 to 2021, and she served on multiple committees and chaired several. During her tenure, she prioritized improving the lived experiences of and expanding opportunities for Black residents in Evanston, most notably through her work on reparations. The local reparations initiative is being funded by the first 10 million of adult use cannabis sales for tax revenue collected by the city, and the first stage of the program is focused on home ownership. She's a commissioner of the National African American Reparations Commission, a board member of Evanston's Connections for the Homeless, and previously served as a board member for the National League of Cities National Black Caucus of local elected leaders, and the president of the Evanston Black Business Alliance. We're really pleased to have you, Robin. Welcome.
So that bio is way too long. Much of my presentation is in there. Good afternoon. It is truly my honor to be here with you today. I come as a practitioner, but also as a student of the ancestors that have carried us to this moment of reparations momentum, as well as a student of Sir Hilary Beckles, Professor Holt, and Cam Howard, not in the classroom, but in spirit, and all of you that contribute to the movement for Black reparations. Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Sabine and your entire team for this incredible convening. And thank you to the University of Cambridge for taking a step towards repair. I bring you greetings from Evanston, Illinois, First Repair, the National African American Reparations Commission, and Reparations United, where its founder, Cam Howard, will present later. I was born and raised in a beautiful Chicago suburb. It's known for its lakefront mansions and its mature trees, Northwestern University, and it's celebrated for its ethnic and racial diversity. But I didn't have access to that award-winning city. The Black experience in Evanston was and is very different than the average white experience in Evanston. And although today I am incredibly proud of our city for taking a historic step in dispersing the nation's first tax-funded reparation initiative for Black residents, We suffer from the same racial gaps as every other community in the nation. For 20 years, I worked wholeheartedly towards Black empowerment and liberation through business and public service. And during my time as a city councilwoman, I had an awakening. We cannot outwork anti-Black racism in a global 400+ year system, inclusive of all sectors and industries, and that I was responsible to serve my village, the west end of the 5th Ward, with all the authority that I had as a city councilwoman in my city. I decided that I would not wait for a federal reparations policy, and I would not stop at a local policy, but I would join the movement for reparations at every level of government and from every institutional accomplice responsible for the transatlantic slave trade and all of its legacies. In 2019, my research began. My personal reparations journey has taken me around the world, searching for understanding and best practices that I might apply in our hyper-local practice. Now our practice takes me near and far, sharing the outcomes of our city, what we've implemented, funding and disbursement, and the early feedback from our recipients. At First Repair, our practice is informed by hundreds of Black community engagement hours nationwide, dozens of Q&A sessions with organizations and foundations, as well as colleges and universities, as well as very important convenings like the local reparations convening in Evanston, Illinois, hosted by First Repair and NARC, as well as a recent Accra, Ghana convening hosted by the Global Circle for Reparations and Healing, co-chaired by Cam Howard, and this powerful convening of scholars, activists, and practitioners. We embrace, in COBRA's definition of reparations, the process of repairing, healing, and restoring a people who were injured due to their group identity in violation of their fundamental human rights by a government, corporation, institution, or individual. And as mentioned earlier, we support a comprehensive approach to reparations by international law standard, including the 5 components: cessation, restitution, compensation, satisfaction, and rehabilitation. Our goals for reparations are not just from the government, but institutions, foundations, and corporations. Although our practice is very hyper-local, focused on local and more specifically, municipal reparations. Localities are beginning to look at specific harms using a legal framework that narrowly tailors remedy in direct correlation to the harm for a viable and funded legislation. Amherst, Massachusetts has passed a reparations initiative focused on racial covenants. Tulsa, Oklahoma, appropriately is focused on the race massacre of 1921. And our city, Evanston's first harm is anti-Black zoning laws and housing practices that were enforced from 1919 to 1969 after federal fair housing laws were passed. It is important to note that all local initiatives hold the passing of HR 40, the federal bill to study and develop remedy proposals for slavery reparations, as our collective goal. As Sir Hilary Beckles states, slavery is over, but we are now in the jet streams of the consequences, and reparations is due for it all. Although redlining, and this is a map of historic redlining map, although redlining was outlawed decades ago, the historic map is consistent with our racial segregation today. And so the red area is the community in which I was born and raised. It's my village. That community has lesser livability, far fewer neighborhood amenities, far fewer environmental assets, a deteriorating built environment, We are the only community without a neighborhood school. That will soon change due to a victory led by stakeholders in our community. No walkable access to healthy food, 13 years less life expectancy difference, a $50,000 gap in household income between Blacks and white. And our city is an inclusive and progressive city in America. In speaking with hundreds of stakeholders nationwide, the feedback for rapport in every city has been the same. Black communities want full repair. The demand is for a portfolio of remedies and as much media attention is given to cash-only reparation activists. That has not been the consensus in any city from my experience. The overwhelming response for all forms repair is what we hear from the Black community. Black communities through oral and documented history can precisely articulate harm and precisely prescribe remedy. This word cloud is actual feedback from recommendations from Black residents in Evanston, and it's been consistent in cities across the United States. And although I made the introduction and led the passing of reparations in Evanston in 2019, our history really was established in 2002. So in 2002, Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste, he was then a city councilman, he returned from the World Conference Against Racism in Durban and introduced and led the passing of a slavery reparations resolution, which supported HR 40. He and many other local leaders returned from Durban and began to recommend and pass slavery disclosure ordinance, as well as these local reparation ordinances. And I believe Chicago, Illinois was among the first to pass a slavery disclosure ordinance. In 2018, our city implemented the Equity and Empowerment Commission. It's a mayoral appointed board that is tasked with addressing racial equity among other equity matters. And that gave me a working group, a staffed group that could begin the complex process of reparations. And throughout that year, a legislative process continued. In June of 2019, it's important to note the state of Illinois passed a recreational cannabis law that allowed us an opportunity for funding, is where we landed. And then in November of 2019, we passed the historic Resolution 126R19. It established the Reparations Committee, committed the first $10 million of recreational cannabis sales tax to fund the work, and prioritized our remedies based on Black community feedback, and that is housing, economic development, and educational initiatives. In 2020, the committee work continued and more milestones were reached, including the 2021 passing of our first remedy, a $25,000 direct benefit to build wealth through home equity. We established eligibility with two categories for this initial remedy: ancestors, being Black residents that were directly harmed, lived in Evanston between 1919 and 1969, and descendants are direct descendants of the qualifying ancestors. There was a heavy lift on our staff and really the administration of this program. And I really want to lift up our staff, and more specifically our public library, our partnering local museums that made qualification very easy. Our residents were able to go into the public library where there is a volume of all phone books, yearbooks, obituaries. These were ways that residents were able to qualify for their reparations. And in early 2022, we began our selection process, selecting our first 16 recipients, and we have dispersed our first 16 recipients. Since then, we have passed the allocation to disperse the remaining ancestors. We have made reparations attainable, but the most satisfying victory for me was the feedback from our recipients. Our recipients are feeling proud and heard and hopeful. They accept the acknowledgement and the effort as a sign of improving life circumstances for their children and their grandchildren. Their families can measure the repair through increased wealth. Our Black community is beginning to feel more of a sense of place and ownership. More stakeholders and leaders are being appointed, hired, and elected citywide, and we are attracting more Black families and supportive and influential allies to our city because of our commitment. Our corporation council, our school superintendent, our community foundation president, each mentioned the commitment to reparations in our city as their reason or a reason for bringing their talents to our city among many other families and employees. This commitment has been good for our city overall, and it has taken participation from the entire community. There is a long list of partners and collaborators in advancing the effort. Our work was undoubtedly accelerated by Dino Robinson at Shorefront Legacy Center, which is a Black History museum, did the early research, strengthened by Reverend Dr. Michael Neighbors, who is the president of our local branch of the NAACP, as well as a pastor of a historic Black church, amplified by leaders, ally leaders like Councilwoman Ann Rainey and Nina Caven and many others, and expanded by the Evanston Community Foundation and our interfaith community. It's also important to note that public education was really key in advancing and building consensus on advancing this work. And our partners there were NARC, the National African American Reparations Commission, and NCOBRA under the leadership of Cam Howard. Our commitment in Evanston has inspired a national movement for local reparations. Over 100 localities have launched similar efforts inspired by our hyperlocal goal. There are over 400 instances now of local reparations generally, with 85% of them being satisfaction. For example, the recent passing of Juneteenth as a holiday. Yesterday, I hosted virtually, of course, our monthly local reparations strategy session, a national coalition that meets monthly, that is advancing initiatives in their communities. We share best practices and advance our local efforts. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, the lead co-sponsor of HR 40, was our guest last night. And as usual, she praised the local leaders for their part in advancing the federal reparations conversation. Before the pivotal 2019 Juneteenth HR 40 hearing, including testimony by Ta-Nehisi Coates and the passing of Evanston's local reparations policy, HR 40 had 35 co-sponsors. By the end of 2020, HR 40 had 173 co-sponsors. And today they are 196 co-sponsors and a total of 217 confirmed yes votes in the House. Last year, the bill passed the Judiciary Committee for the first time since its introduction in 1989. And Cam Howard gave testimony at that hearing. History proves that local actions drive federal change. Our local efforts in Evanston and our work at First Repair has been covered extensively by national and international news, and we receive requests daily to advance and support new local initiatives. The cause I enjoy most are the elders that lived in Jim Crow era, that call just to say thank you. I had a call last week from an elder, and she called to say thank you, and that she never thought she would see the reparations conversation advancing, and that she wished she could bake a sweet potato pie for everybody in Evanston. Now, that's not the tangible we're looking for, but it is and should be considered an indicator to move beyond apology and ceremony and into the practice of reparations. Like all other transformational federal policy, it starts with one bold leader, community stakeholders, municipal action, a state law. Reparations is the same. Synchronizing our efforts will lead us to global repair. Thank you. I do have a video that I want to play. It's about 2 minutes, and thank you. And it is a trailer for a documentary that premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival this June. And it is produced and directed by Erica Alexander. If any of you remember Living Single, she was Maxine. So she was in the process of a reparations documentary and heard about what was happening in Evanston and pivoted to including Evanston. I'll be quiet.
It should be cash payment. I think what they're offering us is an insult.
How do you determine who's supposed to get it?
Yeah, I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago is a good idea.
HR 40 is we're pushing very hard. There's been a lot of debate and discussion about the bill.
This is a proposal for reparations for the institution of slavery.
Yes.
The institution of slavery has never gone away. Convict leasing, the oppression of voting, poll taxes, and racist GI bills. HR 40 is in fact the response of the United States of America long overdue.
I get this call from a dear friend. He said, man, you know, we got a bad sister in Evanston and she's pushing the reparations question strong.
Redress to the Black community for the nation.
And so it was Alderman Simmons. You have become the visible face and the driving force of the Evanston Reparation Initiative.
Some mornings I wake up and I feel like, wow, I'm a part of history. This is special. And then it's intimidating at the same time, because what if you don't get it right?
The greatest hurdle is the political will to make it happen. And Alderman Simmons made it happen, gathering a lot of evidence, specifically implicating actions of the city.
This program, as it is incomplete.
I don't know why they would be given more status than any other group of people.
People have been extremely nasty to me.
You don't give them money and then tell them what they can do with it.
You cannot say my grandfather back. He's dead. Give us what we're due.
I don't think it's gonna go too far. But anyway.
I'm still not prepared to join an insurrection. I just want you to understand who we are.
We in Evanston are leading the way to heal a nation.
We don't want a piece of freedom. We want the whole package, and that's reparations.
So it will actually have its national broadcast not until King holiday of next year, but it's currently this in October going to be at the Chicago Film Festival, and you can go to our website. There is a virtual screening sometime in October. I think maybe the 20th of October. You can screen it virtually, and then not until next year, unless it is invited. And so there's some of that happening as well. So if you would like to bring the documentary in for a screening and Erica and a talk, that is a possibility. Otherwise, next year. Thank you all so much.
So we're going to make sure that we have some time for question and answer. If you all can have a seat, we're just 20 minutes or so. Our schedule is a little shifted, but that's okay. We're just going to go with the flow.
We're very organic today.
Yes, we're going organic. Carrie, are you on? Can you? Yeah, there you are. Okay, perfect. So also for Carrie. Yes, please.
Robin, you're amazing. To Judge, I've been working with the Herero people in their pursuits for justice. And it was because of their petition, their work, that the Namibian government received the $1.5 billion from the German government. Of course, they're not saying it's reparations, but the Namibian government have not utilized or not directed some of those resources to the Herero people, particularly in the aspect of land reclamation, which is what they fought for, what the petition really, in addition to compensation, but the return of their land. do the Namibian government, are they also guilty of wrongful acts against the real people for not assuring that they're repaired as a result of these resources that have come from the German government?
Well, if they have done that, I think they have behaved very badly, but that's, I would say, strictly speaking, that's not an issue for reparations. You know? Well, you already heard what I said about that. I don't think a lot of the way that that went down, you know. They didn't describe it as reparations when I believe they had a legal obligation to describe it as reparations. Now, once the sum has been paid over to the victim state, what the victim state does with it is really a matter between the state, I think, and its citizens. You know, I don't think it's an it's then an international law matter. You know, and what international law requires is that the state that commits the wrongful act pay the reparations. You know, how the funds are spent, I think, are a matter for the victim state, but it's an important matter. I say it's not an international law matter. And I would like to see personally in Caribbean countries, the establishment of a specific commission that would have the responsibility for ensuring that sums paid for reparations are spent for purposes that are specifically prescribed. And this commission should be insulated from political influence. You know? Because once you get funds in our kind of country in the Caribbean, we are developing countries, and we are really poor, you know. And you get money, you really have to be careful how it is spent. And I think the best thing, and I would actually propose that, is the establishment of a special body insulated from political influence to ensure that the sums are properly spent. But my answer really to you is that it's not an international law matter. It becomes a domestic matter. And it's a question of governance, you know, and good governance, how the funds are actually spent. You know?
So we have, yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you all for this really amazing, fantastic panel. So wonderful. My question is for Professor Banton. Thank you for your really tremendous presentation that I learned so much from. I was wondering if you wanted to elaborate on this problematic of the notion, the interpretation of Liberia as Black settler colonialism, and to what degree that might complicate a case for reparations in relation to Liberia and the West, and how, just if you have anything more to say about that, I thought that was really fascinating.
Carrie, did you hear that? You're on mute.
Great, sorry. Sorry, thank you for that question. And I think, you know, for those involved in the work of reparations and probably, you know, are more accustomed to these kinds of questions and the kinds of detractors, you know, that pop up from time to time. But, you know, the idea of Black migrants from the Caribbean and from the United States being accused of colonialism, I think it complicates the reparation debate. But I think, as I stated in my paper, people like Tia Miles, when she explores the question of indigeneity and Black and Indigenous relationships, when she explores Black migrants who moved to the West, Buffalo Soldiers and so on, can we put them under the same umbrella as white colonizationists? Right? Can we use that kind of a language for people who were trying to survive? In many cases, in places like Tulsa, we're given land and so on. Can we use that same kind of a language to describe their experience as colonization? And I would tend to agree with Tia Miles that, because we have that loaded vocabulary already present, it muddies the water, right? So it's because that language that is created by detractors who are usually in the global north, who are opposed to any kind of reparatory justice, and they've created the framework and the language around reparations. So the tendency to co-opt that kind of a language then into the experiences of people who are escaping slavery and trying to survive, I don't necessarily think fits the situation. So I tend towards Tia Miles' explanation of African Americans in the West to explain Caribbean and African American settlers in Liberia as well.
So first of all, just wanted to say this presentation was really lovely, and actually Dr. Shepherd, I kind of grew up hearing about your work a little bit because my parents and my grandparents too, I think, are alma mater of University of West Indies. And now I'm studying Division Slave Societies at Cambridge doing my master's. So just this was such a lovely opportunity to kind of hear all of these different perspectives in person. And so I'm kind of curious, given the fact that you guys are all coming at this from different angles and across the diaspora, like, do you think there's going to be like Pan-African resurgence in sort of like this quest for reparations? Because obviously, Caribbean people and enslaved, and the descendants of enslaved African Americans, we have very, similar struggles. And so I'm just curious on like your opinions on that.
Thank you for your question, and good to know about your roots. It's always important. I'll say two things on that. The first thing that needs to happen, and has started to happen, is a joined up approach within regions. In other words, within the Caribbean, we need to forge links because the Caribbean is fractured. You have the CARICOM states, and then you have colonies. They don't want to call them that, but they are colonies. They call them overseas territories or whatever. And you have those that are still colonies of the British, those that are French, those that are, well, you have the US Virgin Islands, and so on. So that process has started, and we are trying to ensure that the CARICOM Reparation Commission has representatives from all the different groups in the Caribbean that might not otherwise be working together. So that's one. And I think we're very successful where that is concerned. The second joined up approach that we need to have is with the diaspora. And again, that has started. When I was chair of the National Commission on Reparation in Jamaica, we had a working group on international engagement. And that working group visited the UK, for example, and had discussions across the country
with different groups from Liverpool to Birmingham and so on, and London. And now we are forging links with the continent of Africa, because we believe that if 54 states came on board from Africa, it's over. It will be more successful than the fragmented approach. So it's aspirational in some instance, but in another way, if we look at the progress that we are making, I think it's being successful. And in the United States, we have links with all the groups that you mentioned, as well as with, there's another group, NARC, and I saw the leader of NARC on your small documentary, Ron Daniels. So, and there are NGOs from where I sit at the United Nations on the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. The NGOs from Europe routinely come to Geneva when states are being examined by the committee to complain about this lack of interest in some cases in reparatory justice. But I see where you're going with this, and I think that's the way to go. And that is why I remained a little troubled. I wanted to ask Kerry about the impact of ADOS on the movement in the United States, because we don't need these internal struggles when we are working towards a particular cause. Did everyone else want to?
Good day. I'm Calvin Skinner. We have just recently moved to Cambridge. My wife, Dr. Jones, has taken a post on the Faculty of Music here. However, my work is in Knoxville, Tennessee, around energy justice. And my question is actually for you, Ms. Rue. So in Knoxville, there was a recent initiative, a restoration initiative to where the city is establishing $100 million to bring restoration for urban removal between 1950s, 60s, and 70s. However, there is a perception, especially among the community, that it's the mayor and the city that's really driving this effort and not really embracing the voices within the community. So could you share how you all ensure that the voices that were impacted have been centered, and even some of the processes that you had to go through to ensure that these voices were elevated?
Absolutely. And thank you for that question, because it is a challenge in every community. And I'll say that no matter how great the work is, and even in Evanston, having passed, there's always going to be a group of folks that don't participate and then say they weren't included. So I just want to say that. But we had a series of community meetings. And so in Evanston, any municipality, there is a responsibility that meetings are public. It's a legislation, Open Meetings Act. And so our meetings were publicly noticed with a week advance, having space for public comment, bringing in expert presenters and allowing space for exchange. And knowing that that wouldn't be enough, we had additional reparations meetings where at those meetings I asked just 3 questions. What forms of reparations do we want to see as Black folks in Evanston? What's your recommendation on how do we fund it, and who should be eligible? So that we were clear that our work was being informed by the Black community. And we had multiple meetings. Folks showed up, some didn't. The ones that didn't are the most vocal, and we weren't included. And so that's the frustrating part. But in addition to that, we also had used social media. We flyers in the places that Black families frequent, the barbershops, the churches in town, the community centers, stores and restaurants, making sure that all the information was given there. There were surveys. I held ward meetings as a councilwoman. I had monthly ward meetings and was very accessible because I live right on the block in the neighborhood that is most impacted. And so I'll say that you can never do enough, but you will never do enough either at the same time. So that you have to at some point take a step forward. And so what has happened in our case is that we've taken a step forward, and it has drawn out folks that didn't participate in the process with opinions and new opinions and critique in some cases. And great, now we have your input. Here is the process. Please do come to the meetings. And so just being careful to make sure that there's always a space for everyone to come, but also not being paralyzed in, did you speak to 75,000 people? And at some point you have to move forward. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to say that I find the discussion of internal reparation quite interesting, because in my own country of Jamaica, we have two levels of struggle, because I think, as many people know, even the successor state, you know, that at independence, because of the ideology inherited, and it took time to get rid of that, committed sometimes, you know, discriminatory acts against people within the country. So the two-level approach, the external, the internal, that's actually being pursued in Jamaica through the local National Reparation Council. They have a working group on internal reparation. And the Prime Minister of Jamaica actually apologized to Rastafari, because after '62, when independence came, they were terrorized and prosecuted and some killed in what was called the Coral Gardens Massacre, because of the anti-Rasta ideology and some conflicts that took place in the West, in St. James, and what happened. And even though people say the compensation is not enough, the government of Jamaica did pay reparation, and they continue to try to rehabilitate the community. So I think we have to applaud the internal reparatory justice efforts, even as we realize that there's a connection between the internal wrongs and the colonialism and its legacies.
It's really important. Fairly, Black residents don't trust the government. And so even though I'm neighbor and friend, when I have on my councilwoman hat, I'm, you know, the government. And so some folks just don't participate because they didn't believe it would even happen. They didn't believe it was a possibility. This is just an exercise. We won't receive anything. And so since we've passed, a lot of those that were dismissive are now engaged in some of the biggest advocates for the work because they saw that it happened.
And how was your collaboration there? What was that relationship like? Because it's definitely within our city, very hostile between the community, not necessarily the city council, but there's some hostility between the community and the mayor. So how did you negotiate that?
Another really good question. And so forms of government matter. And so we have a city manager form of government. Our mayor is not a strong mayor, and I did not need his support vote, none of that. And really didn't engage with him much. And he wasn't in the way, but he was kind of silent and became a strong supporter in the end. So that wasn't an issue. The issue for our city, our form of government, was to build community consensus, have them, you know, press on their city council person, and then me work with my colleagues to get it done. And then the mayor was able to enjoy in the victory once it was passed. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for your enlightening presentations. Really enjoyed them. I have two questions, one for Prof. Shepherd and one for Judge Robinson. So for Prof. Shepherd, as a historian who has been really integral in revisionist history as it relates to the Caribbean, and as a Caribbean scholar, I can attest to how much revisionist history has helped us as history students and along the fight for reparatory justice. I just wondered if you could shed some light on what that journey was like to revise the way in which we've looked at our history in the Caribbean. Of course, for instance, we were taught, Arawaks, but now we know it's Taino, just about how we relate to indigenous people as well as people of African descent and how we've come to revere or enslaved ancestors. I wondered if you could shed light on that, especially as it relates to how you've been able to revise the narrative in the global perspective. And then for Judge Robinson, having focused a lot on international development, he spoke at the end about development aid, and you cautioned, developing countries or post-colonial nations on, in essence, getting into these contractual agreements for development aid and having at least a clause that allows for us to still be able to fight for reparative justice. I wondered if you had any advice on what approaches would be suitable for developing nations who already are in these contractual agreements, who are already receiving development aid and who have already received a lot of opposition as it relates to, oh, well, you've received development aid, that's reparations. Like, what approaches could be used to argue against that opposition? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel, for that question. So it really was a long journey, but for me, it started because, I don't know, for some reason, from primary school to high school, and then to university through college, some of the narrative that I was being told just didn't sound right. So I was really troublesome. My poor history teachers suffered because I would keep asking, how you know that? Where did you find the information? And many of them didn't have access to archival material. They were simply just going along with the colonial history. Remember that independence for most of us started in the 60s in the Caribbean. And what we had would have been the books written by British writers in most cases. And so it took the University of the West Indies, the establishment of the history departments, because we're a regional university, we have different campuses. It took the retraining of these scholars and the new scholars who had a different approach and had questioned the inherited narrative. And so I have to pay tribute to those anti-colonial minds who taught me and set me on the way to myself being a revisionist historian. And archaeologists were very important too in the retelling of our story. You talked about, we used to say Arawaks for Jamaica. We now know they were not Arawaks. There are Arawaks in other parts of the region, but not in Jamaica. It took archaeologists to tell us that. So each time there's a kind of new discovery, we have to revise the text. And my sitting on boards and committees for the schools examination, I actually used to mark the GC, the Cambridge exam for the Caribbean. And then we changed the Cambridge syllabus and indigenized the syllabus. So that required new textbooks. So it's been a long process, but I think it has to do, one, with an inquiring mind. Don't believe everything people tell you. Look for yourself, search out these sources, and stick close to anti-colonial scholars.
The question that you asked is a very real one. A former British High Commissioner to Jamaica, just before he left, this whole issue of reparations came up, and he said, in effect, you can forget reparations. It's not gonna happen. What will happen is that we will continue extending aid to you, and that's how we will deal with you. And I thought about it, and I said, it's not really the right approach, because what we're doing when we follow that is that we are confirming their own outlook that the aid that they are giving us constitutes reparations, you know? And it's not reparations. So I think we just have to face the reality. And my proposal is that we should say, yes, we accept it, but we accept it without prejudice to the claim for reparations that we have, you know, that it is separate and apart from it. And I wish CARICOM would sit down as a body and come to an approach on this question, you know, that it's very, very important, you know, exceedingly important, you know. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, honey.
Thank you. I also have a question for Judge Robinson. So in your presentation, you focused on state-to-state responsibility and reparations. And I think your question kind of alluded to the possibility of the individual or an association of individuals to take action. So there is, I think, an increasing recognition of the individual in international law. And this is human rights or international investment law. Do you think, especially in the context of the idea of ongoing wrong and ongoing harm, that there can be made arguments of individuals asking vis-a-vis states, and of course, separately individuals or associations of individuals or even states bringing claims under domestic private law? How would you judge these additional options? Thank you.
With states in private law bringing claims on behalf of individuals?
Well, it doesn't need to be a state. It could be any entity which is under private law, restitutions, for example, unjust enrichment claims, primarily then perhaps against private entities.
Yes, I think that's feasible. I think that's quite feasible. Yeah. But I don't think you can get away from the approach of a state committing a wrong, which was transatlantic chattel slavery, and that state having the responsibility to repair it. You know, for example, in the case of what is now the United Kingdom, we know that they enacted various pieces of legislation to establish companies for the specific purpose of trading in West Africans. And it's right that we should look to them. So that's why in my presentation, I said, I encouraged the University of Cambridge to move beyond mere acknowledgement of the historic wrongs, because a historic wrong, when it is also a legal wrong, like transatlantic chattel slavery, requires reparations, you know, and the colleges that invested in the South Sea Company would never have been able to do so absent the umbrella, the legislative umbrella that was erected by the various pieces of legislation passed, you know. So yes, I don't rule out at all, particularly in the case of unjust enrichment. And I was intrigued when I first heard the documentary, The Empire Pays Back, the way they approached it. They approached it in a way that dealt with the state, Britain, earning so much over a particular century from the from transatlantic chattel slavery, you know, and they were able to work out that in that period, Britain earned a particular millions of pounds, you know, and so that's another way to look at unjust enrichment. But the more traditional way is I think the one that you are addressing, how do you get to all of these banks and other financial institutions that profited from it? And that's something that I'm thinking about. So I was very interested when I saw the way the Empire Pays Back was able to make the case that Britain benefited unjustly from enrichment through the labor it extracted from West Africans. You know? So I think both approaches need to be followed up. You know?
Thank you so much. I'm unfortunately going to, I'm sorry, it's okay. I close the questions for now, but we will have an opportunity at the end for any additional questions. I just leave it to thank our speakers for their wonderful presentations and really challenging us to think much more deeply about reparations. Carrie, everyone here as well. And thank you for you all. And see you in, let's take a 10-minute comfort break, and we'll see you back at 12:25. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. I hope you've all managed to get a warm drink or something else to warm yourself up. So we're starting up again. We've changed slightly the proceedings. So we're just going to have 2 talks now in this session. And then we'll have our lunch break at 1:30. I've been giving strict instructions that we must go up for lunch at 1:30. And then we will continue after lunch with Cam Howard and with the general discussion. Okay, so that's the roadmap ahead. My name is Dacia Viejo Rose. I'm a lecturer here in the archaeology department. In Heritage and the Politics of the Past is the name of my lectureship. I'm also the director of the Cambridge Heritage Research Center. And we work on topics related to the legacies of violence, of cultural violence, of the aftermaths of conflict, also on identity and mobilities around that, including diaspora. So those are kind of the areas that I'm interested in terms of what we've been talking about the past few days. I wanted to thank you all before I introduce our speakers. Thank you all so much for the incredibly inspiring talks. And especially to, of course, our fearless leader, to Dr. Sabine Cadeau, who's been fabulous throughout. Anybody who has seen her, saw her at dinner wrangling Trinity and her daughters at the same time will see what an inspiration she is, both as an academic and also on a personal level. So thank you all, and thank you also to Nicholas Bell Robinson as well. So as I mentioned, the CHRC, the Heritage Research Center, works on these topics of legacies of violence. A few of our PhD students are here in the room, so you will have seen Oliver Anzac walking around earlier with the microphone, working on Indigenous communities and how their identities have been reconfigured as a result of the violence of colonialism in the Caribbean. We have another PhD student up there who just finished, did her Viva, passed her Viva very well this summer, working on Indigenous communities in Thailand and their lack of visibility at times on the part of the state. So one of the questions, but I'll bring this up later in the discussion, I thought it was really interesting to hear Judge Robinson talk about the non-material damage that was done. And I find that particularly interesting because of this area that I work in. And Robin Rue mentioned the African-American heritage sites. It was up on your slide at one point. And Dr. Shepard, you mentioned cultural institutions and the importance of these. And I hope we can talk more about this later. And then just now, this is all leading up to my introduction of Dr. Kodzo Gaboa from Ghana. And we've just been talking also about, we've focused a lot of attention on the damage done to the people that were displaced and violently moved. And I wonder also what the damage was done to the places that they were moved away from, not just the places that they ended up in, and the vacuum that was left in these countries, and in these nations and these communities that these people were uprooted from. And that sense of roots and the importance of that and what that did to that, those ruptures that were created by the slave trade, which I'm interested in. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Kodzo Gavua. He's an associate professor of archaeology and heritage studies and director of the Leventis Digital Resource Center at the University of Ghana. He holds an MA and a PhD from the University of Calgary and an MA in International Affairs from the University of Ghana. And I think that in combination of international affairs with archaeology and heritage is quite interesting. He researches the effects of early cross-cultural interactions on society, culture, cultural heritage, and economic development in West Africa. Professor Gavua is also the founding dean of the University of Ghana School of Arts and a trustee of the Ghana Cultural Forum and chairperson of Ghana's Heritage Committee's technical unit. And he's going to be speaking on reparations for what? Over to you.
Thank you very much. When I got the invitation to speak at this forum, typical of me, I discussed it with colleagues and friends. And the first person I spoke to exclaimed, reparations for what? And I was startled because I thought he meant that there was no need for reparations. That's the first meaning that I got. Reparations for what? And then, as the discussion continued, I learned that we should clearly find out what is to be repaired. That informs the title of my presentation. I firmly agree that reparations by nations and private establishments that benefited from the enslavement, sale, use, and abuse of Africans is necessary and long overdue. Information many scholars have documented so far show clearly that enslavement of Africans by state-sponsored European merchants, armies, missionaries working with African collaborators since the 15th century encompassed violence of unimaginable magnitude that bordered on racism, avarice, and deceit. The enslavers regarded the enslaved as subhumans who had no rights, respect, or dignity, and who were nothing but commodities they could own and dispose of anyhow. The enslavement and slave trading processes entailed genocide and crimes against humanity in modern legal frameworks. The subdivision, sharing, and colonization in 1884 of Africa by the leaders of a group of Western European nations that had been operating there extended the enslavement of the continent's people, though with slight variations. What I mean by that is I consider colonization of Africa as a mere extension of slavery, because at the time, although many nations that were involved had abolished the enslavement of Africans, the people were enslaved on their own continent. We had no legal rights and were not in charge of the administration of our lands. So it's an extension. The damages enslavement and colonization have caused to Africans, home and abroad, linger and are yet to be confronted meaningfully and addressed by the perpetrators and beneficiaries. The damages are multifaceted and deep-seated and have affected the social, material, and cognitive circumstances of Africans amid unbalanced power and economic relations between Africans and their neighbors of the world. They have also engendered stereotypes and negative perceptions about Africa and Africans, and placed Africans at a disadvantage socially and economically in the Global Committee of States. The damages must be repaired and repaired now, as many of my colleagues told me before I left. To complement and strengthen the bid for reparation and to enhance the reparation process, I would like to focus on one aspect of the damages with which reparations must start: the damage to the minds of Africans. We heard about the non-material damage, and the damage to the minds of Africans is one of the paramount things that we must begin to address as early as possible, if not immediately. We must think about the minds of Africans in terms of how we Africans conceptualize ourselves, our world, and our place in this world. I will then suggest, after talking about that, why repairing this damage must not be delayed and how the repair can be started. My focus will be on Africans in the geopolitical area of Ghana, where the concentration of European slave dealing activities have since 1482, when the Portuguese, when a group of Portuguese, including a merchant and a former soldier, and a group of about 500 to 600 armed men were sent to construct a fortification, which is today known as the Elmina Castle, or the St. George's Castle at Elmina. About 60 of such fortifications were built along the coasts of this geopolitical area. 24 of them have survived. The rest have either collapsed or been abandoned and have deteriorated. These forts and castles have been recognized and listed as World Heritage Sites by UNESCO way back in the 1970s. They've been listed because of their association with the enslavement and trading of people in that part of the world. Now, what is there to repair? I will not pretend to be speaking for Africa, although it appears I'm the only person at this conference directly from the continent. And most of the presentations are focused on our brothers and sisters in the diaspora. So I will talk about my personal experiences growing up in Ghana and what I have observed during my work in various parts of the country, including the recent works I've been doing along the coast of Ghana, in Elmina in particular, in Jamestown in Accra, and also Jamestown should tell you about the European connections, and also in Keta, where Germans operated for quite some time. Germans and the Danes operated for quite some time. In this particular region, the enslavement and colonization of Africans have engendered inter and intra-group conflict and violence, conflict of values, social formation processes, and the creation of an internal diaspora. In 2009, with a little grant from the French embassy in Accra, I embarked on a 2-year study that was just to begin a study to understand the diaspora in Ghana and extend it to Africa. I realized in this particular research that there are so many communities of people in Africa that were relocated as a result of the enslavement and of people, the activities of chattel slavery in particular. Many of the people I met have memories of their past, but have never set foot to those parts of the region from where their ancestors or forebears derive. They speak the languages of their new societies and are part of the cultural system of their new societies. But this should show, I would suggest that the experiences of Africans on the continent and the experiences of our brothers and sisters in the diaspora are not that different. There are so many other things that were done, damages that were done. The relocation of people into mountain settlements, and according to William Glepo in his recent thesis from the University of Texas in Austin, the movement and settlement of Rastafarians in Jamaica on mountains when they arrived was not new. It was because of their experiences in that part of Ghana referred to today as Krobo, where many people who fled enslavement and slave raiders actually sought refuge. Once you got on top of that mountain, you became free. You will be married to a young lady from the community who had undergone training for 2 years and is referred to as Dipo, okay? And now the ladies were trained in hygiene, home maintenance, how to take good care of the family in the absence of their men, who were mainly farmers. It's unfortunate that in 1882, the mountain was surrounded by forces of the British colonial administration and forced to descend their home, their mountain settlement within 3 days. So many of them at gunpoint abandoned their homes and their properties to relocate to their farmlands in the plains where they could be easily monitored by the British administration. They were accused of human sacrifices, but according to the people themselves, they were forced to leave their homeland because they were failing or they had refused to pay the land poll tax to the British. And also they refused to accept Christianization by the Basel missionaries who were operating in the area. Those are a few of the damages that were caused. However, the mental damage that has been caused is phenomenal. And that is what I would like to focus on. The damage to the minds of us, of we Africans, particularly in Ghana, was through various forms of coercion, physical coercion and psychological coercion in particular. I can recall that as a student or a first pupil in the primary and middle schools, and as a student in secondary school, it was an offense to not go to church. It was an offense, and it is still an offense in Ghana today, in many of the high schools, to speak local languages. You would be punished by flogging or asked to go and weed a large tract of land. It was also an offense to partake in any indigenous cultural performance, be it dancing, singing, and so on. We were forced to dress up in white on Sundays, walk barefoot to church, and you dare not miss church. Those were some of the ways in which we were coerced to imbibe Western European values. This was enhanced by the introduction of formal Western educational systems, starting with the Portuguese, who set up schools in the castles they built to train offsprings of Africans and Europeans to undertake clerical and other administrative services. Many of the schools that were set up, particularly in the colonial period, were, according to Lord Haley, who was writing for the Royal Institute of International Affairs in 1938, we were being trained to be European at mind and African in sympathy. In addition to that, there was deliberate and active collecting trafficking, and imprisonment and silencing of African cultural materials in museums by missionaries, administrators, miners, scholars, including anthropologists. And these items are now imprisoned in many museums across Europe. Some of the objects which Africans consider as part of their daily lives and which are embodiments of our souls and hence living entities have been turned into objects. Some are described as African art. And so when we talk about restitution, the focus has been on restituting art. Meanwhile, we don't see them as art because artisans in our part of the country, our part of the world, do not produce for the sake of art. It's not art for art's sake. Anything that is produced has utilitarian functions as well as symbolic functions, although they may be aesthetic in one way or the other. I talked about the imposition of the English language. The production and dissemination of knowledge about Africans was done mainly in Europe without the involvement of Africans, based on some of the materials that were taken away. Some of the knowledge produced led to the perpetuation of derogatory connotations about Africans. We had books written by some of my friends on primitive art. Primitive art, because it's coming from Africa. And then we had anthropologists subdividing human beings into categories, the civilized, the barbarians, the savages, and so on, ostensibly to show that those of us in the South were the barbarians and the uncivilized, who must necessarily be civilized through indoctrination and Western values and philosophies. Just a second, please. And philosophies. Now, why should we have all this repaired? Why should we repair the minds of Africans? First, it's because Africans have been disconnected from their past and denied the opportunities to produce knowledge and technology based on this past. I talked about the cultural materials that have been locked away. Africans have the challenge today of identity and lack of self-confidence in themselves and in their homeland. We have been conditioned to clamor over European values and products, thereby creating ready markets for European products. So today, my country, for example, I say to my students that the city of Accra and other major cities are just giant shopping malls full of European products and these days Far Eastern products, including junk. There's therefore a huge knowledge gap. There's technological gap and economic gap created, which have set Africans up for further exploitation of their human and natural resources. Scholars, once you have a first class, there's a tendency for you to be taken out based on merit, as we say. And according to our survey, only less than 5% of those people return to the country to make any meaningful contribution. Many of them return when they are already spent in Western Europe. We still have our minerals, timber concessions, and others being exploited because of the kind of knowledge systems that we have today. The consequences include economic and technological deprivation, which many have written about, leading to dependency of African economies on Europe. The most important thing today is the mass migration of Africans to Europe. irrespective of the risks involved. I should say that the migration crisis, particularly migration of Africans to Europe, which confronts Europe today, is the direct result of the enslavement and colonization of Africans. We've been deprived of what we have. Where else do we turn to? So people know the risks involved. They could be shot, they could die in the desert, they could drown, but they still want to go to Europe, where, according to their minds, they can find greener pastures. As if when you get to Europe, resources are flowing like honey on the streets. I would say that in terms of how we repair this, reparation should commence with the building of new relationships between Europeans and peoples of African descent. This relationship should be based on mutual respect and openness. It should be a process that would disentangle and heal the ills of the past and ensure a safer and a more humane world. I don't know if we have a humane world now, though. This will nevertheless entail commitment by European power brokers, those who wield power across Europe and even in Africa. The question is, are they prepared to do so? So much as we talk about reparation, are those who were directly involved, who benefited, prepared for reparation? That's a question we must keep in mind. It is well that we have many bids being made today, and there are so many organizations asking and demanding reparations. In Ghana, the president recently made a public call for reparations, which is welcomed. But apart from those public statements, we don't have any commission or committee responsible for reparation in the country. Way back in 1998, I belonged to a group, Association for Truth and Reparations to Africans. That was a group formed by the African American and the Jamaican communities in Ghana, following a conference held by the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations, ASCAC. Thereafter, we did not have any response from state officials. And so that move became latent. I should say that today, while the demands are being pursued legally and in other forms, academic institutions, particularly those that benefited from the enslavement of Africans, should take the lead in the process of reparation. There should be partnerships between European and scholars of African descent to invest in joint research projects that would inform on slavery and colonization. The point is that in my part of the world, in Ghana, many people are ignorant, I should say, of what transpired in the past. When you talk about enslavement, the immediate response you have, and colonization, the immediate response you have from those you talk to, and also sometimes on the airwaves, is that the past is gone. Why do we have to think about the past? Let's live on, let's move on. It is our own making as Africans why we are suffering today. There's no connection between the past and the present. So if we are to repair the damage in monetary terms, who will it benefit? When the people who have been affected don't understand the essence of reparations. Many of the leaders of state through whom monetary reparations would come themselves have very little understanding of what actually transpired and what to do with reparation. They will see it as income. And of course, our governments have priorities. They will not be able to invest the money in the affected areas of Africa and the affected people, those who are directly affected. Even at the levels of settlements and communities, many of the leaders we have today are descendants of those who benefited directly or indirectly from the sordid history. And so, how are they going to invest the money to transform their communities? These are some of the reasons why I am asking that we first work on the African mind through academic institutions that will research, study, and understand the impact of the enslavement on the minds of Africans. Now, once we are able to do this, before we even come there, part of it should be the active restitution of African cultural materials that are found in Europe, particularly those held by museums and also in private hands. Just before coming here, I had the opportunity to visit a number of museums in Germany and also in the Netherlands. I've seen many objects collected deliberately by missionaries of the North German Missionary Society, of the Society for the Divine Word and Styles, and other missionary societies in Africa. This was done actively to take Africans away from their religion, and in the process introduce new languages. Even the languages we speak in Africa have been influenced to a large extent by Europeans. My local language, or my native language, my own mother tongue, which is Ewe, has been written by Germans, and we have something called Standard Ewe, which is spoken in church, okay? And we keep asking, so when you ask God through that Standard Ewe, and he understands, why can God understand me when I speak in my own mother tongue? We have Akwapim tree, which is used to write the Bible in Twi. They've translated the Bible into local languages, but we've not translated science, books of science, mathematics, and anything in the local languages. The point is, any group of people whose language and religion have been taken away from them find it difficult to advance at a fast pace. We can say Europeans have their language, they have their religion. Okay, not necessarily Christianity, because I know that many people in Europe don't go to church. The Japanese have their language, they have their religion. The Chinese have their language, they have their indigenous spirituality. What about Africans? We have been taken away from our spirituality. Our spirituality has been demeaned when they introduce the difference, the dichotomy between evil and good. And then we're made to believe that we are all sinners who must repent. And to repent means you must acquire and imbibe European values. And to be civilized means you must speak English. So up to today, I'll conclude by saying slavery hasn't stopped in Africa, because from kindergarten through the universities, speaking English is akin to intelligence. So in kindergarten, we have A for apple, G for grapes, not A for apple or G for Gary. And as a result, when you travel with children, all they ask is, Mommy, I want apples. Meanwhile, apples are not grown in Ghana. Mommy, I want grapes. So we have grapes and apples being sold in the streets, imported from elsewhere beyond our shores. So not until we work on our minds, reparations will be far-fetched. On that note, I want to thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Kodzo, Dr. Gabua. We're running out of time, but I don't want you to rush. We'll just rush through our lunch instead, and perhaps move the questions to the general discussion after Cam Howard's talk. So it's a pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Toussaint Lossier, who's an associate professor at the Webb Dubois Department of Afro-American Studies at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Dr. Lossier holds a PhD in history from the University of Chicago. Of course, someone said yesterday we have to have someone from the University of Chicago on every panel, and this one is not an exception. With his research focusing on grassroots responses to the post-war emergence of mass incarceration in Chicago. So we're shifting gears here. And at UMass Amherst, he teaches courses on African-American history, Black politics, criminal justice policy, and transnational social movements. And I will cut to the end, which is he's co-author of Rethinking the American Prisons Movement with Dan Berger, and he's preparing a book manuscript called War for the City, Black Liberation and the Consolidation of the Carceral State. Over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to do what Theo did last time, but I'll just repeat myself one more time. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, now part of the reason I have to do that is as much as I got my PhD from the University of Chicago, I got, some would say, an even more important education in Chicago itself, doing a fair amount of community work. And one of the lessons that was imparted to me is you never want to intervene between people in their lunchtime. And so I'm in the process of kind of breaking that rule that was introduced to me, but I'll try to do my best in terms of progressing through my talk. And I really look forward to the discussion, which has been, I think, one of the most, we'll all agree, whether it's been during the Q&A or informally in the hallway or at lunchtime, one of the most important parts of this gathering. So my talk is on the Black Tax Rebellion, and I'll begin by noting that in April of 1993, Essence, the premier lifestyle magazine, lifestyle, fashion, and beauty magazine for African-American women, published an opinion piece on how to collect reparations for slavery. One that speaks directly to the different ways in which Black people have conceptualized this demand in the recent past. The article, written by the magazine's finance and careers editor, Alina Sherrod, suggested that individual descendants of enslaved Africans claim reparations through a $43,209 tax rebate. As Sherrod explained, this amount was supposed to be the inflation-adjusted value of the initial and unrealized promise of 40 acres and a mule made during the US Civil War. Sherrod urged readers to claim this amount on line 59 of their 1040 forms as part of their next tax filing with the Internal Revenue Service. By seeking this amount under other payments, Sherrod explained that her readers would be claiming a refund on so-called Black taxes, not back taxes, but Black taxes that had long since been paid to the federal government. According to Sherrod, these taxes had been collected over a period in which, quote, we were consigned to second-class citizenship and we were still forced to pay first-class taxes, referencing a legacy not simply of slavery, but also of Jim Crow segregation and de facto racial discrimination. Due in part to the pointed application of historical meaning and tax advice, Sherrod's article would play a central role in justifying what would become known as a Black tax credit claim, a grassroots phenomenon that mixed fact and fraud in the pursuit of a narrowly defined conception of reparations and its claimants. In October 1994, the Associated Press reported that the IRS had received roughly 20,000 tax returns that include reparations claims. Most of these claims were for the $43,209,
that Sherrod had initially identified, and some had even mailed their tax returns with an attached copy of Sherrod's Essence article. Though it is not yet clear how word of potential reparations claims had spread amongst African Americans, the Associated Press speculated it was likely carried through both the mail and word of mouth, as well as efforts of obscure organization and self-styled reparations activists. Even though Essence printed a correction to Sherrod's article nearly 2 years later, the idea had by then taken on a life of its own. Over the next decade, the United States Internal Revenue Service, or IRS, received hundreds of thousands of income tax returns that included in their filings this reparations demand, a phenomenon that rose in scale during the last decade of the 20th century. By 2001, for instance, the IRS had received 80,000 claims totaling $2.7 billion. A year later, this phenomenon, a massive scam in the eyes of some and an incoherent but broad-based rebellion in the eyes of others, totaled 100,000 claimants. And surprisingly, the IRS honored thousands of these claims. In 2001 alone, the IRS accidentally sent out roughly $30 million in reparations tax returns, leading one conservative pundit to describe this as, quote, one of the greatest tax frauds in American history, end quote. The Black Tax Rebellion reached its high water mark in 2002 as the federal government began to crack down on claimants through internal IRS reforms and Department of Justice prosecution of tax preparers. Within 2 years, federal officials had filed injunctions against the most active tax preparers, criminally prosecuting them for facilitating what had initially been considered erroneous tax claims. This paper takes up this unique moment in the broader reparations movement to examine the complicated conception of these demands. As such, this paper is less concerned with the illegality of these claims, particularly as claimants initially prompted little to no response from government officials. Instead, this article attempts to focus on the political content of the demands themselves. While reparations debates are nearly always posed as a matter involving an injured party and a guilty party, this paper seeks to disturb the legalistic conception of a singular unitary injured party, group, or class, suggesting instead that the very idea of reparations has been and remains a terrain of struggle amongst the claimants themselves. To put it plainly, different people amongst those bearing a historical injury have different opinions as to what reparations should be. The pursuit of reparations is thus not simply an external matter taking place between one party and another, but an internal to these parties as well. As some agreement, ideally a consensus, must be reached as to what reparations might consist. With this aspect of reparations in mind, this paper points to the period of heightened expectations that followed the passage of the 1988 Civil Liberties Act, which provided $1.2 billion and an apology to 60,000 living Japanese Americans, providing them with roughly $20,000 each due to their internment during World War II. It also followed the failure by the National Council of Blacks for Reparations to win initial passage of what was then HR 3745, now HR 40, which would have created a federal commission, and which hopefully will still create a federal commission to study reparations proposal. And at that moment, there was an inability to get it passed out of committee. That has since happened. In the wake of these efforts, those unconnected to the movement stepped into the fray. And while they joined the fight, they did so by advancing a conception of reparations that was narrower, less transformative, and more cynical than those at the forefront of NCOBRA and other movement organizations had proposed. As such, this paper assesses this nearly decade-long pursuit of a Black tax credit, not as a matter of fraud or illegal activity, but as a political effort tinged by this narrowness and cynicism. Here, it is important to note that as much as this is a study of the recent past, it is also one thoroughly influenced by the present moment. Indeed, the Obama presidency failed to build on the historically unprecedented expectations held by African Americans. And as such, the debate amongst our people regarding the content of reparations has been marked by the emergence of the American descendants of slaves, or ADOS movement. As evidenced by its very name, the ADOS movement has sought to define reparations demand or a justice claim to be made upon the US government as one that can only be made by the descendants of those people of African descent enslaved in the United States. Rejecting the radical Black nationalist and internationalist tendencies within NCOBRA and other reparations organizations that have embraced a range of proposals shifting from the redistribution of land to the expansion of educational opportunities, ADOS has directly appealed to a sense of American patriotism and a narrow demand for cash transfer. While at times described as xenophobic and anti-immigrant, including towards those of Caribbean or African extraction, ADOS, for the purpose of this paper, should be understood as the most recent iteration of a historical trend whereby those pursuing a narrower and more limited conception of reparations have captured the attention of African Americans, reframing the meaning in ways that, as this paper aims to show, continues to be consequential. By 1996, federal authorities had identified slavery reparations as one of multiple scams that were being carried out by tax preparers who were using the increasingly widespread desktop computer and tax filing software to prepare various claims that officials deemed fraudulent. In regards to a Black tax credit specifically, IRS officials concluded that in addition to the suggestions in Sherrod's article, purportedly fraudulent tax preparers were now charging individuals as much as $50 for a free phone number to obtain IRS tax form 2439, intended to help shareholders collect undistributed capital gains. This section of the tax code would help to advance one of the most widespread manifestations of the contemporary reparations movement. For instance, a tax preparer at one church convinced over 1,500 individuals to each pay him $200 to secure this refund. In another case, federal authorities credited 2 reparations promoters with defrauding 6,300 Mississippi residents of $1.1 million during the course of their efforts. Whether reparations activists, con artists, or well-meaning individuals who've been led to believe that the federal government had passed reparations legislation without actually informing African Americans, these tax preparers base their claims on a historical narrative of exclusion and present-day inequality. Indeed, one solicitation suggested that African Americans born before 1928 would receive a refund of $5,000 through a so-called Slave Reparations Act. In the spring of 1996, a regional IRS processing center reported that tax preparers had charged unsuspecting individuals $50 for a free phone number to request a non-existent reparations deduction and had been deluged with tax form requests. Still another undated tax preparer advertisement announced, and here I'll quote, "As you know, all African Americans living here in the United States are descendants of slavery. Therefore, our government has finally passed a bill to pay all descendants of enslaved Africans back. The way that they are paying us back is through a refund called the Black Inheritance Tax Refund, 40 acres and a mule. If you know our government, I bet they are not expecting a lot of people to call for this refund, and they may be right because many of us will not be informed of this. Therefore, this is why I'm taking it upon myself to pass out this information so our community will soon be informed through word of mouth about what has been owed to our ancestors," end quote. Simultaneously capturing raised expectations, quote, "They are finally passing a bill to pay all descendants back," and dogged cynicism, "If you know our government," this ad points to some of the deeper sentiments that push this movement forward while also anticipating those that would lead to the backlash against it. 2 years prior to the publication of Sherrod's Essence article, Dolores Scott failed to file Maryland and federal income tax returns. Scott argued that as a person of African and Native American descent who has not received the slavery reparations owed to her by the federal government, she was exempt from paying income taxes. Moreover, according to the Supreme Court's Dred Scott decision, the 13th Amendment to the Constitution and the 14th Amendment, she was legally not a citizen of the United States. Found guilty in Maryland and federal tax courts, Scott appealed these claims, asking, quote, "Does the circuit court recognize that taxation without representation is illegal?" Neither of these arguments swayed appeals court judges who affirmed early rulings, finding her arguments spurious and the issue of reparations lacking in merit. 1 year later, in an unrelated case, a US district court judge sentenced another income tax preparer to 3 years in prison and fined him $2,500 for knowingly making a fraudulent government claim. According to IRS documents, this preparer told members of Dallas area Black churches that they were entitled to, quote, a credit of about $40,000, the supposed equivalent of the 40 acres and a mule some activists believe the government promised to Blacks as reparations for slavery. Despite their differences, both of these cases foreshadowed how the government would come to deal with the Black Tax Rebellion. While federal and state officials rarely prosecuted reparations tax filers during the 1990s, they would begin to actively prosecute them as a way of stifling these efforts in years going forward. Indeed, initially, the IRS did not consider it illegal to submit a reparations request through income taxes. Instead, these were seen as faulty claims, with tax filers facing a $500 fine, but only after an official denial of their first submission. This policy only dealt with tax filers, however, leaving most tax preparers, those most likely to spread information about reparations tax claims, outside the purview of federal government efforts. However, this attitude of neglect dissipated around the turn of the century, primarily as the volume of reparations claims increased from 13,000 in 2000 to 80,000 in 2001. While the IRS continued to reject most of these claims, at least 130 individuals in 2000 and part of 2001 received reparations refunds, together totaling $30 million. Treasury officials acknowledged that the manual screening of tax returns was subject to human error and improper behavior. Indeed, through a 2003 internal audit, officials strikingly identified 4 current and 8 former IRS employees who unsuccessfully claimed reparations themselves on their own income taxes. In response to this rise in reparations claims, the IRS tightened its scrutiny of tax returns and embarked on a media campaign disputing the validity of securing reparations through income taxes. Government officials focused particularly on targeting tax preparers, seeking both injunctions that strip them of their licenses as well as convictions for fraudulent activity. In 1999, a jury convicted Gregory Bridges, a former postal worker turned preacher and tax accountant, of 22 counts of willfully aiding and assisting the preparations of false tax returns. From 1992 to 1996, he had prepared more than 100 tax returns a year for residents in the Washington, D.C., Virginia, and Maryland area. According to news reports, Bridges had begun by dramatically inflating deductions without regard to expenditures, which is you're not supposed to do. And he later relied on Sherrod's original Essence article to justify adding several $1,000 reparations tax credit, claiming a portion of these refunds that he helped prepare for others for himself. Government officials would continue to crack down on reparations tax preparers over the next several years. This is the late 1990s and early 2000s. US district attorneys filed permanent injunctions against various individuals for preparing tax returns, claiming reparations, or promoting their services. The injunctions also required that reparations tax preparers inform everyone who had contacted them about their services that reparations tax claims are false and that the government may seek to recover any refunds they had received, effectively relying on tax preparers to locate their clients and collect in the effort to collect accidental reparations payments. In the case of Morris James Sr., for instance, who had sold tax information packages at church meetings around the country, the IRS sought the names of the more than 6,300 customers who had filed claims totaling some $900 million. With this shift in policy from fines to prosecutions, the federal government was now providing a more active response to the Black Tax Rebellion. The ensuing criminal cases against tax preparers mirrored that of Vernon T. James of Texas, who a federal judge sentenced to 6 years in prison and fined $1.2 million in restitution in 2002. 1 year later, James Dean Buckley pled guilty to one count of subscribing to a false amended income tax return, one count of assisting in the preparation of a false amended tax return, and one count of mail fraud. Buckley had charged his clients $120 to $150 for his services, instructing them to describe their withholding credit as second-class citizens on their tax returns. He was sentenced to 41 months in prison and ordered to pay somewhere around $59,000 in restitution. In 2004, a federal judge sentenced Rebecca Jenkins Forsyth to pay $250,000 to the IRS, complete 300 hours in community service. It can feel like years when you're instructed to do it, and 5 years of probation. After filing 11 federal income tax returns for the 1990 and 2000 tax years totaling over $500,000 in reparations claims, Forsyth was now in the ironic position of having to pay restitution to the US government. Perhaps the most widely publicized of these criminal cases was that of Robert Lee Foster, a career employee with the Veterans Affairs Hospital in Richmond, Virginia, whose daughter received more than $500,000 in reparations tax claims. In 2001, the former VA employee who had sued his employer for discrimination began preparing income tax returns that included reparations claims. Here I'm going to quote from a newspaper account. His clients asked him to file returns claiming federal slavery tax credits. He made no promises to any of them. He charged them no more than his regular fee for doing taxes. In most cases, this does not exceed $125, end quote. Like other reparations tax preparers operating in the late 1990s and early 2000s, Foster used Form 2439, claiming undistributed long-term capital gains from a regulated investment company. In Foster's case, his company was termed U.S. Department of Treasury, Black Capital Investments, implying that tax slave labor had been capitalized to the US government and could be used to provide compensation. What's more, Foster took Sherrod's refund figure and multiplied it more than tenfold to adjust for inflation, preparing at least 13 returns ranging from $8,000 to $500,000. Together with the returns he filed for himself and his daughter, Crystal Foster, in late July 2001, these reparations claims totaled more than $3.6 million. Though the IRS denied Robert Lee's claim, it issued a $534 refund to Crystal 3 months later. Quote, when the $500,000 refund check from the IRS came in the mail, many were kicking on my uncle's door to fill out slavery reparations claims towards the US government, explained his niece, Sharon Foster. We knew what he was doing. He knew it would cost him his freedom and his life. He wasn't afraid. It was never about him. It was about every Black person in America living under the thumb of oppression. It was a political act. 22 days after issuing Crystal Foster's refund, the IRS caught up with the Fosters' political actions. Initially, government officials sought a civil suit to recollect the refund. Officials also sought an injunction against Foster's tax preparation business, describing his reparations tax claims as, quote, a position for which there was no realistic possibility of being sustained on the merits, end quote. Unable to recollect all of the money, the Department of Justice began a criminal prosecution. On April 21st, 2003, a grand jury indicted the Fosters for conspiracy to defraud the government and charged Robert Lee with 4 counts and Crystal with 1 count of making false claims against the United States. In a press interview conducted in the Northern Neck Regional Jail, Robert Lee stated, Black people are not treated as humans, but as things by the US government. We were used as resources to enrich this country, and we get no inheritance from the wealth we brought, end quote. In court, Foster refused his court-appointed lawyer and renounced his American citizenship, professing membership in the Moab, Tierra, Cherokee, Kiowa Nation, a North Carolina-based group that identifies its members as the descendants of African Moors who came to the Americas prior to European colonization, and tried to have a lawyer from the Kiowa Nation lead his defense. The presiding judge refused these efforts, and a jury found the Fosters guilty of all charges in July of 2003. On October 23rd, a federal judge sentenced Crystal to 3 years and 1 month and Robert Lee Foster to 13 years in prison, as well as joint restitution of the remaining $240,000. To his family, quote, he was a political prisoner, not a murderer, child molester, or rapist, end quote, who was punished not for his actions, but for his outspoken beliefs. From behind bars, Foster would echo his family member sentiments. Quote, this was not an effort to defraud the government, he said. This was purely protest, end quote. 2 years later, a federal appeals court would concede to his argument, reversing his sentence, finding that it was enhanced 12 times above the base offense level. The court ruled that the presiding judge should have used a sentence range of just only like 2 to 8 months. However, this reversal came too late. On June 20th, 2006, Robert Lee Foster died in federal prison of a disease he contracted while behind bars, having spent 3 years of his original 13-year sentence in a federal penitentiary. By 2003, the IRS was able to claim that new computer programs allowed the agency to more accurately review income tax returns, reducing faulty payouts by 97%. Together with increased civil and criminal prosecutions and a vigorous media campaign, these new IRS protocols contributed to a similar reduction in the filing of reparations tax claims. Following the well-publicized prosecution of Robert Lee Foster, there were few indications that the IRS continued to receive such claims. Little more than a decade after Lena Sherrod's article first appeared in Essence, the Black Tax Rebellion had run its course. Recalling the influence of Sherrod's article, one writer suggested that, quote, the origins of the Black tax and the story of its many victims combines a misunderstanding of history, raw political opportunism, and old-fashioned greed. Just as federal judges and the IRS officials noted that there was no actual policy authorizing a Black tax credit, this writer explained that the promise of 40 acres and a mule was never an enforceable obligation by the government. Yet those who filed tax claims of $43,209 did not misunderstand the history of second-class treatment. Racial slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and American apartheid provided the legitimacy for the reparations tax claim for those who filed them. Furthermore, it is the reality of racial inequality and the ongoing debate amongst African Americans about the scope and content of the reparations demand that provided this phenomenon with its momentum. And here I'm going to close. Much like contemporary reparations debates, the Black Tax Rebellion spread in ways largely outside of the purview of the US mainstream. The Black Tax Rebellion wound its way through church meetings and other community events, largely without the support of established organizations. Here, seemingly fraudulent activity played a key role in disseminating the idea of slavery reparations, as well as sparking government harassment and prosecution. Federal officials initially responded by cracking down on individual filers before turning to organizers, either through civil suits or court injunctions, and ultimately prosecuting those most active. With their claims denied, individuals echoed earlier ideas about Black second-class citizenship, with some, like Robert Lee Foster, altogether renouncing their American citizenship. While echoing much of the past, the decade-long duration of the Black Tax Rebellion runs counter to conventional narratives of the reparations movement and foreground the significance of these narrow, conservative, and somewhat cynical approaches to reparations in the 21st century. Two recent examples point to the significance of this particular trend within claims for reparations. Earlier this month, several Black self-defense groups held an armed Second Amendment march through the Texas capital of Austin, garnering international attention. A particular note was the protesters' call for an end to so-called illegal immigration through the closure of the US-Mexico border, alongside a demand for reparations to the descendants of enslaved people, enslaved Africans. This twin casting of immigration as a burden upon African-American citizens and the articulations of reparations as a justice claim reflected direct influence of the politics of the ADOS movement in one of the most widely publicized reparations demonstrations in recent memory. And while it might be seemingly easy to dismiss this sort of politics as marginal and irrelevant, it is also worth noting that at the same time as this demonstration occurred in Texas, a state-sponsored task force in California, the US's most populous state, has been in the process of preparing a final report detailing the harms and systemic discrimination facing African Americans. Set to be released next year, this final report will put forward a series of reparations proposals as a means of addressing the harm faced by Black people, making it the first state-level and potentially most consequential reparations project in United States history. And while there is little indication of what its final recommendations will be, it is noteworthy that the report has relied on a, quote, lineage-based eligibility, end quote, explicitly drawing on ADOS's approach to reparations and delineating potential eligibility for reparations based specifically on one's forebears having lived in the United States prior to 1900. This outcome ultimately highlights how debates amongst injured parties, here African Americans, has the potential to shape the conception of what reparations might be. It also demonstrates how in the letdown that follows a period of heightened expectations, these sort of moments prove to be fertile ground for the emergence of more narrow, conservative, and somewhat cynical approaches to efforts to seek repair to historical wrong. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you rushed through that a little bit. So lunch now, we have until 2:30, and then please come back. So we'll have the talk from Cam Howard, and then a discussion, and we'll invite the panelists back up so we have some Q&A, okay? Lunch is just one floor up for those of you who are here for the first time today. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I know a lot of people are disappointed to hear. Some of you have already heard that Sir Haley Beckles will not be the keynote today. So I'm sorry he wasn't able to come. It's unfortunately Michael Dawson also was not able to come for health reasons, but I hope that we will be able to convene again in a small workshop or another conference. We'll talk more about next steps after, before we are done today. But so we're going to have Cam Howard, and that this will be the last panel. But before that, we'll have to, so what I decided to do is to have a closing discussion. I know a lot of people have insights, questions, a lot of topics and issues have come up, so we will have a reflection. We'll use that opportunity to reflect on the conference and next steps. So that's what we'll do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine. So it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Cam Howard, who's now been bumped up to giving our keynote. So Cam is the national co-chair of the National Coalition for Blacks for Reparations in America. He's a Chicago businessman and real estate investor who's internationally respected for his reparations work. In 2014, he was invited to speak on the new paradigm of reparations activism at the 8th Pan-African Conference in Johannesburg in South Africa. In 2016, he was a key organizer for the United States visit of the United Nations Working Group of Experts for People of African Descent. He was the co-leader for their Chicago visit, which I hear had a big impact. As a result of Cam's leadership and insistence that reparations be the center issue of the UN visit, the United Nations report that resulted recommended that past injustices and crimes against African Americans be addressed with reparatory justice. Cam has been a 16-year member of the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, in COBRA, the longest running active organization championing the cause of reparations in the United States. Recently, Cam authored a manual entitled Laying the Foundation for Local Reparations, a guide for providing national symmetry for local reparations efforts, something which we've already heard today is so fundamental, so important. This document is used to inform the local reparations movement across the United States. Finally, well, I'm not sure about finally, but in June 2020, Cam successfully led the work to pass the City of Chicago Subcommittee on Reparations, making Chicago the second city in America to establish a local governmental body to redress past harms against its Black citizens. Cam holds a bachelor's degree in community renewal and political science from Roosevelt University and a master's degree in business administration from Roosevelt University's University Chicago School of Real Estate. And today he's going to be speaking on towards evidence-based repair. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you all. When I first saw my name on the program as the last speaker, I thought I was being positioned to be the hype man for Sir Hillary Beckles. Yeah. So I too have a University of Chicago connection, although I didn't study there. About 6 or 7 years ago, I was contacted by 4 doctoral students there who had uncovered their university's relationship to enslavement, and asked me, because I was in Chicago, if I could come and lend some assistance. You heard from 2 of them yesterday, Kai Parker and Guy Emerson Mount. I want to thank both of you. It's because of them that I'm here. So I want to thank both of you for reaching out and entrusting me. So I also want to thank Sabine for listening to Guy and inviting me. I come today as a part theoretician, part student, and part practitioner. As a theoretician, I want to provide a framework on how we engage reparations globally. As a student, you'll probably hear a lot from me that was already shared by many of the scholars who have spoken. And certainly, I will go back and share much of what I've learned here as I continue to move forward through the reparations movement. And as a practitioner, you'll hear how I've used the model and how we're using the model that I'm going to introduce in America and also globally. And it was just mentioned that I was at the 8th Pan-African Congress in Johannesburg, and it was there that I introduced a paper that was titled The New Paradigm of Reparations Activism, Reparations Enforcement. It was based on the Durban Declaration and Program of Action of the World Conference Against Racism in 2001. I had witnessed the reports from Durban II that was held in 2009, where country after country came up and began to articulate what they had done with the Durban Program of Action in their states as a result of this global declaration that was instituted by the UN Human Rights Commission. And I was particularly drawn to Brazil, what our brothers and sisters were doing in the Caribbean, and what the nation state of Zimbabwe was doing on the continent of Africa. Each of these nations was using the outcome of the World Conference Against Racism as a foundational basis for redressing the legacy of enslavement and colonialism in their countries. Yet the process in which they were moving had not been articulated in a cogent framework. So I took upon this as something that I would do as a practitioner, also to emphasize how we can move in a synchronous manner in the United States. So what was this paradigm? There were 2 questions that I had to address. How are the demands for redress framed? How do we frame the work that we're doing on the ground? Whether it's in Johannesburg, it's in Jamaica, it's in Chicago, in the United States, because this is a global issue for people of African descent and Africans on the planet. And the second question was, how are the demands redressed? The demands for redress enforced, I'm sorry. So the demand was framed using the Durban model, and the way we enforce our demands or enforce our human right to be repaired. There was a young brother who Toussaint worked with in Chicago. Toussaint is also from the University of Chicago. J.R. Fleming, who said that he was a human rights enforcer. And he was enforcing the human right for housing for Black Chicagoans. And I said, okay, if he can be a human rights enforcer, I can be a reparations enforcer, because I'm going to enforce the human right for us to be repaired, which the Durban model gave us the power to do, the ability and power to do. So what was this model that flowed from Durban? One, that crimes or harms were committed transatlantic slave trade, and I'm going to go with the judges, trans-chattelization, enslavement, trans-chattelization, slavery, transatlantic chattel slavery, but I'm going to say enslavement after Assistant Marine. Transatlantic chattelization, enslavement were crimes against humanity. Number one, that there was injuries or a legacy of these crimes, and that there was an economic basis of racism. That racism just wasn't racism for racism's sake. The nations and states that committed these crimes benefited economically, and you see that, and the nations and people who were victims of these crimes on the bottom rungs in society, on the planet economically. And if that's the case, then reparations are due. This is enshrined in the Durban Declaration and Program of Action. In paragraph 13, it says, we acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade, including the transatlantic slave trade, were appalling tragedies in the history of humanity, not only because of their abhorrent barbarism, but also in terms of their magnitude, organized nature, and especially their negation of the essence of the victims, and further acknowledge that slavery and the slave trade are crimes against humanity and should have always been so. Paragraph 15, we recognize that apartheid and genocide in terms of international law constitute crimes against humanity. In America, there was a period called Jim Crow, which is really apartheid, and we're reframing how we look at that period in America as apartheid, because apartheid is an international recognized wrong. And so we have to use these terms, and I'll share a little bit more about that later. The economic basis of racism, paragraph 14. We recognize that colonialism has led to racism, racial discrimination, and xenophobia and related intolerance, and that Africans and people of African descent and people of Asian descent and indigenous people were victims of colonialism and continue to be victims of its consequences. We acknowledge that the suffering caused by colonialism and affirm that wherever and whenever it occurred, it must be condemned and its reoccurrence prevented. We further regret that the effects and persistence of these structures and practices have been among the factors contributing to lasting social and economic inequalities in many parts of the world today. You heard many people speak during this conference about the injuries, the legacy, and this is what this particular paragraph indicates. And that in paragraphs 101, 102, and 104 of the Durban Declaration Program of Action, it talks about reparations, and what we're calling in America full repair, and I'll kind of get a little bit into that a little bit later also. 101, with a view to closing those dark chapters in history, and as a means of reconciliation and healing, we invite the international community and its members to honor the memory of the victims of these tragedies. We further note that some have taken the initiative of regretting or expressing remorse or presenting apologies, and call on those who have not yet contributed to restoring the dignity of victims to find appropriate ways to do so. Paragraph 102. We are aware of the moral obligation on the part of all concerned states and call upon these states to take appropriate and effective measures to halt and reverse the lasting consequences of those practices. And in 104, we also strongly reaffirm a pressing requirement of justice. The victims of human rights violations resulting from racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerance, especially in the light of their vulnerable situation socially, culturally, and economically, should be assured of having access to justice, which the judge talked about, including legal assistance where appropriate and effective and appropriate protection and remedies, including the right to seek justice and adequate reparation or satisfaction for any damage suffered as a result of such discrimination. I'm going to come back to this slide later in the presentation, but these are the doctrinal basis that the Durban Declaration gave us to move forward globally in our quest to be repaired. Crimes, as you heard from Brother Hans yesterday, that there was a conference in the Caribbean that really looked at the fact that the transatlantic slave trade was never legal. When it was one writer states that it was a set of rules among this small group of Western criminals that ruled over a small population. This is just a small population of peoples on the world, but they said that it was legal, and they're trying to generate to us that it was legal. But no, it was just rules of engagement among criminals. And we have to put it out there in that particular manner. Time does not matter because the injuries still remain. We want to keep coming back to the injuries, the injuries, the injuries. We understand the crimes. The crimes are the basis from which the claim is based, but more so the injuries is what move us toward our argument about the moral responsibility. Humanicide is a term that one of the elders in Chicago uses, and he says it's a singular situation of subjugation. Nowhere in the annals of history has what took place during this particular ever happened to a people anywhere on the planet. What those crimes, how we frame them in America around our local reparations, we subsume them under genocide, which occurred and is still occurring, plunder of our resources, which occurred and is still occurring, and apartheid, which occurred and is still occurring. We also state that there are 3 periods of crimes. And this is important because some people say, well, we can't push for crimes for enslavement. Well, enslavement was one period, but we had a second period of apartheid, or Jim Crow as it's called, from the end of Reconstruction in America, 1877 to 1965, with the civil rights bills that were passed in 1965. And then this new period from 1965 to current, we call it the neo-apartheid period. Because everywhere you see evidence of disparity, in any instance of living conditions, you see the result of separate development, which is a hallmark of apartheid. Resources were distributed separately so that one racial group would develop and the other racial group would be underdeveloped. So wherever you see disparity, you see the consequences of apartheid. In African nations, there were 3 periods. The challenization wars, I got that term from Professor Chinwezu, who gave us also the term internal reparations. He said that it wasn't a trade, as the judge referred, it was a system of challenization. And wars were ways to channelize a portion of African people and to send them abroad. Wars were ways to kidnap a portion of Africa's continent and send them abroad to be channelized and serve for the wealth of these foreign nations. The second period of African nations was colonization and the wars that were used to establish it. And the third period of crimes that are still being committed is also the neo-colonial period, or the neo-economic apartheid, where we see these political structures where African nations are being strangled by these political structures, economic structures like the IMF, the World Trade Organization, and structures of that nature, and the World Health Organization as well. In the Caribbean, it's a hybrid still, but we can still classify the crimes as 3 periods. In some Caribbean nations, you had apartheid and Jim Crow, and some there was a period of colonialism, like on the continent of Africa, depending on the population ratios of Africans in those particular nations. I think Haiti is the only country that didn't go through the 3 periods. It went straight from enslavement to a neo-colonial, neo-apartheid, neo-economic apartheid structure because they waged a war for freedom. But every other nation, African nation, or people were African descent, we can look at these 3 periods in which these crimes were committed. And again, it's important that we recognize the periodization of these crimes, because some people in America will be beneficiaries of repair, not for enslavement, but for the crimes that were committed when they came there, whether it was in the apartheid period or whether it was in the neo-apartheid period. And so every person in of African descent in America, we're saying, who was injured by the American government, in any period they came into America, they should be repaired by the American government. whether they're continental Africans, whether they're Caribbean brothers and sisters who came up during the period of apartheid, if they were injured by that country or any country, wherever you were injured as an African person, that is where your redress should come from. And so it flies in the face of these ADOS people who are talking about lineage. Lineage has nothing to do with it. What's the chief motivating factor is where you were injured, right? And to determine who and where you reside and where you were injured, determine where you would seek your repair. We also, as Robin pointed out in her presentation, we understand there are 4 classes of criminals, right? There were governments, federal, state, and local. There's a professor in Chicago, Professor William Sandy Darity, who says that only the federal government owes reparations. Local reparation efforts is not reparations. Well, we categorically dismiss that. For instance, and one of the reasons, because there's been all type of state level crimes. After enslavement, after the period of Reconstruction, these 12 periods where this country created, the United States created the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments and passed civil rights legislation, the terroristic period of apartheid grew. One of the economic engines of apartheid was convict leasing, where this government, where the Southern governments created all type of bogus crimes and laws, gave brothers and sisters boatloads of prison time for minor offenses, and then leased them out to corporations or employed them, enslaved them again for state industries. The state of Alabama in 1889, 85% of the state revenue came from convict labor. 85% of the entire state's revenue. So states have a responsibility because they also created major crimes and harms against African people. So we reject that whole notion that reparations only comes from federal governments. And as Robin showed in her presentation, there's local aspects of injury as of crimes and injury as well. Corporations, local, national, international corporations, institutions, religious, education, like this university, who came out with their report of the harms and crimes that they were complicit in, and we use crimes. And these entities are criminal until they engage in reparative initiative to bring them outside of the criminal class. The same way someone who committed a crime, a personal crime, they remain criminal until they paid their debt. And so we see every class of injuring parties as criminals until they engage in reparative actions to our people. And I know that's hard for a lot of people. When I'm in like predominantly white spaces and I'm looking for allies, not like here, but when I'm in predominantly white spaces and I'm looking for allies, I may not use crime, I'll use harm. Same thing, harms were created, crimes were committed, and you're still existing in a state of harm until there's reparative initiatives. And also the class of criminals, individuals, like families and family foundations and family trusts, as the Sambach family that Brother Malik shared yesterday through his work. Injuries. A Pan-African Congress, I introduced a resolution that said that all issues, problems, challenges, et cetera, the African world face can be reframed as injuries resulting from the crimes of slavery, the slave trade, colonialism, apartheid. That was adopted at the 8th Pan-African Congress. So as a global African people, we recognize that the legacy continues. The legacy is centuries of crimes. Neely Fuller, an author in Chicago, in America, who did work around a book titled The Compensatory Code of Dealing with White Supremacy. So there's 9 areas of people activity: education, economics, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And in each areas of these activities, there's racial domination and racial hierarchy, which is a result of the crimes of enslavement, apartheid, neo-apartheid. And Kober historically said that reparations had to deal with these 5 injury areas: economic development, criminal punishment, health, education, health, and peoplehood, which is our culture, identity, our sense of self-determination, our sense of sovereignty and independence. And when you look at the Human Development Index, 86 of European nations rank in the very high level of human development. The Human Development Index is ranked high, mid, low, and very low, 4 levels. 69% of African nations are at that very low level, and no European nations exist there, the same way no African nations exist in the high level area of human index. So what we're seeing is this continued legacy from the crime. No matter what measurement you use, you're going to see this continued legacy of the crimes that were committed. And we have to, in all of our spaces, look for the data that indicates the degree of injury and the basis and degree of outcome for our repair. The data will tell you when you're repaired, right? When that disparity is no longer there, that's when the repair ends in that particular area. Let's say, how long will reparations take? It may take generations because these crimes took generations. These injuries are multi-generational, layered in their expression. I'm always hyped like this. If I'm too hyped for some of y'all, shouldn't have invited me. No, I'm always hyped like this. I've stated, I've opened up probably the last 6 NCOBRA conferences with how excited I am to be in the reparations movement at this time, right? Where all of us are making history. All of us are getting to the point where we'll be like Robin Simmons, where we're actually delivering repair to our people. That's the stage we're at, and it's very exciting to be in this movement at this particular time. So forgive me if I'm too hyped. So reparations, any and all processes and actions that aim to make us whole and healthy. They're many and varied, as Judge laid out several in his presentation. They're both internal and external reparations. Again, Professor Chinwezu gave us the term internal reparations is what resources do we use that we already have internally to address some of the things that we need to address in the form of repair. The process initiated to address the processes, as Robin stated, and Kobe uses the definition that reparations begins with reparations as a process. So what processes must be initiated to address the humanicide? And where does African's world's current leaders, thinkers, and healers stand up under this analysis? Kojo spoke about African leaders not having knowledge. So we have to first begin to educate the African leaders. And that's very important. That's very, very, very important that you mentioned that, because what we'll find out is many of the resources will be squandered if they don't stand up, if they don't have this awareness as well. Professor Chu, I'm a student of Professor Chinwezu, but these are some of the things that, and I'm going to get into some of the things that he stated reparations need to address. The deepening poverty and lack of jobs, restitution of lands, reconstruction of African agriculture, halt the new and possible terminal scramble of Africa, abolish Black comparative or neo-colonial leadership, affecting cultural re-Africanization, democratize the economy, eradicate colonialism and education, escape from imperialist prison, guarded by the IMF, World Bank, and World Trade Organization, address and reverse economic environmental damage, close the astronomical technological gap between African nations and European nations, and rehabilitate the ethno-nations of Black Africa. And there's more on this list, but these kind of really point out some of the broader, that paintbrush, these are broad strokes that we have to be aware of. You heard that reparations and full reparations several times in this conference. Where did that come from? Where did this whole notion of full reparations come from? As the judge pointed out, it began in a 1928 Child Factory case where the Permanent Court of Justice, International Justice, the precursor to the International Criminal Court, laid out the general and foundational rule for reparations. In that ruling, which is still controlling law, the court held that, quote, reparations must, as far as possible, wipe out all consequences of the illegal act and reestablish the situation would have been, in all probability, have existed if that act had not been committed. The extent of all consequences was fleshed out later as full reparations in the International Law Commission 2001 draft articles on the responsibility of states for international wrongful act. The judge kept on pointing out today, wrongful acts, wrongful acts, wrongful acts. We have to incorporate these words, ideas, and concepts in our conversation when we're dealing with this issue. So to wipe out all consequences, it states, states must engage in full reparations. What is full reparations? You've seen this also stated several times today. And I'm trying to connect it all for us as we move forward in our work. Again, because this model, again, is a global model. No matter where we're at on the planet as African people, this is what has been bequeathed to us from the Durban World Conference Against Racism, which was a tremendous successful Pan-African-led project to get us to this point. But that's a whole nother lesson or class on that. But reparations mean full reparations, cessations and assurance and guarantees of non-repetition. Whatever bad acts, if they continue, must be stopped. And we must dismantle systemic racism. That's where this comes in at. Dismantling systemic racism is to put in place structures that prevent these wrongful acts from reoccurring or continuing to occur. Restitution, as the judge stated, I keep referring to you, Judge, because I got so much out of your presentation. Restitution is to return the people back to where they would have been if these harmful acts had not been committed. Compensation is for damages suffered. And we heard a lot about compensation today. Satisfaction is the return of the dignity to a people whose dignity was eroded as a result of the criminal acts that were committed against them. Satisfaction are apologies, museums, markers, curriculum change. We talked a lot about how educational processes are continuing to exacerbate previous harms, right? And so that's part of satisfaction. And then rehabilitation for the heart, mind, spirit damage that has resulted from the crimes that continue to wreak havoc in our lives. Now, this was the slide I showed earlier on reparations in the Durban Declaration Program of Action. And you'll see embedded in this particular section of the DDPA, these 5 components for reparations. And I just got them under, I'm not gonna read everything again, but reconciliation and healing, that's part of rehabilitation. Restoring the dignity of the victim, that's satisfaction. Appropriate and effective measures to halt, that's cessation and guarantees of non-repetition. Reverse the lasting consequences, that's restitution. Being assured and having access to justice, that's assurances of non-repetition. Just and adequate reparations and satisfaction, and any damage suffered, that's compensation. So embedded in this document are the qualifying terms and outcomes of what repair should be if we're fighting for reparations, and what states must engage in under international customary law, as the judge has stated forward. Now that we know the frame, who enforces our human rights to be repaired? This is part of the reparations enforcement. So I came up with this theory, again, watching these 3 nations back in 2009, 10, 11, and 12, or with CARICOM, the CARICOM nations in 2013, 14 at the creation of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. Was that 2013? 2013. So the Durban Declaration and the UN, or access, many of us who are in white settler states, we don't have access to the International Criminal Court. We're not a state. We can't bring our issues to the International Criminal Court. So we don't have an enforcement mechanism. There's no enforcement mechanism in the United Nations. We go there and we champion our cause and we get them to make statements, come out with this declaration that gives us weight to go back and fight with, but there's no enforcement mechanism. And so as a practitioner, who enforces our human right to be repaired? We must do that. So reparations enforcement is a philosophy in action that affirms that African and people of African descent have a human right to be repaired from the harmful legacies of the transatlantic slave trade, enslavement, colonialism, and apartheid. And that's our t-shirt that we wear, and I wear it proudly all the time. I've been wearing it for about 10 years anyway. Reparations enforcers are any person or group that uses the outcomes of the 2001 World Council Against Racism enshrined in the Durban Declaration and Program of Action or any other international instrument. And I'm gonna talk about that a little later too. To enforce our human right to be repaired from the criminal injuries suffered at the hands of any of the 4 classes of criminals within any of the 3 periods of crimes against African humanity. Examples, key politicians, presidents, cabinet officials, legislators, governors, mayors, aldermen, like Alderman Robin Ruth Simmons when she was an alderman, creating policy for reparatory justice using the above international model and instruments as a basis of their policy. Organizations, activists, scholars, or any individual that either mobilize, research, artistically influence, negotiate for, or fund activities that lead to reparatory justice using the above model and international instruments as the basis of their action. So many of you here today, with what you've already done, you have already crossed over into the area of enforcement. And we hope that all of us, as we continue and move forward out of this space, continue in that vein. How are reparations enforced? It depends on the political reality of the African population. In continental African and Caribbean states, they are able to use their state power to enforce the Durban Declaration Program of Action. Those of us in the diaspora who make up, some may make up majorities and others may make up minorities in the state, we have to use direct action and position the legislator to act in our favor. In Brazil, in 2009 at the Rio Conference, they firstly, after 2001, they created a secretarial race that went around the nation with the national debate. They determined to target resources of those most in need. Affirmative action in higher education was implemented. And we heard yesterday from 2001 to 2012, as a result of these practices, they went from 19% to 52% representation in higher education among Black Brazilians. Incredible, incredible utilizing the Durban Declaration Program of Action. There was wealth distribution beginning with land. In 2003, there was a challenge to the land. 2003, there was a challenge to the redistribution of land to the Quilombos. In 2018, the Brazilian Supreme Court upheld the challenge. 1.9 hectares of land, about the size of Iowa in the United States, were awarded to the Quilombos. So about 4,000 Quilombo groups, and collectively about 1.9 million hectares of land was awarded to them. Economic development to the Quilombos. African origin religions were protected from discrimination. The only nation on the planet, not even in Africa, protects African religions. The only nation that protects African religions is Brazil. And then there was other efforts that they put forth. It resulted in lifting 23 million out of poverty in 7 years from 2002 to 2009. 23 million people lifted out of poverty as a result of these actions. Now, Brazil had like 90 million people in poverty, but over this short amount of time, they were able to lift over a quarter of their residents' citizenry out of impoverishment. In Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe enacted the Indigenization Economic Empowerment Bill, utilizing this notion that colonialism was a crime against humanity. Britain had reneged on the Lancaster Agreement in 1979, which was an agreement that said that they would, in 10 years, begin paying the white settlers for the land that they were on. That Britain would wait that Zimbabwe would wait those 10 years before they engaged in any type of land reclamation. Well, Britain reneged 10 years later and did not pay for the land. And the government said in 2007 that we will indigenize the land. And they went and started kicking the white farmers off the land. Again, paying them, offering to pay them for the improvements of the land, but they were not getting paid for the land. They also indigenized the mines, where no foreign entity could own more than 49% of a mine. 51% had to be owned by the indigenous people. Again, all resulting from the Durban Declaration Program of Action that colonialism was a crime. So everything that the nation that resembles an outcome of colonialism was criminal and could be addressed by the state. And they put up industry protections. The Economic and Empowerment Secretary said, we are putting in place measures for enforcement if they do not comply. Clearly, he understood that it was up to the state to enforce our right to be repaired. CARICOM, 14 nations formed the CARICOM's Reparations Commission to petition Britain, France, Spain, Netherlands, and other European nations for native genocide and enslavement to be heard at the International Court of Justice. Now, this is a statement by Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, chair of CARICOM at the time, which speaks directly to this model. And as I'm hearing state after state, Brazil, Zimbabwe, CARICOM, that's what had me really develop this model, because it was being practiced in different parts of the planet where we weren't all speaking the same language. But he said this awful legacy of these crimes against humanity, a legacy which exists today in our Caribbean, ought to be repaired for the development and benefit of the Caribbean society and all of its people. Couched in this one quote is this motto: crimes, injuries, repair. And I'm gonna be concluding very shortly. How is it used in the US? The National African American Reparations Commission was born in 2015. We saw what our brothers and sisters was doing in the Caribbean, and forming the CARICOM Reparations Commission, and Dr. Ron Daniels convened a group of scholars, activists, clergy in America to form the National African American Reparations Commission. I was one of the inaugural members, and Robin is now a member of NARC. And the first thing we set out to do was to revise the federal legislation, HR 40. I was appointed to be the lead writer. And I specifically wrote in this federal bill that the outcome of the Reparations Commission must be in alignment must be in alignment with the international norms of full reparations and special measures. Couched in this language, couched in this bill, is the Durban model. And we see that that's happening. We were able to help Evanston when we theorized and communicated with their law department that we're not basing in America any type of race-based legislation that's considered unconstitutional. But when we use the Durban model, we know, even though it's African people who are to be repaired, we're not using a race-based argument. We're using a crime-based, harm-based, injury-based argument. And they were able to craft their reparations initiative for those who were harmed during the period of 1919 and 1969 through redlining. So we were able to assist in that matter. We were able to use this model to get a Chicago Reparations Committee. Someone talked about the state of California, who has a reparations task force. State of California took the wording of HR 40, findings and purpose, and put it in their bill, word for word. So they also have to comply with creating reparations to deal with those 5 areas: cessation and guarantees of non-repetition, restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, and satisfaction. And we're pushing to have HR 40 passed after the midterm elections via an executive order by President Biden. And so this model that we were able to theorize in 2014 is having a tremendous effect in America at this particular time. Also, I talked about international instruments. In addition to the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, which is an international instrument, I created what I call a reparations presentment. I'm not a lawyer, but I'll try anything for the purpose of reparations, right? The purpose of repair by people. But I combine a criminal law presentment, which is an informal statement of offenses. A formal statement of offenses is an indictment. Prosecutors or grand juries can deliver an informal statement of offenses, and it's called a presentment. In commerce law, a presentment is a formal statement of debt that's owed, a formal statement of claim. If anyone has ever gotten a final notice on any bill, utility bill, water bill, car, insurance, whatever, if you've ever gotten a final notice, you've received a presentment. And I added to that the current injuries and legacies and consequences of those offenses in this particular document. So a reparations presentment is a formal statement or demand in writing that harms, crimes, or offenses were committed, along with the demands, claims, or an invoice that can satisfy those harms or its legacy made on behalf of the injured parties. Injured parties can be residents of the city. Injured party can be descendants of an institution that was harmed. Their ancestors were harmed. The injured parties can be an entire nation of people of African descent. I used this in the United States against Norfolk Southern Railroad in 2016. Norfolk Southern Railroad benefited from about 60 years of free labor, slave labor, and then convict labor after enslavement. And we were able to, quote, force a string of concessions. That was written by a Chicago Sun-Times newspaper reporter. We used it against Rush University Hospital. They delivered them a presentment, laying out the crimes that they committed, the injuries that result from those crimes, and the repair that we desired. And neither one of these instances did we get the repair that we desired, but we did get action. And Rush University Medical College during the period of apartheid, they robbed African graves to experiment on them and attract students to their university. That was the crime that they committed. We laid that all out. The injuries is these disparities that exist. And we had some areas of repair that we wanted. And we didn't get what we wanted. However, they did invest in a West Side community, which is a community, undeserved, disinvested Black community. There's a community college called Malcolm X, named Malcolm X Community College, that has one of the best health-related programs in Chicago, in America, actually, that feeds into higher four-year institutions around the areas of health. They were able to invest more in that system. And in July of 2022, just a few months ago, I led a group to the Vatican, and we delivered a reparations presentment to the Vatican. In this picture here, you have Dr. Ron Daniels, who's the convener of the National African American Reparations Commission. You have Dr. Amara Inya, who's the chair of the Permanent Forum of People of African Descent. You have Bishop Tai, who's the secretary of the Pontifical Council of Culture for the Vatican. You have Nicole Hannah-Jones, who's the author of the 1619 Project, and then myself. We met and we delivered a reparations presentment. And on the bottom, those are some of the other people who were there with us. Sister June, are you in the house? Sister June back here from London. She came and still with us. So definitely, and she's pictured there. And that's us leaving out of the Secretariat of Culture's building. So in our Vatican presentment, and I'm going to conclude with this slide, you can go to ibw21.org. You can find the Vatican presentment. We listed the crimes of the Roman Catholic Church. The historical record affirms that the Roman Catholic Church declared and sanctioned that the destruction of African kingdoms, the plunder of African wealth and resources, total war, which is an international term, on African people and the perpetual enslavement of Africans and their descendants. And we laid out the papal bulls in this presentment that inaugurated these crimes. There would not be a transatlantic slave trade if it had not been for the papal bulls initiated by the Roman Catholic Church. And the second segment of harms was that the historical record affirms that the Roman Catholic Church contributed to the creation of a racial hierarchy of humanity by endorsing this lie of white superiority and Black inferiority through their bogus Ham myth that Black people were perpetually cursed as children of Ham. Then we had the section of the legacies, the injuries. And again, there's been several legal scholars through this conference talking about how we have to focus on injuries, on the legacy. And we laid out that heading for that section was the Roman Catholic Church's actions contributed to the creation of a global racial animus that has placed Africans and people of African ancestry at the bottom rung of humanity. And then in our section entitled Reparations, we laid out about 7 or 8 actions that we wanted the church to engage in. We led with this: encouraged by the words and the spirit of the encyclical Fratelli Tutti, in which Pope Francis calls for a deepened sense of our shared humanity, and compelled by, who calls for this deepened sense of our shared humanity, and being also compelled by international law, customs, and norms regarding total war, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, we seek full reparations and healing for people of African ancestry. So, and then we laid out again what that meant to us as people speaking on behalf of the global African world. This was our initial response, and I'm going to end with this slide. Bishop Ty responded, says, I have noted the contents of the presentment, and I'm seeking to understand which agencies, officers at the Holy See will be best positioned to engage with the materials which raise significant issues of historical, moral, and legal nature. You're doggone right. They raise significant issues of historical, moral, and legal nature. And even in his response, he also sees this model of crimes, injury, repair. Historical, we're talking about the crimes against our humanity, total war, war crimes. Moral, it's a moral obligation, as we heard by Hans and Philippe, that these continued legacy be addressed. And it's immoral for the church is calling on this shared sense of humanity. And in this encyclical Fratelli Tutti, the Pope uses the parable of the Good Samaritan who was injured. There was a Judean who was injured and left for dead on the wayside. And the Samaritan came, who there's always been this supposed animosity or enmity between Samaritans and Judeans. He came and took care of this injured person, took him to an inn and gave him, left money for the innkeeper to take care of him and nurse him until he got well. The Pope says that everyone has to be good Samaritans. We cannot leave injury unaddressed. So we're using the Pope's own words. You cannot leave injury unaddressed, right? And so then he talked about the legal, significant legal issues we raise, and that's the obligation of full repair. So this model of crimes, injuries, repair is what is moving the global. Did I add another slide? Let's see. Last month we was in the CRASSH, and we couched that wording in the CRASSH declaration. There was a declaration that we produced in the CRASSH Ghana last month, and which basically says the same thing. We've got an agreement on that. The crimes were committed, the left a negative injurious legacy, and that is both a moral and legal obligation of the perpetrators of the crimes to engage in full reparations. This is how we move forward as people who desire not only repair for African people, but who desire a better world. It begins with the repair of African people. You cannot have a better world with a legacy of injury left unredressed. Thank you.
I could just get our three panelists back. And for those of you, whoever's in charge of the cameras, if they could make the main camera the one on the panel rather than the one on the podium for those at home. Because when I've been at home watching, I always see the one on the podium and not the panelists speaking. So if someone could switch the focus on that camera. Otherwise. Excellent. So I don't know if I'm needed for anything other than pointing towards who has questions to begin our discussion. So we're going to have a focused discussion on these three papers and then move to a more open discussion. Yes. Oliver.
Let me start by saying how much I learned from the three of you. It was absolutely wonderful. But Cam, on the issue of ADOS, I hear the arguments, but it's not about, in my view, only repair where the harm is done. In other words, in the United States. Because the United States, if you look at Slave Voyages 2.0, slavevoyages.org 2.0, the latest statistical documentation by Professor Eltis and his group. It shows, if you disaggregate the information, you see that USA, ships flying the flag of the USA, actually traded Africans directly from Africa to the Caribbean. So the United States has an obligation to repair harm in the Caribbean too. So when ADOS talks about excluding Caribbean people and discuss the migration to the United States and use that to say, well, they're coming from elsewhere and they're not a part of that group, they have to take into consideration, as I told Professor Darity when we were on a panel together at the UN, that you have to take into consideration that trafficking by the United States. And I have actually made a list of the ships and all the information for those ships and sent it to Don Rojas and other colleagues in the United States. So that has to be part of the documentation.
100% agree with that. In addition, Malcolm X told us about the seasoning process. First taught us about the seasoning process, where Africans were brought to Cuba. That was the first stop. Sometimes families were in those ships together, but when they got to Cuba and went through the process, that's when they were split. Some were split in the tracks, in these different phases, as the judge talked about. Some of families were split through the tracks. Some were split at the dungeons. Some, died in the Middle Passage, but some families were still intact at that first stop and were split up then. Some went to Brazil, some went to the Caribbean, some went to North America. So we are blood, no matter how you put it. We're still, we have DNA lineage, if you will, throughout the West, throughout the Caribbean and the Americas. We totally reject that whole argument. And then, the nature of the enslavement system in the Americas was one where you had planters who had plantations in the Caribbean, in America, in South America, and or you had, Britons or French people who had plantations not only in one space. So that argument is just a weak, very weak argument that we totally reject. Adios.
Sabine, sorry.
A little bit. If you look at
Wait.
the Harvard, yes, I don't talk very loud. So I wanted to say, if you look at the Harvard University legacy slavery report, you will notice that Harvard, one of the richest institutions in the world, benefited immensely from the Caribbean. there's Cuba there, Haiti was there, Haiti is there. And so it's very, very hard, I think, to even, so I know the argument that they're making is about the federal government, but even in American institutions and leading universities, you can see the wealth that was generated from the Caribbean. So just wanted to add that.
We have a question.
Hi. Thank you for these really incredible papers. And Cam, I definitely wanted to just say how much of an inspiration and how much your support was so just essential for the Reparations East Chicago Working Group. And I mean, just as we talk about how it's important for university efforts for reparations within universities to be engaged with broader struggles in localities, also struggles in communities, in the mass reparations movement generally are essential really for the struggles within universities as well. And so it's important for that relationship to be symbiotic. And I also want to say that that Toussaint Toussaint really is a legendary figure in the kind of annals of Black Chicago or University of Chicago's student activism, and I do not mean that facetiously at all. And so he certainly has also been a major influence for a long time. I wanted to ask Kim, I was really struck by your use of apartheid. And I mean, I was trying to kind of get at some of this in my paper, but I think you did a really amazing job of really focusing, or at least bringing to light the need to deprovincialize Jim Crow and the ways that it seems like Jim Crow, I mean, while the ADOS/FBA claims are not totally rooted in Jim Crow, I mean, Jim Crow as the kind of locus of a kind of African-American exceptionalism seems to be key to that framework. And so I'm wondering, just kind of how we can think about segregation, like apartheid in a more kind of global sense. And also, I mean, maybe more specifically, would you consider, say, Professor Benton mentioned like Richard Allen and the free Black community in Philadelphia in the turn of the 18th century. I mean, would you consider them to also be under a kind of apartheid regime, even though that was still during the chattel slavery period?
So sure, last part of that, Richard Allen created a separate church because they couldn't worship in the same pews. So that was apartheid, right? You had to, apartheid means separate. And so a lot of the institutions that were created by this Black exceptionalism was created because of the apartheid conditions that we are under. And so what I try to do when I talk about apartheid is focus on resource distribution in that particular space. More resources was given to one group based solely on race, and other resources were not given to a group or withheld from a group solely based on race. And so when you look at that dynamic, you'll see why you have more graduates of one race. You see why you have more businesses of one race. You see why you have more opportunities taken advantage of by one race. You see why there's more wealth by one race. It all goes back to this resource allocation based upon race. And so that's the genesis and the heart of apartheid, how I try to use it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just wanted, Professor from Ghana, I have two questions for you. I enjoyed your talk so much, and I think we should have you in the Caribbean to give this talk. So we should exchange contacts, because I really want to invite you, because it's so interesting. The same methods of cultural control and ideological control that you spoke about. I mean, we are suffering from that as well. Denigration of our language, taking away our names and all of that and thinking that, you know, what is colonial is better for us. So we have to really spread the education. But I want to ask you, can you guide us? How do we respond? I mean, a lot of people are talking about the Don Lemon interview on CNN, where he didn't seem to have an answer for the broadside launched, right? I don't remember the name of the woman who that he was interviewing. But how can you guide us to a response? And how do you respond when people say, well, the blame lies in Africa for the chattel enslavement? I mean, what's your response? And the second question would be, really, how can we forge greater links with the institutions in Africa so that we can help each other to have the answers to some of these questions? Thanks.
I'm not sure if Africa did apologize. I heard about a group that decided to apologize on behalf of Africa. I don't know whether they had state support, any nation supported them, but it's one of the ploys to diffuse the front once more. Yeah, that's what I'll say to that. I didn't hear the apology, but I saw it online. And then the reaction that came from those who actually observed it was that no African state supported that apology or endorsed what the group was doing. Yeah. Now about Africans actually being responsible for the enslavement and trading of people. No.
What is the response?
Yeah.
What is the response to that?
When people say that.
When people say that. Well, the response from my end is that is part of the gross misunderstanding of what transpired. What can be labeled as slavery amongst Africans existing before chattel slavery is that people were acquired and incorporated into families. They were not dehumanized. People were adopted into families to strengthen the families at a time when agriculture was the mainstay. So in my particular family, for example, we were told that our uncles were acquired when enslavers were transporting people from the north to the south, to the coast. And then our great-grandparents said, no, one of the gentlemen was too handsome to be taken away. So he acquired him and got his daughter married to him. Today, that story is known, but we did not have any discrimination. They are our uncles and they are chiefs of our particular family, okay? And we all respect them. So people were not dehumanized. They were not treated as cargo. But in chattel slavery, which was introduced by Europeans, Africans were commodified. They lost their dignity and respect. They were branded like any other product that is being to be exported, okay? And the trauma was totally different. Those Africans who participated in it, some were business people who worked closely with Europeans. Just like today, in the Caribbean and in Africa, you find African business people working with Europeans to exploit the resources like gold, like oil, okay? The business at the time introduced by Europeans was the commodification and trading of people. So some of them were influenced in that regard. But it's the Europeans who introduced the guns and gunpowder. They introduced the brandy and gin and so on to influence various groups. They introduced paramilitary organizations, which today some anthropologists and historians describe as Asafo companies in terms of Ghana, for example. And when you watch the paraphernalia of many of those companies, like flags, some of the flags you see of Asafo companies, you see in Elmina, for example, bear, the Union Jack, okay? The Swiss flag, it's in some of them. And then you find some of the shrines. There's one particular shrine in Elmina that caught my attention. You find, they call it an African shrine of a paramilitary group. On top of this particular shrine was a ship guarded by two images that were depicted as white people. And then below, you find an African wearing cloth and with people, with potters, okay, carrying all kinds of goods. So that is very symbolic to say that, yes, the Asafo companies, those who were sent out to raid villages, to raid other people, burned communities down and acquire in the process people for sale, okay? That was inspired by Europeans when they came in, beginning with the Portuguese, followed by the Dutch, the Danes, the English, the French, then Germans, among others. So we know that some groups of Africans were part of the problem. And today, some of us even see some of the chiefs, African leaders, as people who whose forebears participated in this and were recognized thereafter by the British when they came in to colonize the place, because they had the records and they work with them. Some are part of the governance, okay, of the people who govern the country today. And so the same process continues. And you can't blame it on all Africans. And you can't say Africans did this. Who introduced chattel slavery to Africa? That is the bottom line. It's not Africans, but it's Europeans, through deceit, through physical coercion in many cases. Those who refused were punished. I will cite the example of Nana Osei Bonsu, the king of Ahanta, who in resisting exploitation of his people was killed by the Dutch and beheaded, and his head was taken to the Netherlands and kept in a jar until 2009, when agitations by government and the people of Ahanta caused the return of that head back to the people. But you know what? The people said in African warfare, once you cut off the head of the king, you've defeated the people. So when after all these years, you bring this head back, it means we've been defeated by the Dutch. So yes, thank you, but no thanks. The head is still there, okay? And plans are now afoot to give it a formal burial. So that's what I'll say to your question. Now, how can we forge links? It's by identifying individuals within the academic institutions that have this understanding of what's transpired and what needs to be done to seek redress and to address the kind of situation which we find, particularly mental slavery. This is because the leaders of the academic institutions, just like leaders of government, are part of the problem. In my university in particular, the key thing today is to pursue world-class education, okay? When we say we are pursuing world-class standards, whose standards are we using? We want to be on the same level like Harvard, Yale, Cambridge, Oxford, without being mindful of our context and our history. As a result, many of the programs are skewed towards the worst. And I'll cite my last example in this regard. The emphasis is on STEM, science, engineering, technology, mathematics. Yeah, not STEAM at all, okay? And this is pursued vigorously. In that regard, you cannot go through the institution directly to have anything to have those links. When you have individuals, we can influence changes in the academic curriculum in our various units and start from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all. Cam, I had a question for you about reparations enforcement. And maybe I'm just a little bit of a cynic, but I think states will start to hide their assets, and corporations and family trusts will begin to hide the assets as the call for reparations grows more and more powerful. And so I wonder if there needs to be, or if there is reparation planning for that moment when we see it. I think the aspect of this that we know more about is the hiding of the archive of enslavement, and the burning of documentation of enslavement in order to hide, but the people have a memory, right? And that won't go away. But the assets, often in offshore tax havens. And so what is a kind of financial forensics that has to be put in place to make sure and ensure that these families in particular, not the states necessarily because of the mechanisms of the nation state accountability systems, but the corporations and the families who do hide their money and their assets, and how do we go after them?
So I wouldn't be able to answer that question with my level of action around reparations, because I'm not into that space. But certainly we have to consider, I think corporations are less able to hide because they have to generate these year-end reports for the stakeholders and for tax purposes. Public corporations, which are primarily those who are most connected, even though there are some family corporations that are private corporations that are still in existence today. So that's an area that we have to build a strategic element within the movement, but certainly we have to start looking at that. So thank you for raising that question.
I would just add to that a little bit, because as someone who did the financial side of the research here, I have experience of that. And sometimes when I am confronted with a document that has the number, I always suspect that I'm not getting the right number, even if it's a sealed document. It looks official, but to be honest, I mean I struggle to obtain these documents, access to the financial records, even though I was able to gain access. But once I decided I actually want to know the value of this, it takes a long time. And there are also in one case, and I'm saying that this is not a critique of Cambridge, but I just want I think there's one of the things that we need to know is that because we don't have control of these archives, also some institutions also have laws that may make it impossible to even look at the valuation of a certain item, right? So for example, and I'm going to give an example because I think it's important for historians doing this researching these institutions to know that these are some of the obstacles that might come. And so as a people, we may have to actually protest to actually see these documents and have access, and just to say, well, I want to know the value. I actually want to see it, and that as part of repair so basically transparency of the archives. And often archivists don't make choices about that. They really don't. They don't have that. They have power, but not as much power as we assign to them. So yeah. So I will give an example here. There are, so Cambridge does have a lot of silver that a lot of silver that came from people who invested in slavery, from plantation owners. When they came here to school, they, this is lots of transatlantic silver, but it's not easy to even gain. It's not easy to gain access to that silver, and to actually get a document that actually shows you the value, the valuation. Not only did they receive silver from not only was that one of the things that donors provided, but they also continue to invest in silver. That is, and so one of the things you find is that some people that you might hear some say, well, silver is not really that important anymore. It's just silver. But institutions actually think silver is very important. They continue to invest in silver. So so there is a financial forensic, and there is and we also need protest. I mean, just transparency of the archives, acquiring the financial, just getting the numbers. You can't do a reckoning if you don't even trust. We can't talk about financial reckoning without even, I mean, I don't think you can ever do a financial reckoning, but if you just want a sense of what the numbers are, you actually have to trust the documents that you are looking at, and you actually need institutions to provide these documents. And there are a lot of stories on the ground about institutions getting rid of their financial accounts, which I think is hard to do. When institutions do that, then they've also lost their own records. They're not interested in destroying their own history. But the point is just how do you get access to this document? So when I want to know how much is, what is the value of the Fitzwilliam Museum, right? Which I'm going to propose. If you don't, we can't go to Wimpole anymore, it's going to rain, but you can go see the Fitzwilliam Museum, right? But if you want to know the value of that, so one argument against getting that document might be, you can't put a number on that. It's precious. And then and then you're thinking, okay, then why am I doing this research? Why are we putting a value on enslaved Africans if we can't put a number on the museum? So some things have values and some things don't. So it just really makes you think about the legacies of enslavement. But I guess I think I've heard from some people in the conference how uncomfortable they are with financial assessment. So like the one in Haiti, just we're calculating this money. Like, are we reproducing the same system of capitalism that that enabled the trading of Africans in the first place? But I guess since we are in capitalism, one answer I've heard in the university too is that yes, but we need to get a sense of the number. But I guess one of the things about getting the number is it's interesting to think about what can be valued and what people think that we can automatically put a number on and what we can't put a number on, right? So so it's interesting. But yes, I think in terms of institutions, this is why earlier the first day I said I don't think you can trust institutions to do their own inquiry. It is about this hiding of the assets. And how do you know when you are getting the numbers, the numbers, right? Sometimes they'll just give you, this is the insurance number, but I mean, so it's that I think financial history is very, very important. So, but it's very, very hard.
Yeah, just quickly, as you were talking, Professor, I was thinking about one of the actions that Reparations United, my organization, is doing is going around the country, first determining which cities have already initiated slavery disclosure ordinances, but also getting other cities to develop slavery disclosure ordinances. And what those are ordinance that a municipality enacts that says that if you are going to get a contract with our city, you have to research your database and determine whether or not there's been any complicity with either your organization, your company, or predecessor company. And they're supposed to provide the research. Once they provide their internal research, then we have it's public for us to then be able to have our scholars take a look at it and say, no, there's some other documents that should have been here. How did it get to this point? There's some things missing, so having those disclosure ordinances in place around the country in various, various nations as well. The several states have also in America issued these slavery disclosure ordinances. And just recently, about 4 months ago, one of our congressional Black congresswomen sent out a letter to many corporations, national corporations, asking them to, on their own, because there's no federal slavery disclosure ordinance, on their own to go and research their records to determine. So that's kind of one way that we can begin to stop them from hiding by mandating these disclosures.
Okay. A professor from Ghana whose name, because of transatlantic chattel slavery, I cannot pronounce, because my ancestors would have come from Ghana. I'm Jamaican. And I don't think you have in Ghana, you'd have had in Ghana a Ghanaian with the name Robinson. So Robinson is the name of a plantation owner in Jamaica. But I ought to have had a name like yours. And that is what this whole exercise is about. But I wanted to ask you about the paramilitary bodies that were established by the slaveholding countries, Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, etc. These paramilitary bodies, groups of Ghanaians, I imagine they were involved in capturing their brothers so that they could become enslaved. I don't know if that is correct, because if that is what they were doing, then in my view, as a matter of law, the countries that established them would have exercised sufficient control and direction over them to be responsible for what they did, so that although they carried out those actions, the very countries that set up the bodies, that enable them to do it, bear legal responsibility. And that is something that I've been thinking about for some time, the extent to which the Africans who were parts of these raiding parties were actually either in the employment or under the direction and control of those foreign bodies. Because if they were, then I can tell you that it is the European bodies who would have responsibility. I don't say they wouldn't have any. But the important legal point is that the European bodies would bear responsibility if they exercised sufficient control and direction over them. The second issue I wanted to raise, you were looking at the extent to which transatlantic chattel slavery impacted the African countries. But I didn't hear you mention the depopulation that resulted from it, and which robbed those African countries of a multitude of persons who could have contributed significantly to the economic production and growth. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The name once more is Kojo Gabua. Yes. Yes, you are right. Many of the paramilitary companies initially comprised enslaved people who were not sent into the Americas or into Europe. Today, many join because their forebears were members of the companies. It's hereditary, and it's taken for granted, like this is our culture, you know, without actually questioning or interrogating the origins of that. So you're right that European companies, entities that set them up, had full control over them and directed their actions and must bear responsibility for whatever they did. That is one. The depopulation, I didn't mention because my focus was on the mental slavery. But it is true that many parts of where I come from, Ghana, for example, have been depopulated, particularly the savanna woodland areas, getting to the northern parts of the country, where many people were raided first by Arab slave dealers, the last ones being Samori and Babatu. Then again, with the Chakas, many of them were actually raided and transported by foot all the way to the forts and castles along the coast. So it's actually led to depopulation of many areas. And that's the reason why the first president of Ghana, of blessed memory, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, ensured that he offered free education, okay, as affirmative action for peoples of Northern Ghanaian background in schools, particularly in colleges and so on and so forth. That still continues, but in recent times, some regimes have taken a second look at that kind of policy, but depopulation was a major effect of, or major impact of the chattel slavery.
I'm relying on Professor Shepherd to get you to Jamaica.
Thank you.
A very important bridge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a very joined up question, so bear with me. I think it's been clear through the past 3 days that one of the recurring themes is that poverty is clearly a clear indication and legacy of slavery and colonialism, and poverty not only related to income or an income-based definition or approach, but based on, for instance, deprivation of resources, as Cam would have spoken about, or discrimination, because that is one of the definitions that poverty takes on, because there's no like this multidimensional approach to how we define poverty. I'm throwing this out to the floor, but Cam really inspired this because you talked about the case of Brazil and the policies that President Lula at the time would have put in place that really helped with poverty eradication and poverty alleviation. But one of the critiques of quite a few of his programs is that while there was an alleviation or eradication of poverty for millions, they were still just below poverty. So the thought that came to mind is when, and not if, but when we receive reparation, what mechanisms do we put in place to ensure that poverty alleviation and eradication isn't just at the baseline and has especially people of African descent right below, but rather flourishing and ensuring that like there's generational wealth, not only in terms of cash, but also in terms of access to resources and access to rights that ensure that, you know, we aren't discriminated against. And I'm throwing that out to all of you, and hopefully you followed through this very all over the place question.
So yeah, my new organization, Reparation United, focused, as I stated, on two primary issues. One is dealing with the slavery disclosure ordinance, because we haven't been targeting corporations and institutions since the early 2000s. And so we have to have a new focus in America on these other players. The other area that I'm focusing on is around internal violence in our community, particularly young Black men who are engaged in all of this fratricide. It's happening everywhere in every major city in America where Black people live. I mean, probably it's happening everywhere in every major city globally where Black people live. And it's primarily the result of 3 generations, 4 generations of impact on families, particularly Black men, remove them from their family. In the most violent communities in Chicago, you have 83, 87% female-headed homes. Only 17% of the homes in those communities have a Black male in it, right? And there's so much data related that shows that, you know, 2-parent families, children excel, go to school, teen pregnancy is down, all these positive effects of having 2 parents. So in addressing this element, we're looking at what we're calling the reparative basic income. A reparative basic income is to remove these young people out of the informal economy, which is violent, where the only place that they can survive, because there's no way for them to get in the formal economy. But to engage in this reparative basic income, they have to be enrolled in some type of remedial program. And this remedial program is to get them not to be able to go to get a job in McDonald's, you know, because they can already do that even with, you know, being semi-literate, but to move them toward a career path. In Chicago, there are about 40 different vocational career track classes that are free, that have now are free, tuition free, if you live in a certain zip code. However, these young people are not able to take care of them because many of them don't even have a GED. So we had to get them to that process. So part of the repair is to get them the GED, get them in this track that will lead to a career as opposed to just a job. So they don't go back into impoverishment. They lift it way above impoverishment. They'll be able to take care of a family. Because some of these vocational courses in America, if you come out and get in a union, you can make $70, $80 an hour, right? Which, you know, puts you immediately in the middle class, immediately. And so these are the type of things we have to look at, bringing people to a point where they have enough access and availability to be on a trajectory to have a career where they can, you know, have long-term employment, long-term ability to generate wealth, and hopefully that wealth will become generational.
Just a quick note on that. I think you raise a really important question in terms of thinking about the limitations of, for instance, like some of the approaches to reparations that I talked about in my paper, right? Like if it's a, you know, if it is reparations is simply conceived of a cash transfer of like $43,000 or something like that, the degree to which absent any broader transformative project that can become relatively ephemeral, right? Over a short period of time, even just a generation or what have you. And I think that there's both that question of thinking about reparations, as Cam spoke to earlier, as a kind of like multi-pronged effort, as well as what was offered in terms of transforming our mindsets in a lot of ways, in terms of thinking about what would really be the purpose of generational wealth, right? Well, what ends would that be put towards? How would we ensure that any potential wealth that folks would have access to is something that could persist over multiple generations? I think it's something that has to be a feature of how we think about the kind of interventions that are oftentimes brought up when it comes to discussions of reparations. One last thing that just comes to mind is, you know, I first started doing some of my research when I followed some of the controversy that came in response to a book by Randall Robinson called The Debt, which highlighted and to some degree popularized the issue of reparations. What was less well publicized was a second book that he wrote that focused on what people of African descent owe to each other and what we need to think about doing internally in some degree in terms of reckoning with the legacy of the past. And this kind of best example that I've seen of that is a movement that kind of informed some of the ways in which I tried to kind of get at some of this history around the Black Tax Rebellion, which was this ex-slave and mutual benefit association, which was the first reparations movement in the United States. In the 1890s, a woman by the name of Callie House organized a movement of formerly enslaved people to demand reparations as pensions. And part of what their effort was focused on was winning some degree of old age pension for formerly enslaved people at the same time that Civil War veterans, whether they fought for the Union, some that also fought for the Confederacy, were receiving old age pensions. But another component of that movement was a degree of mutual aid amongst those who were petitioning for these reparations. This was burial assistance. This was helping neighbors, fellow community members with covering hospital expenses or things of this nature. And that way of conceiving of reparations, not as sort of like an individual effort, but as part of a broader collective project, and one that was something that could be taken up at this time, at this moment in time, as opposed to, when the federal government eventually gets its act together, something to that effect, I think is one component of addressing some elements of your question that don't simply leave it up to as much as the criminals that Cam outlined, right? Need to be the targets of our efforts, to what degree to which we can do the work, some of which, as Cam has already described, in terms of thinking about how we can attend to the needs that we have collectively in terms of preventing the kind of sort of circumstances that you spoke to. One last thing, the question that you asked about the hiding thing, I don't know if you've seen the story of Ben Affleck, but the movie star went on this genealogy show, the Henry Louis Gates show, to say, oh, we'll research your ancestors. And in the course of their looking into his ancestry, they found that his one of his ancestors, one of his like great grandfathers or what have you, was a slave owner, and he forced the show not to reveal that in the course of their presentation on his particular heritage or what have you. And I think that kind of speaks to the question you're asking. I also think that these sort of disclosure efforts that have been passed through these municipal ordinances are really important. But it also makes me wonder that there's something valuable in the sort of liberal ideology that sort of presents individuals and institutions as not having been impacted or not having benefited from the legacy of slavery. And that while, the kind of moment that Guy Emerson Mount spoke to in terms of this sort of like world historical moment of reparations as like a global praxis, while there's a greater level of international conversation around reparations, there still is this kind of like illusion of innocence to some degree in terms of having been never fully kind of complicit in these particular kind of international crimes. And I think the degree to which there is the danger that you spoke to, the fact that Ben Affleck never knew that his great grandfather was a slave trader and was like, sure, go ahead, look up my family tree or what have you, I think also speaks to the ways in which folks who are serious about doing this sort of historical research and investigation can make use of the ways in which the lies that a lot of institutions and individuals tell themselves presents kind of a window of opportunity.
I just wanted to highlight, I think, the kind of social and cultural capital you're talking about, which goes to the non-material, right? And how do you repair that social cultural capital that was broken? And it feels like a lot of what you're saying is about how do we repair the ruptures that are both at the family level and at the community level, kind of at all these different scales that you spoke about. And also the kind of, I want to go back to what you said earlier, Kodjo, about the kind of new relational ethics that came out of the Sarr-Savoy report in France about the return of objects to Africa, and how that new relational ethics can also maybe inform other than just returning objects, which can become a quite empty symbolic gesture when it's not accompanied by the repair of the texture of social and cultural capital that was also ruptured. So I just wonder also the kind of parable of the Good Samaritan that also must exist at a community level, you know, yes, at the individual level, but communities helping communities as well as the individuals. So just, but Stanley, please.
Thank you very much. I've really enjoyed every presentation today. And I was just going to ask this very short question following a question asked earlier about the claims, and almost a claim now that is gaining currency and steam amongst various groups about the complicity of African kingdoms, you know, which are now within states or nation states now. And I liked the way Professor Kodjo answered it, but I was wondering what you, Howard or Kahn, or Jovan has to say from an African American perspective, if during the course of your work you've encountered such rhetorics or such pushbacks. Because recently, very recently, an African American group called the Restitution Studies Group wrote a letter, an open letter, against the return of the Benin bronzes, citing the complicity of the ancient Benin Kingdom and all of that. So I was wondering if you've encountered such rhetorics within, say, the African American population, and like Jovan was talking about misinformation leading to some of the Black tax issues then, if you could suggest how we could counter such, you know, misinformation or misunderstandings of the history.
So yeah, I'm familiar with that letter, and it was shared with me. And I was like, yeah, I agree with the letter. It was about the Benin bronzes. The history of Benin bronzes, that some of the bronzes, we don't know how many, there are about 20,000 Benin bronzes scattered around in European universities. And for a long period of time, even according to the Kingdom of Benin's records, many of, I don't know the numbers, a sizable number of the bronzes were made by melting down manillas. Manillas is like a bracelet, like, yeah, similar to that, shaped like that. It was used as currency to pay the Kingdom of Benin for enslaved Africans. And then they melted that metal down and they crafted the Benin bronzes. So there's a effort to say, no, you can't return these bronzes back because it's like paying the enslaver. When you return the very valuable materials, cultural materials, I'm not gonna say artifacts, but cultural materials, these very valuable cultural materials, you cannot return them because of our ancestors were payment for them, and they should be shared. Before they go, don't allow the University of Cambridge, the Museum of Cambridge is also one of the holders, and there's petition to have all of these bronzes stopped from being shipped back to the continent until there's conversation with Nigerian government, because the Kingdom of Benin, they're like, okay, we do see that, the challenge, but the Nigerian government, because it's going to the government, don't want to have anything to say with it. And so in this letter, I said, well, I agree with this whole notion that, let's pause for a second, because once they get back to Nigeria, we don't know what's going to happen to them. let's pause for a second. Let's have this internal conversation between Nigeria, the Kingdom of Benin, and African descendants who are in the Americas as a result of this payment that we went into building or crafting these monuments. Let's have a discussion. It gives us an opportunity for an internal discussion that leads to healing. You talked about the depopulation. UNESCO says only 1 out of 5 Africans that actually made it out of the 5 that were in that ordeal actually made it to the Americas. 4 died in that process, in those phases you talked about, George. So a lot of our ancestors were murdered on the continent. Families were left without some of their families. So there's a tremendous amount of internal pain that we all carry. This gives us an opportunity to have that conversation as global Africans. It should be an internal conversation. It shouldn't be one that we bring Europeans into, like, hold on to these bronzes until we can get. And so it's really muddy. And they use my name as a support for that letter. But my support is it gives us an opportunity to have a conversation. Yes, if in fact, and Benin Kingdom is not doubting, and in their own records, it shows that yes, these Manilas were paid to us for captive Africans, over 1 million captive Africans. And yes, the Manilas was used to make these bronzes. If that's the case, then they should be shared. That's my take on it. They should be shared. And so I don't know if that's answered your question or not, but it's very difficult to really navigate through this. But certainly, as what we talked about earlier, I do not hold that all Africans, sold us into enslavement, because that wouldn't be a correct telling of history. But those who do have complicity, as in the Kingdom of Benin, there has to be some reconciliation internally.
Certainly, there must be reconciliation internally. As an archaeologist, I'm aware that production of the bronze items or entities that were taken away did not begin with the distribution of Manilas among the people of Benin. People were producing bronze, okay? Just like iron working began long ago in the sub-region. So the use of Manilas just occurred at a point in time when there was shortage of production, because artisans, okay, craftsmen who were producing bronze and brass, many of them were taken into slavery. Okay, so there was vacuum. It's just like iron workers were taken into slavery, or their work was disrupted by the activities of enslavement. So there was vacuum. So leaf springs of vehicles were imported into a part of the world and used to forge holes and other utensils. So we have to think about the background of bronze casting production among the Benin people before we make a generalized statement about those. And we also have to clearly understand the background of the current leaders of Benin. What is the rationale behind their acceptance of this, and who is influencing what? Those are the kinds of things we need to do. That is why I insist that there's need for further studies by scholars into the impact of enslavement before we can actually have we can actually pursue reparation to the fullest degrees. Right now, the story is somehow murky and stems from the records and opinions of the enslaver, not from the enslaved position.
Sabine, would you like to open this up to a more general discussion now? Or
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to start with just one question, especially, at least my thought, especially because this reparation conference happened, has taken place in the context of the university inquiry. So I think Judge Robinson today was the first person who criticized the report, who gave, I think, a really important critique on the university report. And I wanted to know what others thought about that, or Judge Robinson, if you wanted to talk about this further. And second, another thing I want us to talk about is this engagement with practitioners and scholars. I mean, that's what I would love to see more. I would love to see that more. Initially, I had envisioned this conference with more grassroots movements involved. And there are barriers to doing that in the university. It's actually not easy. So I want to talk about that, the challenges of that, and how might we include more practitioners into these academic conferences on reparations. And so I wanted to know, Kim, your thought, Robin, but I was actually especially influenced by you two in this conference, non-academics who, I learned so much from the two of you. And one of the things I also noticed is that how little I know about what's happening with reparations on the ground. You're meeting with the Vatican, said, wow, they met with the Vatican? I did not know that. So how do we all stay informed, aware of what's happening, with reparations? And so I really want to leave this to the audience. I think there's just so much that came up. It would take me days to actually try to conclude it on this conference. But so what I do want to propose is that we actually take Cambridge seriously on the Legacies of Enslavement Fund and try to convene annually, perhaps. And I think the Legacies of Enslavement Fund in the report says that it's for partnerships, research, engagement. And so it seems like this is one of the ways that we can continue ongoing discussion, to have an annual conference on reparations and really talk about the state of reparations. Where are we? Where are we going? And to bring more practitioners and people, and scholars and practitioners from different parts of the world. So I leave it there. I know Kai, you have ideas, Guy, but Vereen, I know your organization actually wrote, I was amazed to find this out, for example, wrote an introduction to reparations for students. So a lot of times we talk about writing the history of slavery, the civil rights movement, Black history to the curriculum. But one of the things that I haven't heard about is writing an introduction of reparations. Now, I mean, I think here in Britain, we actually have to get slavery to the curriculum first. I mean, we have that's of course, but they don't have to be separate projects. But so, and another thing too, with Alfonso Seville talk about Georgetown, and I think a lot of us see Georgetown as a model. One of the things about our report is that it doesn't, I think the report focused so much on establishing partnership with other countries, and maybe we're used to seeing the United States as so wealthy that we don't need partnerships with them. But Alfonso Seville made me aware that the Georgetown has a partnership with my alma mater, Xavier University. I went to a historically Black institution. And so I think that's one of the things that I would like to see Cambridge do, but I'm just thinking, like, what can we take from Georgetown and other universities and to bring to the Cambridge report. So, and I know Kai and Guy at the University of Chicago had a reparations working group, which I was like amazed by. And so I'm wondering if we can actually extend this reparations working group to continue as scholars and practitioners. So even before, in advance of a conference. But now I just wish to open it up. Oh, Gavra, one thing, but the partnership imbalance that you made, that you made me think about. So I think one of the things that your talk really brought up was that I don't think we often think about, but how can we use reparations to help enrich universities in Africa, in the Caribbean? Because I think our report in some ways focused on enriching University of Cambridge. Legacies of Enslavement Center enriches Cambridge. bring talented students from the Caribbean to the University of Cambridge. But and I think one of the things you said is how we can use deploy scholars of African descent to collaborate with scholars in African institutions to study deeper the history of enslavement, legacies of colonialism. So anyway, I'll leave this here to everybody. Don't want to lead it.
Okay. Well, I wanted to make a comment, Sabine. Well, as we're coming to an end, I also want to reinforce the thanks to you and the team for putting this together. But I just want to reiterate what I said in the introduction to my talk this morning, that the report, and I did criticize it before Judge, by the way, just to be clear, since I spoke before him. I did say there was no offer of an apology in the report. An apology has 3 dimensions. You take responsibility for the action, you commit to non-repetition, and you commit to repair. I didn't see those dimensions in the report. And I think the second thing I said was that slavery was the greatest crime against humanity. The riches that we're talking about that were extracted to develop this country, for example, came from the Caribbean. I think a partnership, some of that partnership or aspects of the partnerships the report, to which the report speaks, should be forged with Caribbean. And we have a Center for Reparation Research, the only one in any university in the world. So that should be taken into consideration. And then while the report makes the link between the past and the present, and you have lots of data about that. Again, it doesn't say, and therefore, what we're going to do. And like you, I picked up all of these actions that seem to be to bring people here, to study here. And I think that has to be thought about more carefully. The other thing I want to say is that you asked a question about how do we reach civil society grassroots, but we in the Caribbean have a long tradition of what we call scholar activism. And Walter Rodney, whose book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, is 50 years this year. We're having a seminar on that in the Caribbean. He laid down this example of taking the university to the community. So it's not only about students coming and be influenced by their professors. And a lot of scholars in the Caribbean have taken that example of Walter Rodney. We go to schools to give lectures or to have rap sessions. We write for schools. A lot of the history texts in schools are written by University of the West Indies academics who are trained teachers. By the way, they have gone to teachers' colleges, and therefore they have the methodology and the language to engage students. And the National Reparation Council in Jamaica also does consultations with the community, with Rastafari and other groups, because otherwise we're going to be accused of a top-down approach. So our events are not only held in institutions, our events are held at the waterfront. The Zong, we have a Zong monument where those weary souls disembarked, and we have an annual commemoration there at the waterfront in St. Elizabeth in Black River. So I guess I'm saying that there are models and that we have a lot of examples to share.
Thank you again, Sabine, and thank you for inviting the question about how we can be working together more so. And I think I mentioned to you during the lunch hour how when I came into this work and began receiving invitations into the academy generally, I was really almost disgruntled with the academy in that the partnership was really to study, think about, you know, over the course of an academic calendar or so. And we are in need of support right now, letters of support, impact studies, different types of tools, academic support that's needed for us to advance our work. And I always felt like there could be more partnership and not just in research only. And so I'm really proud to say that we do have an academic partner, much like what I'm hearing that was just mentioned at the University of the West Indies, the African American Redress Network, which is a partnership between Thurgood Marshall Law Center at Howard Law School and Columbia University Center for Human Rights, I believe. And they have shown up for us in writing letters of support, preparing legal memos, preparing impact studies so that we can build our case and actually advance reparations. And I think that they're looking at a methodology or a framework, and that other sort of student partnerships and university partnerships might join a network in helping the reparations movement. So I just want to offer them as someone that has been proven very helpful in the reparations movement.
And I would just second that. And I was actually part of the original convening at Columbia University before the pandemic. And that group is amazing. And they did it right. That particular conference it was probably 50-50, I would say, between scholars and practitioners. And it totally changed kind of the composition of the conversation, because you were meeting survivors of the Elaine massacre, right? Descendants of the enslaved peoples at Georgetown in the room. And one of the things she told me, right, that I had been thinking through, but she said it, you know, you heard my 20-minute talk, right? She said almost in 10 seconds, right, what it took me 20 minutes to say, which was, she said, if you're talking about reparations, right, for Georgetown and everything else, there's no fixing me without fixing all of this, right? The whole system, the whole thing. And those kinds of exchanges, I think, are absolutely priceless. And then the on the ground kind of continuation of those relationships to be able to offer solidarity, support, and everything else to one another, I think it's crucial. And then what does that look like, right, in terms of a formation? I agree that the money that, I mean, there's a ton of criticisms we can and should levy on the report, but the fact that it came with $100 million, I agree, take them seriously and say, okay, you know, what does a democratic horizontal formation look like? Who decides? How do we I mean, I think it could be us that makes a proposal, right, as to how do we get grassroots community organizers on the ground to be able to do that kind of democratic work as to what actually constitutes all these conversations, right? What constitutes repair? How do we do this? What does it look like? I think that can work. And so on the question of maybe continuing this as some kind of a formation, perhaps on that level, my thought is, and this is not fully fleshed out at this point, which I'm good at, like not fleshing out thoughts, right? But if they've got $100 million, if you want to continue this kind of conversation, they should give that a portion of that money, whatever it takes, to the University of the West Indies, to the University of Ghana, to be able to form this kind of thing, right? And move it around, right? Then it goes to Chicago, right? And we can have that kind of network kind of grow, because obviously there's a whole bunch of people in Ghana that would love to be here, but can't be here. But if it's in Ghana, they're gonna be here, right? And they can inform the conversation and be able to help flesh this thing out. And maybe it takes, a handful of rotating, right? Caribbean, Africa, South side of Chicago, bring it back, and then now we have a full kind of way to think through some of these really thorny questions, right? I mean, private property, I mean, it's a thing, right? I mean, this question of Africa, it's a thing, and we need the space for it. So I think this is one of those beautiful conferences I've been to involving reparations in this way. And yeah, let's make it go. Let's keep it going.
Hi, good afternoon. Well done for a very, very good conference. Hi. Okay, hi. I'm one of the grassroots movements people. Can I ask what barriers were put in place for the grassroots people not to attend? Because I did expect to see a few more grassroots movements people here, and you said, how do you reach out to them? I'm happy to give you a list and, help you compile a list, etc. But I just wondered, if they wanted to attend this conference, were they stopped? Was it different barrier? You know what I mean?
But ultimately, they were not stopped.
Okay.
So I ended up expanding it as much as I could. At the beginning, it was very. I mean, the initial proposal was very geared towards grassroots academics and politicians. I really wanted Mia Motley here. So, and then, I think one of the question was, if we bring Mia Motley, then we have to bring the British government. So I think it was more about, I don't think we wanted this conference to really be about, we didn't want the government to be involved. We didn't want the politicians to be involved. And it wasn't not me. I mean, to be honest, I didn't want the British government involved. I just wanted Mia Motley. So a good conclusion to that was no state actors, actually. I think that was one. Let's keep it as a scholarly conference. And to be honest, Cambridge was bold in that sense, because just the idea of a reparation conference was something very hard to do and to convince the public. So keeping it scholarly, whatever that means, was keeping it to scholars was one of the was a strategy, actually. It was a strategy. And then not bringing on, and maybe this grassroots is tied to radicalism in some people's minds, right? And so keeping the grassroots, keeping the protesters outside was also maybe more safe. So even for me to bring in Kim and Robin, that was just say, hey, let's, and then it just got out of control. Then I started adding others to it, because it just made sense. And then they were open to it. So in some ways, and then when it came to the conference, because one of the things about this conference too is that the publication of the report and the end of the advisory group meant that the conference was no longer in the hands of the university. It was now in the hands of, it became less political. So less political meant I had more freedom to invite whoever I want. I mean, this conference ended up being very, 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 it's actually very public. Anyone can join the conference as long as they sign up. And so I think one barrier I had to grassroots is I work in the university. I conduct research all the time. So I'm actually not aware. It's just this is my ignorance. And I think other scholars consider this into their ignorance of grassroots organizations. So as you can see, grassroots organizations from the UK is actually missing in this conference. And I found out about 2 or 3, but you guys ended up finding out anyway. I mean, I talked to Malik, the student who presented here. I said, can you give me some UK organizations so I can advertise? And I did send emails, but I didn't get any response, but Malik helped me that. And so CRASH actually did their best to help me out with that. I mean, I gave them names, so I talked to people, but I think I also had some ignorance about what the grassroots organizations were, who to contact, what work they are doing. Guy was actually the man for me who just said, and I knew Guy, so I knew the scholars. I knew Guy and Kai were two people who had done work on reparations. I also know Toussaint Lozier. I know he's an activist, so I knew who to ask in the U.S. sense. Here, it took longer to find out who do I ask. And with the West Indies, I just knew. Go to Vereen, and she has a center, and I watch her show sometimes. So I think there's also just the disconnection between the scholarly community. The email. So I try to advertise as much as I can.
I just want to address also the question about the university. Guy and Kai, you may remember when we were working at the University of Chicago, I had suggested that the university do the work of the commission, because we don't know when the commission is going to be formed, but the university has these billions of dollars. The commission is supposed to look at the range of injury over centuries that exists currently, and then develop proposals with dollar amounts and all that, how long this repair would take in these many different areas, and produce that master document that would then later be funded by the governments or corporations or or foundations. We can go for the funding. I still think that's something universities can do. They can engage with the community and say, what areas need to be addressed in cessation and guarantees around repetition in the form of restitution and compensation, and to help the community craft these proposals that could be then pitched to corporate entities that have this history, pitched to institutions that have this history for funding, and on our way to getting funding from the government. So that's one thing. Another thing about England is that not only from the Caribbean, Dr. Shepard, but also from America. Most of the cotton produced in America came to England, which also led to this nation's wealth. So it's just the whole Western Hemisphere this country benefited from the labor of enslaved labor. So that's another thing. And also the University of Columbia assisted Chicago when we produced a report, had some graduate students in international public policy, assist us in producing a report in favor of a guaranteed basic income. Came to Chicago, visited a couple of neighborhoods, produced a report, and we are utilizing that report in our efforts to get the city to fund. So these are things that the university can actually do now with the resources, what Cambridge can do with resources, team up with grassroots organizations who need the type of support that Evanston has received, the type of support that Chicago has received, and that all of these grassroots organizations really need.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Federico Navarrete. I'm the Simón Bolívar professor at Cambridge University here. I'll be here for a year. And well, I would like to congratulate you for this wonderful conference and all the speakers. I really learned much about reparations. But I must say, I'm going to speak from an outsider's point of view, because I have been working for many years on indigenous history in Latin America, indigenous movements, and I have been observing the shifts in their struggles and their demands and the relations with the nation states. And the language of reparations is almost completely absent from the main strategies of these movements, even though they have sought and obtained reparations for particular acts of violence or dispossession. So they use reparation as one of the different tools. But of course, in Bolivia and Ecuador, of course, they're moving into multinationality. They're claiming that they want to build multinational states where the indigenous peoples are recognized as nations in an equal footing with the Euro-American nations that have normally dominated these nations. So the language is completely different. But I was thinking that actually, and of course in Africa, because of the diaspora, it has a connection with reparations, but of course there are also many other struggles and demands. And so I would like not to point out that I would say that the demands for reparations are very much framed in a first world situation where you have very developed capitalism, where you have states that are rich enough to pay for reparations or to do that sort of thing. But in third world, or what are normally called third world or not not Western countries, we cannot expect reparations from state or from corporations, because our states are neo-colonial, and so they're basically the predators, and there is little we can expect of them not being that way. And also because the corporations are basically the corporations that are in America and the UK. They are not national corporations we can interact to. Well, some of them, but many are more the multinational corporations. So the frame of struggle is completely different, and the possibilities of redress are completely different. However, I think that I'm thinking in a way that it was Michael Dawson whom I first heard talk about reparations. And for me, it was very surprising and also very stimulating, because I think that reparations may be a language, a very concrete way to fight racism. Now that we are past the illusion that racism was somehow over, that we had gotten over it, and we are realizing that racism is a part of our world, and it's going to be a part of our world for the foreseeable future, reparations is a concrete way of fighting racism in many frames, because it's a way of recognizing the continuing injustices of racism, of slavery, of colonization, and seeking concrete redress against those injustices rather than just goodwill declarations like multiculturalism was. So I think that it can be a very powerful tool, but that in order to become a more powerful tool beyond the specific context of the Afro-American movement in the developed nations, in the first world or wherever, in the US or Britain or other rich nations, it should allow for a wider framing, for a more complex framing about who is the one who's going to pay for the reparation and who are the ones who are capable of demanding reparation. Because those definitions cannot be made equally in all parts of the world. I mean, there are very different contexts. For instance, in Mexico, most of the so-called mestizo mixed race population became mestizo, I mean, in Spanish speaking and Western culturally defined, through processes of violence that actually dispossessed them of their lands, destroyed their cultures, interrupted their community lives, forced them to migrate to the cities. And so maybe there could be a claim for reparation, but then how do you define who has that right? It's not always that clear. And of course, in many instances here, we have seen how polemic it is to decide who should get the reparations. Should the nation states get them? Should the particular aggrieved groups get them? And it's not always the same, of course. So I think that it will be very interesting to continue this conversation into the future. And I think there's a lot to, I'm really impressed by all the things that you guys are thinking and doing and accomplishing, but also to include different points of view from other struggles of groups that have also been faced by colonization, destroyed by colonization, who have been also enslaved, also dispossessed, also tore out of their lands and sent somewhere else to do forced labor or to do things they didn't want to do, and who may contribute to this conversation. Of course, I think reparations is a very African and African diaspora issue, and that's very important but it can also become a wider issue and forge a larger coalition with other movements, other groups that are actually facing the same realities as people of African descent have faced for a few centuries.
A little bit with Latin America as a Latin Americanist. I
I studied the Dominican Republic in Haiti. And so in Haiti, in the early 1990s, under RIC, demanded reparation from France. Haiti has a very hostile, I don't have to tell you, Europe has a very hostile, is hostile to Haiti. So it's just natural that Haiti would demand reparation from France or even from Spain. They haven't done that. They should do that too. So, but the Dominican Republic, so I guess what I'm getting at too, the neo-colonial relationship, the love affair with empire, right? So the Dominican Republic the people in the Dominican Republic are part of the African diaspora, but the people in that country, the government in that country has sees Spain as a loving sibling, as the father and the mother. So for them to reclaim, so they have their own internal struggles, right? For them to even claim reparations on the basis of African enslavement they would actually have to reckon with the fact that they are African ancestors, that they are African descent, and they are part of a Black diaspora, right? I mean, so, and there's a lot of damage that has been done there, right? So, additional damage. So I just, in some ways, like Varun says, the Caribbean, Latin America is a fractured place. So Haiti sees itself as an African country, trying to be part of the African Union, right? I'm not sure if the Cuban government would ever want to do that. Maybe some Cuban citizens, maybe. I mean, so just the racial history of these particular republics or colonies, also inform the way that they approach reparations, right? And so I think the racial history in the United States is also the fact that there was Jim Crow, and that if you're 1% Black, you're Black, has actually helped to advance the reparation movement in the US. When there's a racial consensus, when there's a strong Black identity, right? And so I think that's in the British Caribbean, I think that's one of the reasons why we also have a reparation movement. But once you move it to the Spanish Caribbean, you're getting, Colombia does have a Black movement. I can see a Black movement for reparation in Colombia. I can see
Brazil
it.
too.
They're quite radical, actually. But of course, how members of their states would feel certain members, but it's the racial histories in these countries has so much to do, I think, with the kinds of claims that we see, or how in progress, right? And right now, is Haiti really in a situation to make any claims? No, it probably has to come out of the diaspora, but all the grassroots movement are making claims, continue to make claims in Haiti. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add maybe to this conversation with just a perspective that I work in the Southern Caribbean, and across a lot of the Caribbean, the narratives of indigenous extinction are very prevalent and still exist in the education systems. And I think the impact of that has been that in many cases, the reparation conversation can remain only in an African context, even though I think a lot of present day Caribbean populations are also descended from the indigenous population, which has its own claims for reparation, right? So something to consider.
No, but you gotta look at one of
Yeah. Absolutely, the second point, yeah.
Yeah, no, but we are contesting that in the reparation movement. And the second point is for repair for indigenous people. And this year, we have had several fora discussing the issue of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the ruling in Suriname by the ICHR. So I think there's a revival of that awareness and an attempt led by the Maroons also in some countries, about this whole issue of who is an indigenous person, because many Maroons are actually descended from the Taino people. So I think there's a realization now, that we have to take on board. And if you look at what happened in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to the Garifuna and Kalinago people, and in Dominica, there are, settlements of indigenous people still. So the call for repair is not only for historic wrongs, but continuing marginalization of this community.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for this. This has been the first conference of this type that I've been to, and it's been really incredibly empowering and inspiring to me. So thank you so much for that. I just wanted to say that in the report, I really appreciated the acknowledging of the, I guess, epistemic role that Cambridge had in reinforcing racism and the transatlantic slave trade. And I think what I kind of missed in the report, or what I would like to see next, is a way that we acknowledge the way that this is still continuing today. I'm an undergrad student, just finished my second year, and there are definitely ways that I'm still taught like the exact words of enslavers, and with very little criticism, just to sort of consider it. And maybe perhaps the way that we can, promote higher attainment for Black people, Caribbean people in Cambridge by addressing this like knowledge gap in the way that we speak about knowledge. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kumud. I'm in sociology department here. I'm from India, and I learned a lot in last 3 days. Really a lot. I know I'm going back with a lot to do for my own research. But I wanted to speak about one thing which I spoke to a few of my friends, whomever I met here, is about in terms of both reparations debate and also the heritage, debate, for example. So, usually the Indian diaspora, this is not my area, so I'm trying to attempt, So Indian diaspora is usually like the 20th century diaspora, which moved, in the era of British colonialism. But in the second half of the 18th century and even in the 19th century, the population that moved, like as part of the different labor systems, I don't think that is so much part of the Indian diaspora, but that is now part of the place, it actually mixed with different groups. So what I'm trying to say that we need to shift some of these debates also to some parts of Asia where these, because of the colonialism, the laborers were moved, So I think this will also give a good, better understanding of the global picture of this situation, that, usually when we talk about diaspora, it is mainly the people who moved in the 20th century, like both push and pull factors, but not so much is spoken about, especially in this broader South Asian context, about the second half of the 18th century and 19th century. So like the place I come from is it's called Bihar in India. So this place, like we have a museum now, it was started 2 years back. And in the museum, we have a section, where the laborers were moved to different parts of the Caribbean to Africa. And this I'm referring to probably like early 19th century. So at this point, this will give a better global picture in our discussions on this topic. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name's Priscilla Robinson. I'm researching the ongoing legacy of the transatlantic slave trade and how it affects the Windrush generation. I want to first congratulate you, Sabine, on such a wonderful conference and the bravery that you've had. We know that there was things in the press, and in fact, they gave you more light. So you win. I want to say that many of you have heard of the Windrush generation. I'm also a descendant of the Windrush generation, and they have obviously suffered the Windrush scandal from 2018. I want to commend Professor Kwame, or say Professor Okufu, sorry, who spoke on mental slavery, and the fact that the Windrush generation who came from the British Caribbean to the UK from the 1940s, 1948 in fact, they came on the Windrush Empire, hence why they actually got that name. They were dubbed the Windrush generation. They have currently at the moment are receiving the Windrush compensation scheme, which is unfortunately being administered by the Home Office. So today there's been a lot of talk, in fact, over the whole conference in relation to how reparations is given out and who determines that. And I just want to say right now, there's presently the Windrush generation, they should receive reparative justice in regards to how they've been treated, the fact that we're indoctrinated to believe that they were British and upon their arrival, realizing that Britain in fact wasn't their mother country. But I also want to draw your attention to the fact that this year marks the 250-year anniversary of the Somerset and Stuart case. Many of you would know that that case particularly was presided over by Lord Mansfield, in which he, said the famous line, "Let the black go." It was the case that he determined that slavery wasn't actually legal by a common law in Britain, but of course was very silent upon the British Empire overall. But I want you to remember the sentiment of what he said in regards to let the black go. It was like, slavery is not necessarily legal in Britain, but we'll just leave them to get on with it. And I think that's exactly what's happening now in terms of the outlook of reparation. One of the things that he did say in regards to his judgment was he pointed towards positive law, which has been technically those that deal with law know that positive law has been the hindrance in regards to reparative justice. But I'd like to look towards natural law. I know that at some times myself and Judge Robinson have had this debate in regards to whether natural law really is the way forward. But if we look at the fact that when these persons, my ancestors in fact, were enslaved, kidnapped and trafficked across the Atlantic, where they were from, that law didn't determine chattel slavery. It was actually illegal to enslave someone in that way. And when you look at natural law overall, natural law is a God-given right. And I know you gave a presentation upon the aspect of Christianity. It was the natural law of God to say that we are all human beings. And so I think the starting point for reparative justice should be that given right of natural law, which is vis positive law, reparation should be due, because natural law stipulates that we're all human beings and we should be treated in a certain way. And I think that you spoke about, Cam, in regards to morality and justice, and natural law brings that into one fruition. So that's what I wanted to say.
I guess I should say something about law, because one of the reasons I also framed the reparation conference in a legal perspective, why I was interested in legal approaches. It seems like I encounter this tension when it comes to, it seems like it's contentious when it comes to, it's contested, I mean, when it comes to the question of whether slavery was legal or not. It clearly is. I mean, there are some historians you can't convince that slavery was illegal. Say it was some, that slavery was legal. It doesn't mean that that the Africans who were sold thought they were, thought the practice was humane. But there is an argument that slavery was legal, and then there's one side that argues that slavery was illegal. So I'm not sure, And I mean, when I think about what's happening on the ground, I think about Maroon communities, people running away. I can see that there are people who didn't think it was right. So and judging by their actions, by the fact that they were running away, jumping off the ocean, it was illegal. Or it was unethical. There were some people who did not think it was right. So how do we, Judge Robinson, please please talk more about this? So it's, yeah, what do you say to the historians who say it was legal, and the abolition of the slave trade made it illegal? And even, yeah, so I mean.
My proposition is that transatlantic chattel slavery was unlawful. The position that has been taken by Europeans that it was lawful, I think is misguided. It proceeds on the assumption that the jus gentium, or the customary practice that one looks for in order to find whether something was lawful in the time of transatlantic chattel slavery, that it is sufficient to get that practice from the 6 or 7 European countries that practiced transatlantic chattel slavery. And I think that that is a totally wrong approach. Transatlantic chattel slavery did not exist in Africa. You heard professor from Ghana. It didn't exist in Asia either. It didn't exist in South America. So what existed in Europe was European public law. European public law is not the jus gentium. I think you have to look further afield to arrive at a conclusion as to the status of transatlantic chattel slavery. In my view, the lawfulness of transatlantic chattel slavery is determined by the law of the place where the transaction of enslavement took place. That place is West Africa. It is not the Americas and the Caribbean, where the slaves were placed on the auction block and sold to various plantation owners. They were chattelized from the first phase that I identified, capture and sale in West Africa. So you have to look to West African law to determine the lawfulness of transatlantic chattel slavery. It didn't exist there at all, you know. And when you couple that with the resistance to transatlantic chattel slavery, it gives the lie to the argument of Europeans about complicity on the part of Africans. Yes, I mean, we know that some Africans obviously were involved. They were part of the raiding groups that captured their brothers and sisters, but that's not sufficient. That is not sufficient to absolve the Europeans. You just heard me say to the Ghanaian professor that, in my view, if those raiding parties, the paramilitary groups were involved in the capture of their brothers and sisters, and they were set up by European countries. As a matter of law, the European countries would, in my view, bear responsibility for what they did, you know? And that is something which I will personally be researching, so that, yes, you have the view which you will get from the European countries that it was lawful. And that is because they enacted so much legislation. And it is that legislation which provided the framework within which the various trading companies like the South Sea Company could have been set up, you know. So it is an issue that is contended, but we must take the view that it was unlawful, and I've given the reasons why that's the position which I take. You know?
Are we done? It's very sad to be done, but thank you, everybody. Thank you. Okay, how do we? Talking about getting the chat going. Okay. Okay. And thank you everyone for watching. All those people online. I don't think we even got to get to the questions today on chat, but feel free to email the speakers. I will send. Feel free to email me and I'll direct your questions to the speakers. Thank you.
Photograph.